to Finebaum Film Room, presented by Holiday Inn Express.
And it's time for the national championship game in Tampa. Same two schools as last year, only the seeding has been reversed. This time it's number 1 Alabama taking on Clemson, and we welcome you to the film room. We had a great time in Atlanta 9 days ago, and we hope to equal or better that today with an amazing cast of characters, some familiar, some making their debut appearance. And we say hello to you, and we'll be doing this all night long. Remember, this is not the actual game broadcast. This is a mega cast where we have experts who will be telling you what you're seeing and what you're about to see. Paul Finebaum here, Coach Jim McElwain making his first appearance in the film room. He knows all about the SEC championship game against Nick Saban. He knows about coaching for Nick Saban in a national championship. And one of his pupils also here, Greg McElroy.
Finding my way navigating just a little bit closer to Mac than I am from Booger and you. It's no offense.
You guys are going to be...
it's going to be a bromance on that side.
You guys will have your show, we'll have our show.
It's like we've never sat in a film room watching tape together, right?
Manning and Steve Spurrier, who met on the field a couple of times, and Coach Spurrier winning every one, but Peyton did okay, retiring a year ago with the Super Bowl. It's hard to find two better representatives to toss the coin. Also, Booger McFarland is here. I didn't mean to leave you out, Booger.
We love you, Boog.
Yeah, I know. It's all good. Peyton got a nice blazer on. I'm going to have to borrow that one day.
Yeah, oh yeah. You can't afford that, bud. I'll say this, though. It's nice to watch film with Coach Mack and not having to constantly think of excuses why I made a mistake. This is going to be very relaxing, Coach.
Yeah. No, I hear you. You know, I tell you what, think about all the ball that those two guys know that are sitting there on the field right now.
My goodness.
You think about Coach Spurrier, I mean, you see, you know, we had the opportunity to watch Peyton actually run practice, and it's fascinating.
Tell us what you saw when Peyton was running practice.
Here's what it was he did not accept anything but perfection.
Yeah.
And to the point where he would tell the scouts, the scout team that was running whatever they were supposed, they don't do that blitz that way. You know, so here, do it again. Yeah. It was unbelievable.
He's amazing.
One thing we will do, which makes us different than all the other mega casts, other than the great talent, is we'll bring some callers in now and then. We're not going to spend a lot of time once the game gets heated, but we want to welcome Phyllis to the show. Everywhere I went today, I was asked about Phyllis on SportsCenter. So Phyllis, you're the first caller before we get the game going, and say hello to this crew of Coach Mack, Greg Mack, and Boog.
Oh, yes. Hello, Coach McElwain. Hello, Greg. Hello, Boog. Booger, I loved my hug the other day, and I got to meet you.
Phyllis, let me interrupt you real quickly. Booger was with Mike Greenberg today. I was with a lot of people, and you know what? The majority of the ESPN analysts seem to be predicting Clemson to win this game.
Well, that's not going to happen. You know, that's just not going to happen. Bama's going to win this game, Paul.
Okay.
Now, you know what how my gut goes. My gut tells me Alabama's going to win this game. I don't care what they've said. It said something about the monsters were coming. Well, they're fixing to wake up the sleeping giant, you know.
I'll tell you what, Phyllis, not to interrupt, but Phyllis, do me a favor. We had a lot to do today, but jump back with us a couple of times, and we'll catch up with you as the game progresses. Coach McElwain, we're watching. Thanks, Phyllis. We're watching Tom Rinaldi talk to Nick Saban. How much, when you're playing in a major game, whether it's the SEC championship or against Georgia, do you like that interview right before the game?
You know, that's one of those where, you know, they always say, hey, just for a minute right here, you know, on the way on,
right.
and your mind is going a million miles an hour, and yet, you know, you try to actually recoup and regroup and say something intelligent. You know, that's the hard thing.
You like the post-game interview a little bit better because they always interview the winning coach. I understand. That's probably a little bit more fun.
That's right.
All right, here we go.
Bama will receive.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is an underrated part, this special teams right here between these two teams.
Well, not only that, Coach, I'm so interested to see what this young quarterback is going to be like, Jalen Hurts. People call you a quarterback whisperer for what you did with McElroy. Take us in the mindset. First series, quarterback that struggled 2 weeks in a row.
Well, I tell you what, I think what they're going to do is be able to get them off early with some kind of easy throw, or more than that, something that's in his top 5.
Yeah.
Which tells you, you know what, he really understands the play. That to me is a key. And then I think they need to stretch his arm out early, Boog.
And the top 5 is a list of 5 plays that I would give Coach McElwain every Thursday and say, these are my 5 favorites as we head into the plan.
So we're going to see what Sark's about here.
Quick throw early.
Screen.
It's interesting there. You know, they didn't really pressure. You could see the quick set by the lineman, and then they just stopped rushing and went ahead and jumped it.
Yeah, and by quick set, what Coach means is the lineman will generally pop up and cut, because defensive linemen didn't have to get their hands down, but Clemson didn't get their hands down then. So a little quick set there, trying to get the ball out, get some rhythm going early.
But a quick throw for Jalen Hurts to try to build a little confidence in the first play, and it didn't go according to plan. And the second play, a little counter.
Sark seems to be holding onto that card hard, doesn't he, Coach?
Well, and I wonder how aggressive he's going to be right now. It's 3rd and long, first series of the national championship game. This is Sark's first, what I would call, I'm not going to say critical, but his first kind of big call right here.
You know, I think the amazing thing is when you go into these games, how do you get yourself in 3rd and manageable?
Yeah.
It's the 3rd and longs, and this is when Clemson's really at their best, because they're going to give you all these different looks.
Another screen.
Which is probably the right play call on 3rd and long. And
Well, it's a conservative play call.
well, you're going up against a good pass rush.
Right.
There's nothing really all that unusual on a 3rd and long, especially with a quarterback that's got some shaky confidence.
And to your point, I wonder how much Nick has told Sark, hey, the defense is pretty good. We get
Hey, you know, our punter's pretty good, too.
Yeah, exactly. I just wonder.
That's what they're
Coach, I mean,
thinking.
that possession looks similar to what we saw in Atlanta. What's your quick read on that?
You know, I think right now that, you know, the nerves, the excitement, and all that kind of stuff, you know what, they're going to settle into the game here. I think this is going to be a huge series right now for really this defense. And there you go, special teams. That guy can change the field
He's outstanding.
with the way he punts.
Yeah.
J.K. Scott has been a weapon, and we've seen in big games before. Boog, you're an NFL guy. You follow the NFL closely. I remember in 2011, the New England Patriots were playing the New York Giants. Steve Weatherford, the punter of the New York Giants, might have been the best player on the field that night.
Yeah, he was one of. I don't know if I'd go the best. I don't
can't
like
do that with kickers.
Yeah, I don't like kickers that much.
I get that. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
You are that way.
Yeah, no doubt.
But punters can certainly play a huge factor,
What are we going to see on the other side here,
emotional
Coach?
game.
Well, I tell you what, right now I think what they're going to probably try to do is give them some shifts, a little motion, try to find out exactly. There it is,
There's a
right
shift.
there. There's your shift. They're going to determine what the heck they're doing. You can see they went a little formation into right there, which is something Alabama doesn't like. And they're running it right back into the boundary.
Yeah.
Coach, question for you. We all saw the first drive of the SEC championship game. You went right down and scored. You don't have to give us the plays. What was the philosophy behind that drive? What were you guys trying to do?
You know, I think the big thing for us was to make sure that they didn't become comfortable defensively, because when they're comfortable defensively, they're awful hard to stop.
And that right there is what has made this Alabama defense so good. First down negative plays, Deron Payne breaking through, not even giving him a chance on the quarterback run. Watch how fast 94 beats this left guard.
Yeah, he murdered the left guard at that point. Inside move. I used to do those back in the day, Greg.
Yeah, back in a long day ago.
Wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
I had a couple of those quick inside moves.
Back in the 80s.
Wow.
High school ball. High school boog.
There's a little quarterback run right there with the fly motion, and that's something that a lot of teams are obviously using now, is just kind of that extra element, you know, to keep people and seeing the rotation of the secondary. It's something that really helps the quarterback out.
Yeah, flag down too here. Deshaun Watson got popped pretty good.
Is that a face mask, maybe?
That's a big penalty, too, because you have first down, negative play, setting up 2nd and long, and after the play, it would have been 3rd and long.
Correct.
And you give him a free first down with an unnecessary roughness penalty. That's just unnecessary. It's lucky he didn't get hit with a targeting there, to be frank, and that's reviewable.
Right.
And that's Reuben Foster, by the way.
Why would you do that, Bob?
Well, he's just trying to send a message early.
Emotion.
Emotion, physicality, you want to get into the game, but it costs your team a big penalty right now.
You know, one thing you did see in right here, this secondary is hard to block on those perimeter screens. Just how physical they are at the point of attack. That would be a big piece because that's a big piece of Clemson's offense.
Right.
How big is this secondary? I mean, they have length, but are they big? Are they as physical as they've been in years past?
You know, you look at it, I think, you know, the size of the safeties might not be exactly what they have been, and yet at the same time, man, what they do when they come downhill, they get there and they're angry and they hit you. That's one thing right there that I think everybody, they've got to be able to establish some kind of run against these guys.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Coach. I don't know how many yards they're going to get, but to me, it's more about the attempts than the yards tonight.
That's exactly right. And hopefully then it gets some undisciplined eyes on the play action in the back end.
3rd and 4, Coach, what are you thinking here as an offensive play caller?
You know, I think they're going to do something to let him have an option to possibly throw it quick or go ahead and run. There you go with a little angle out of the bunch. It's something that you know, they have shown before. As you looked at it, they bunched it up, and they went ahead and cleared it out and tried to come under on an angle. They were doing a great job of sitting on that.
All right, Coach, it's going to be 4th and 1 here, early in the game. You're on the plus side of territory. I'm aggressive. Like, if I'm Dabo and I've talked all along, we didn't lose the game. We didn't lose. We just ran out of time. I'm going for this right now. I'm going to set a tone early on in this game.
What about you, Coach?
And go for this.
Well, I think we did it in the SEC championship game against them. And what it does is it also sends a message to your team.
Yep.
You know, we're here to win.
Yep.
Oh, good question.
How'd that work out, Coach?
Wow, Paul threw a shot early.
I tell you what, though, it was really good the first drive.
I think if anything, just try. If anything,
already.
Oh man! I mean, come on. Yeah, because I agree with you. I think you have to go early in this game. 4th and you call it 6 or 8 inches. I think you have to go right now because you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get on the plus side of the field, especially early in the game right now.
No, that's right.
So what are we going to see?
You know,
Quarterback run somehow, I think.
Yeah, I think, you know, what it may end up being is one of those where he's actually coming, he's got a couple options and might even be that inside shovel pass.
right, a little quick shovel.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's speed option with an underneath player, so it essentially becomes a triple option. So you read the end man on the line of scrimmage. If he jumps inside, you can flip it outside. If he jumps outside, you can flip it inside. And if there's no one on you, you can lower your shoulder. And if you're Deshaun Watson, lower your left shoulder, not your throwing shoulder, and possibly pick up a first down with forward momentum. That's something they use. That's also something that Pitt hit against them, and they've since used a little bit more as the season's gone on for Clemson.
Clemson is 62% on 4th down conversions, so but none bigger than.
There's no doubt you're going for it, though, right, Coach? I mean, no doubt at all, even though your defense came out in the first 3 plays and played well.
No, I think this is one of those statements again. We're here to win this thing, and you know what? I think this is what it's supposed to be. Championship football. You go ahead and do these things.
Baby Boog, do you ever play O-line?
No, never played O-line.
Even when you were a baby?
I was way too athletic. Seriously,
You were one of those rare defensive tackle running back blends?
Yeah. I was supposed to be a linebacker corner. I just kept eating.
Well, who can blame you?
Seriously.
Where are you from?
Winsboro, Louisiana.
You better believe it. I'd be eating too.
This is in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Looks like a local sports bar.
I recognize that place.
Is that Innisfree?
That's the Innisfree.
That is Innisfree.
Innisfree. I passed by there Wednesday night.
Little bit of nerves with the young ladies in the front row.
I went in there when I was 21.
I was there. I didn't go in Wednesday night, but I passed by there. I went to 5 for dinner.
Yeah.
5 was great.
Greg used to close that place down on game week.
Yeah.
You know what? Probably because he was sick of me, but I gotta go.
We'll see how he's doing 4 hours.
I kept going and trying to find Paul on Saturdays in the Innisfree, and he was never around. It was unfortunate. I figured you might stick around.
Yeah.
Go see the scene, Paul.
I was home playing with my chemistry set.
Wow.
Did you come to any groundbreaking conclusions or theories?
Okay, so what, you agree with these two on this play?
I don't know about the play, but I do think Watson has the ball. I've said it all week long. When you put the 2 teams on the field, number 4 is the best player. His ceiling is higher than anybody else's on the field. I'm going to keep the ball in his hands. He's going to be my decision maker all night. I am surprised, though, that we've played several plays and Mike Williams hadn't gotten a touch.
He's got one. He had a 3rd down catch. But if you look at this play, I think Deshaun Watson's the obvious guy that you want to have with the ball in his hands. But I certainly might have a look back at the sideline or a quick snap, either one of the two, just to make sure I liked what I had, because this is a critical moment of the game, even though we're only 4.5 minutes in.
Right, we got a little ISO cam on Deshaun right here. Let's see if he puts the ball in his hands and make a play.
You know, again, shift in motion. Run it outside.
Now, they tried to set up a little speed option there, and they ended up trying to pitch it on the edge.
Yeah, you know, and that's a play you're seeing a bunch now. Is they're reading that, you know.
Yeah.
If you gain leverage, you go ahead and shovel it and,
Here it is.
pitch
You can
it
see
to
on
it.
the right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, if not, then he's the decision maker, just like you said there, Boog.
Yeah.
They passed it off perfectly. They treated that, Coach, and Tony Brown made the play, number 2, on the edge. They treated that almost like a bunch alignment, didn't they?
You know,
the way they kind of matched it up.
You know what? It's you 100%. And I can go ahead and make the call. As what it is.
I won't say it, but I know.
They absolutely
Even with
did.
the penalty, what do you read out of that series?
I think it's a positive series for Clemson. I didn't like the play call. I don't like going outside on a defense that's fast. You go up the middle. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Don't run around. I didn't like the play call. But I think right now, if you're Clemson, your defense is settling in the first series. Offense made some plays. Let's see where you go from here.
You know, there you go. Move the pocket with him a little bit. Hopefully get him a cheap one.
He's got wheels
more
now.
than cheap.
Yeah,
There you go, right?
That's an expensive 18 yards.
Exactly.
That was actually interesting. It looked like the way they snapped that, Coach. You try to time up that motion so you can pin that defense. Then look on the edge. Wilkins really, I think Jalen Hurts maybe feeling a little anxious right there, snapped it a little early. And Wilkins almost made a play on it. Hurts just too elusive.
Figure we see some up-tempo. You just know that was going to happen.
Big number 9. Well, he's a good-looking kid.
Well, he is a
He
local
played
guy.
with your
We're
son,
looking
didn't
at
he?
Sark
with my
here.
son, yeah.
You guys reading anything into Sark so far? Realize it's early in the game.
You know, he's getting into the flow of it. You know, right now they're still on script.
Yeah.
And so there's really nothing to be said right now. As far
Got a rough in the pass.
Yeah,
like
watch out, too, because in the throwing posture, if he goes helmet to helmet, it could potentially be targeting. And that's Cleveland Farrell, the MVP of the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, rough in the pass at 15 yards. So we've got.
There's your 2 15s right there.
Yeah. Let's take another look at it. I would imagine. Take a peek.
Yeah,
That ball's tipped, but his right hand is in the face mask of Jalen Hurts.
Coach, is this just nerves, this aggressiveness we're seeing?
No, I think so. I mean, there's no doubt. These guys are amped up and wired up, and you know, and yet none of them were cheap.
Yeah.
You know, just guys playing hard.
Right.
So we got our first real scoring threat here. Bama should be close to the red zone here. Yeah.
I'm running the football here if I'm Alabama. I know that they're trying to get something quick.
Flag on the play.
We had guys in motion that can get it shifted right.
Yeah.
Pre-snap.
Little miscommunication probably between the quarterback and the center on you know, what they were doing, whether they were going on foot, whether they were going on point, whatever.
Yeah, he's shaking his head in frustration.
Okay.
And obviously, it's illegal motion there.
Again, a reminder, this is an auxiliary broadcast. The main broadcast of the game with Chris and Herbie is on ESPN. This is a megacast with Coach, Mac, Greg, and, of course, Booger. So we're reacting. We're taking phone calls. It's a little bit different than the main broadcast.
Little counter right there.
Little counter
Yep.
to the edge.
Looks familiar.
Doesn't it? Touchdown. What an exceptional run by Bo Scarborough.
Well, I tell you what, this guy has, wow, this guy is really gaining as to what it was. You know, we were talking earlier. Played with my son at Northridge there in Tuscaloosa when we were there. And that guy was unbelievable as an 8th grader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a look at the block here. You got Calvin Ridley. Comes off.
And look at O.J. Howard.
Yeah.
I mean, driving. That people said that was his knock. Can he
His
block?
tackle, too. He carried a guy 9 yards. Bo Scarborough. My goodness.
What a great play. And they're, of course, going to look at it. All scoring plays are reviewed.
Yeah.
But Bo Scarborough, clearly, as he was crossing the plane, nothing, not his knee, not his elbow, no part of his body had yet hit the ground.
Mm-hmm. You know, you talk about those scripts. Well, right there would have been part of their mid to high red run game.
Yeah.
That was going to be the first call in that area.
Yeah.
And sure enough,
So we're watching it one more time.
Yeah, that's a great block by O.J. Howard, man. And then tremendous effort.
And the reaction at the industry in Tuscaloosa.
Fired up.
Tide fans feeling a little bit better about this game.
Finebaum Film Room is presented by Holiday Inn Express. When you stay smart, you're ready for anything.
Back here in the film room, Bama fans feeling better. They like to see their teams leading. Dabo Swinney trying to win in his second attempt against Nick Saban. Coach, at this point, what's he thinking?
well, you know, what he's saying right now is, look, guys, is one of the things they came in doing was to stop the run. There's no doubt about it. I think he's even talked about it. One of the important things you need to do is try to make them one-dimensional. And right there, what was it, 2 explosive runs, one on a quarterback naked out to the right.
This is the first time in the last 4 games Alabama has scored first.
That's pretty amazing.
You're familiar with one of them.
Yeah.
How about this?
See how that one worked out, right, Paul?
In each of the last 3 games, Alabama went 3 and out on the first possession, only to follow it up with points on the second possession. So I think, obviously, that's kind of a testament. I know I felt that way, too, our first year, Coach. Nerves in the beginning. When you have a new quarterback, it's tough to get a hot start going.
Here's one of the things, though, is let's take a look at where that drive started from.
Yeah.
They are very productive when they got short field.
Right, yeah.
59 yards in 58 seconds.
Yeah.
I think that's what this defense has been. They set the tone. I mean, the defense sets the tone. And that's Bama's MO, and it's been Bama's MO for as long as I can remember.
Huh. There you go, a little fake reverse.
It's a great little design there, Coach.
No, it was. They ran a little ghost there off of.
We got a late flag here, Coach.
Yeah, I don't know if that's toning. I don't know if he dropped the ball on the Bama player, and they're going to call that.
Or was there a hold earlier right there at the point of attack?
Yeah, you could be right, too, on that, Coach.
Either way is a pretty good answer for a minute.
Adam Griffith looking pretty good there on that.
Yeah, Adam Griffith almost making the play.
Yeah. Keyword there, almost.
That's the, I believe that's the athletic director's son.
That's got to hurt, Coach, when you make the big, first big play.
See if you can find 41 on the left side of your screen.
Yeah.
You had to have done something late, though.
Yeah, I think it was.
That didn't look like anything.
There it comes right there.
Yeah, there he goes. You could see the beeline.
You
That's
know,
just
and
a
there
kid
again, a guy trying to make a play, doing everything he can. Again, I don't think it was intentional or cheap in any way, shape, or form, but it's the right call.
Big drive, in my opinion, for Clemson here, Coach. Big drive.
The 3rd personal foul call we've seen against both teams.
Yep.
Well, there you go. You're talking about it earlier, Boog, about running sideways on these guys.
Just can't do it.
You know, part of it is that read, which now becomes downhill once he pulls it. But obviously they said, look, let's make the other guys hurt us. Let's not let Deshaun hurt us in the quarterback run. And, I got to tell you, Jeremy Pruitt, he's played against these guys in this offense back when he was at Florida State.
Right. Excellent point.
Empty. Ball out.
That's the 3rd empty set I've seen from Clemson. They've shifted to it. But they obviously feel like that's something they can win with, Coach, in the empty sets.
And I think getting it out of his hand, and then if for whatever reason at that time, once you have a field spread, if they're not disciplined in their pass rush lanes, that's when the mobile quarterback can hurt you.
Yeah.
3rd and 2. Last short yardage situation, they tried to get wide. See what they do on this one.
Formation into once again and motion Renfro across.
Slants.
Is that 7?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mike Williams.
Yeah, you figure at some point he's got to get the football. I mean,
you're talking about a nice body to throw a slam.
Man, I'll tell you what, most advanceable route in football.
There you go. Right there you go. You beat me to it.
Come on, Coach.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to cover because you think basketball.
Yeah.
And Mike Williams out of the game took a hard hit there at the very end.
Yeah.
But
he was in and out of the Fiesta Bowl also. I'm not sure if there's.
Oh, they have plenty of wide receivers. Depth is not something they're hurting for at wide receiver at Clemson. I mean, he's backed up. I'm looking at my 2 deep. He's backed up by number 8, Deion Kane.
Yes.
That's one heck of a 1-2 punch there between the Z receivers. Tony Brown. That's 2 big hits that Tony Brown's delivered.
Balls out.
Actually.
And people are going to say that might be targeting.
Or he might.
Because of the crown of the helmet.
He might be a little woozy, to be honest with you.
That'll hurt.
That should look like they came with a little pressure.
Alabama defense looks very disciplined right now. Yeah, I mean, Pruitt is just kind of doing his thing right now. He's very active, very emotional.
Good job by Clemson to this point, though, these last couple drives, or this drive, keeping it in third management.
Yes.
3rd and 3 now. 3rd and 2 a play ago, a down set ago. So keeping it manageable is very, very important against this defense with their pass rushers.
A blitz. Bama usually doesn't blitz a lot. That's the second blitz they've had right there, where they bring more than 4, Coach.
You know what, and I think in this case, as you look at it, obviously, you know, you did have man on the outside, but I'm not so sure that wasn't a run blitz, where they were actually trying to do some twists and bring somebody inside to mess up the run game piece of it.
Possibly. Booker, we've had a couple of near targeting calls. I know the first series or 2, but what's going on now?
Well, that's a tough call, Paul, because what happens is you get a lot of offensive guys lowering their head at the last minute, and the defensive guys are already committed. So targeting is one of those things in football that you're going to see a lot of until the younger guys that play understand how to do it.
And I'd be surprised, too, given the magnitude of the game. Look, these officials obviously have proven that they'll call some
This is a Big 12
fouls.
crew, and the Big 12 has had a rough postseason and a rough season overall.
They have. But I don't think we're going to see a lot of targeting calls, not in a game of this magnitude.
Anyway, we are going to take it to a commercial here. More of your calls will work in, and more reaction from Coach Mack, Greg Mack, and Booger. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Finebaum Film Room, presented by Holiday Inn Express.
We're back in Tampa watching the game with you in the film room. Of course, Coach Mack, Greg McElroy, and Booger McFarland. What are we going to see next, Coach?
You know, this is one of those deals, I think, where, you know, offensively for Clemson, they've done some good things. I see this right now might be one of these opportunities at a play action. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they don't test them deep, whether it be on the outside and see how the guys are playing the ball in the air.
Boog, what have you seen from Deshaun Watson?
He looks good early. I mean, he's thrown a couple good slant routes. He's ran the ball a couple of times. I just think, you know, Clemson's going to have to open the offense up. You can't, the more you go side to side against this team, the more it's tougher to move the football. You're going to have to prove to them that you can throw the football down the field. And with Mike Williams, I don't know if you guys noticed, Mike Williams on that last slant route, he got hit. He went limp for a minute. Okay, to me, when you go limp like that, I'm thinking concussion. I'm thinking, okay, something may not be right about that with him. And if they lose him, that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. Something we'll keep an eye out for.
You know, there's your, you know, the fly motion right there. That man, you got to wrap this guy up. There's one thing. You know, this has got to be a gang tackle game to get Scarborough on the ground.
Yeah. There's just not a lot of backs like that, of that size. You just can't. I mean, what do you put a defensive end back there and put him at scout team? Yeah. What do you do to prepare for a guy that's 240?
Well, knowing what, there you go, free release the back out of the backfield, gave him an easy, you know, that right there was rock and load protection. They still call it
just
that.
A 5-man protection.
That's it. You know, you're hot off of one, and your number one throw right there was right to the back, and now they'll have a wheel route off of that as well.
Yeah.
And some easy 1-2 throws into the boundary.
Yeah.
Clemson brought pressure from the wide side of the field on that one too, Coach.
Yeah, and I think I'm sure they were sliding to it, so that's what made it look so easy.
No doubt about it. It was going to be up the gut with Scarborough on 3rd and 1 there.
And notice the difference in the play call. When Clemson had 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, they went wide. Alabama's got 3rd and 1, it's straight up the middle.
Yeah.
That's just a difference in mentality and how the offense is performed. One offense wants to go lateral, the other wants to pound you and come downhill.
Well, it's one of those deals. There it goes. It goes back to the first 3rd and short call that they'd been working. They got the front that they needed, and sure enough, they executed it.
Right.
We're sitting in silver personnel. There's your play action. Oh. Screen coming out the back way. You know, they would set that up off of that, the power kind of look, counting out, or off the counter look. That's exactly right. There you go.
Yeah, a couple footing issues too, guys. I was in Tampa last Sunday when the Buccaneers finished the season off. As soon as the game was over, they ripped the field up. So this is a field that's only been in the ground about 8 days, and we've already seen some footing issues.
Oh, Darius. You don't see that very often right there.
No. A little bit of a sinker from Jalen as he was escaping and starting to run out of room. Would have been kind of a tough
You
catch.
seeing anything, picking up anything on Sark's play selection so far, Coach?
No, you know, I mean, you can see that they packaged some things. I think Greg hit it, you know, off the counter. Now they came with a naked off it, and then they come to screen back.
Yep.
So obviously, what he did is he put together the father, the mother-in-law, the cousin, all the different plays off of that.
Yeah.
The family.
The counter family.
That's
there
it.
you go.
There you go.
See how aggressive he tries to get here 3rd and long. Not aggressive at all.
Josh Jacobs, though.
Well, actually,
Explosive.
he rushed the ball. It's pretty aggressive for Alabama these days.
I love Josh Jacobs. I think he is going to be really, really special.
2 for 3 on 3rd down conversions. That was.
But that's got to be disheartening. Clemson comes out, looks like.
Well, look at the numbers, though. I mean,
Yeah.
there's 2 defensive linemen on the left side of the center. Coach, we won't talk about it, but you know that's a favorable run number.
So right there was actually South Bobby.
Yeah.
And, you know, the count was good, and they didn't have
count
to
was
spin
good.
it.
Don't spin it.
That's right.
All the material, Coach. I like it. You never forget your plays, do you?
No. You know,
Brent Venables starting to get a little aggressive right there. That's like the second or third play this drive. They're bringing pressure from the boundary. Is that a key blitz from the boundary, Coach, or is that something they've seen from this Alabama offense?
you know, it's interesting. I think that was the first true open formation Alabama's been in. Am I right? Where they haven't at least protected the edge.
The edge, yeah.
And, you know, here's a shift,
Here's
and
a
now
shift
they're
to
getting
do
back
another
to
open
it.
formation.
Yeah.
No tight end on the line of scrimmage means that's an open formation.
Another blitz from
There it
Brent.
is. They ran the barrel X inside.
That's a good play.
How's Jalen playing so far?
He's playing well, Paul, and Sark is doing a good job. These are conservative calls. You know, he threw a lot of balls at or near the line of scrimmage. Right now, they're running the
handle
football.
up
That's a
front.
design play.
Yeah, well done on the twist.
Bo Scarborough right there. Give a heads up on that.
That's huge.
And that was pizza theory.
Yeah.
Because the old lineman
You
took
took
his
yours,
guys, and I'll take yours. There's no doubt about it. Right there was a perfect example of pizza theory.
The pizza theory is everyone has a responsibility. If you take my responsibility, I'll take yours. You take my slice, I'm taking yours. That's the way it works.
I don't really like pizza.
I do.
I find that hard to believe.
I'm not a pizza guy.
So how many times has he let the
We
ball
got
come
another
out of his
flag here,
hands?
Bugger.
Another flag.
Might be holding. Cam Robinson is looking around,
Left
paying
side.
attention.
Looked
Yeah,
like there was
see, yeah,
pressure off
he's
the
looking
left
at him.
side, too. Beat high on the rush.
Yeah, good, yeah. Anytime the offensive lineman turns to the ref and is talking to the ref,
Said, no, I didn't grab
no,
it.
it wasn't me, and he's pleading his case. That's
Wait,
usually holding.
So we got a 3rd and 13.
No, never.
Where is it?
Now, they're actually going to get 84.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
84. Henches is really the guy that they're calling, and they have, of course, called it on 74.
Yeah,
Or so
wasn't
it
him, though.
seemed,
Yeah.
but it was 84.
Yeah.
Honest mistake from the officials.
3rd and 13, Coach. What's the call?
Well, you know what? I think right here they're actually going to probably go ahead and try to block it up and give him some kind of throw at the sticks. I think this is the time to do it with the 7-point lead. Let's go ahead and take care of it. Let's see what happens.
And they bring O.J. Howard down to help in protection, it appears. Chips
Can
now.
you see him chip out?
Yep.
You know, I'm wondering if they didn't see something in Jalen's release, because that's the second time, you know, they weren't able to penetrate. So what they did is they stopped, timed the jump, and that's taught by a lot of D-line coaches.
Yeah, to your point, Coach, you know, later in my career, Coach told me, hey, don't jump. You're 6 foot tall, okay? You're a defensive lineman. But a lot of these guys now, they're taught, because most of the quarterbacks, especially nowadays, aren't the 6'5", 6'6" guys, so their release is going to be lower. If you can't get there, get your paws up.
That's
and
right.
you see a lot of defensive linemen doing that now.
Nothing more infuriating as a quarterback than getting your ball knocked down. It's a bad feeling. Almost had a free rusher. Got a hand on it, looks like.
Nick won't be happy about that. Look at him. He's not happy at all.
Tanner Muse.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yep, got a hand on
Came
it.
through.
Man,
That's just great effort there.
great effort.
Just lay out.
Extension. Clemson wide receiver, Tanner Muse. He's really, really good on special teams and is one of their fastest players. So can't leave a guy that can run and flat out fly. Can't leave him free off the edge on the punt.
I think what they did, and that'd be interesting to go back and see that. I'm wondering if they didn't shift after the declaration of what direction their man side or their zone side was,
Right.
Yeah.
based on the, you know, based on where they're releasing. As you can see right there, they came right there with the overload on the left,
Yeah.
which usually people are going to attack, you know, to the punter's kick foot.
Correct.
You can see right now what they did is they saw the release of that of the PP, and they actually came away. I think it was probably that overload in that gap.
Alabama has 9 yards in passing on 3 possessions.
Yeah, Papa. I mean, they're still up, though. So, I think you already kind of get a feel for what the conversation between Nick and Sark has been. I mean, he hasn't thrown the ball more than 10 yards down the field.
Yeah.
A lot of runs. It was 3rd and 10, and they ran the football. So I think we get a feel, unless the Clemson offense can make them do something, this is the game plan I think you're going to see tonight.
Let's squeeze a quick call here. Jeff is in Tampa. Jeff, go right ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey Coach, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing, Jeff?
Good. I'm ready for the game in Labor Day in Dallas already. That's what I'm waiting for.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a big one. What do you got, Jeff?
Right, I'll be there. Hey, I got a question for you, Coach. When you watch these teams that have been, so successful over the last couple of years, do you try to, pick and choose things from their game plans to put into ours? Do you look at, what Kyle or Felipe or Luke can do and try to put that into our game plan and put that into our playbook to emulate the successful things they do? And if so,
thanks, Jeff.
how
We
do you
need
pick and
to
choose?
go. Let Coach answer the phone.
No, thanks, man. But no, obviously each year in the off season, it's something that has to fit your personnel, and what we try to do is obviously the things that are successful you're going to take a look at, as long as it matches who you are as well.
And let's also think, too, let's think about how far along in the rebuilding process these two programs are. Alabama is obviously a decade in. Clemson, 8-9 years since Dabo Swinney has taken over as the head coach. And you know what? Frankly, there were a couple years that it didn't go as according to plan as they probably would have liked. But now look at the fruits of the labor. It takes time to build a program. It takes time to get your personnel. It takes time to make guys buy in and to build the depth necessary to field the championship program. It takes time.
And I'll tell you one thing, there's a total buy-in in both universities from top to bottom is you know what, we're committed to what we're going to do here, and we're going to give ourselves a chance to be successful, and here they are on a national stage for the second year in a row.
No question.
Clemson averaging 3.2 yards per carry per play. Let's see what Deshaun Watson has here.
Well, there's no Mike Williams on the field. That's the first thing I noticed. He's got his helmet, but something is not right with Mike Williams.
I'm going on this drive, if I'm Clemson. Had that been a big 8-9 yard play, I'm taking a shot because they have a little momentum after the block punt. You have pretty good field position. Now you're sitting here looking at possible 3rd and 5 if you have an incompletion. But this, to me, right here, this is shot territory to throw the ball down the field if I'm this Clemson offense.
Well, you know, second medium is that you've got your whole playbook. And here we go, right?
There it is.
You just called it. There's the wheel route. Had him. You know, they run that a lot off that fly sweep where they actually flood that boundary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's the hit you're talking about.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Mike Williams went limp. His body, just watching helmet-to-helmet contact, his body went limp, ball came out. I'm pretty sure, not only did he get his bell rung, I'm pretty sure, hopefully the doctors checked him out.
Coach, what you think of the hit by Tony Brown on that play?
Well, you know, it's so hard. I tell you what, guys are playing hard and they're coming after it. He tried to put his shoulder in there. You know, some of that contact happens. You sure hate to see it. And yet, I tell you what, I think we're doing a really good job of cleaning that up.
Ball's on the ground.
By the way, Mike Williams back in, motion to cross, and look at the play now. Wow, what a mistake.
Well, if this is
Ryan Anderson.
If this is a turnover, there we go, short field again.
Yeah.
This is
Bad snap. Ball started by a bad snap
tell you
by Guillermo, the center.
This right now is this is the recipe that Alabama has been successful with.
That was terrible.
And you all know why this is a bad snap? And obviously Alabama with a clear recovery there. Number 93, Jonathan Allen, in my opinion, the best defensive lineman in college football, is lined up directly over the center. And if you're a center, you're thinking, you know what? This ball, I got to block this dude right in front of me, right on top of me. I better get this ball back quick. You see this, and look at number 93, straight up over the center.
Yeah. Run a little twist game there.
Run a twist game, but that gets centers thinking. Moving Jonathan Allen around, that's what makes him so good. He's so versatile. Play on the edge, play over
nearly
the
a
center.
blocked punt. Now Alabama completely takes advantage.
Well, and this is a big series because here's the thing you don't want to do with Alabama. You don't want to get behind 10, 14 points because now the offense goes into pound mode and the defense just starts to suffocate. So huge series in this game right now for the Clemson defense, Paul.
And that right there, that's the second pre-snap penalty that Alabama's had. They had an illegal shift earlier.
Yeah.
Now they have a false start. This is, I mean, you can't get behind the 8 ball, especially on sudden change when you have momentum in your favor.
What's the play here, Coach?
You know, I think they're probably, there it is. They're just going to go outside zone, and there we go. Right there, you can see they've got beat at the point of attack inside. They were unable to handle. I tell you, you want to talk about some good D tackles. These guys got
Love,
good D tackles.
Lawrence and those guys inside.
And that Lawrence kid, boy.
And this is a matchup that you wanted to see. 78 Warren Curvin.
He's got no shot against Lawrence.
Going against, that's Watkins, actually, 94, that made the play. The first really extended throw that we've seen so far. The first throw about more than 5 yards down the field.
And it was high.
Off the mark.
Yeah.
And if you miss high, if you miss high, usually
2 of 7. What's going on with his throwing?
Well, they had a screen. He's had 2 balls batted at the line of scrimmage, but that was really the first one that we've really seen that was truly off the mark, other than the screen left. If the ball misses high, it's because the quarterback's gripping it too tight. And if he's gripping it too tight, it's probably because he's a little
screen
anxious.
or draw here. I think you come with a safe play, screen, draw, something safe. I mean, you're up 7.
And pressure.
Here they come.
They're bringing pressure. I don't. Forcing the issue,
I'll tell you what a great defensive series right there.
Yeah.
Had to.
Right now, that's a win.
Had to, exactly.
And that right there will energize the whole team.
Sudden change. You bring 3 up the middle, Coach. What do they call that?
That's AAA Fonzie right there.
AAA Fonzie.
That's it. That was AAA Fonzie on the national television right here. Right here.
I'm with you watching
championship game. That's it right
That's
there.
it. But you have no answer for that in protection. That, you know, as a quarterback, that is going to beat every protection you have unless you have 7 guys in there. You bring 3 guys right in between the guards, and it's impossible to block. Jalen did the right thing trying to escape, but really poor execution there in a 3-play series for Bama after sudden change.
Right, and you know, Bama normally takes advantage of turnovers. There's a situation there where Bama got a turnover, no points. As Coach said, that's a win for Clemson.
But they put
That's huge right there.
on the goal line.
Now, here's the thing that I'm looking to see. When's the Clemson offense going to get going? Their defense is holding their own so far. I mean, one drive, Scarborough had a couple big runs. When's the Clemson offense, which is their calling card, going to get rolling?
You can see, look at the backspin. Looks like Boog's 9-iron right there.
Wedge.
Wedge?
Yeah, wedge. Yeah, there you go. He loves that.
Using an expensive ball.
That's your gap.
Tightless.
That's your
Tightless.
gap wedge, huh?
Not one of my balls.
Yeah. 52-degree, coach.
Yeah, I got you.
Bug's a Pro V1X guy.
Absolutely. High number.
High number.
High number.
Backed
Oh,
up.
definitely better. So what's going to happen here?
Well, as a quarterback, first thing you're thinking, Coach, is the cadence is going to be on 2.
That's right.
Right?
Always.
Always.
Backed up on 2.
On 2, no matter what, because you might be able to steal 5 yards if the defense jumps off sides. And if you jump off sides, you lose 6 inches.
Yeah, if that.
If that.
Meanwhile, Hurts is 2 of 8 for 10 yards under constant pressure so far.
You know, you look at what they're going to do right now. You know, obviously they have their coming out package,
Right.
which is it'll be interesting. Normally, Alabama is not very aggressive right here.
Right.
And yet, you know, we'll see kind of are they going to change it up?
Right.
You know, that's where the chess match comes.
Right.
Is did Jeremy say, you know what, let's go ahead and try to make something happen?
And you're seeing they're reviewing this, and the reason what they're looking at in college, different from the NFL, your feet can be in the end zone.
Yep.
But there is a barrier that goes straight up from the end zone line. If the ball crosses that plane, much like a touchdown, it's a touchback. So they wanted to review and make sure Levi Wallace made sure that the corralled the ball before the ball or the nose of the football crossed the plane. So a good use of the review right there. And I'm okay with that review. Sometimes I feel like we over-review things in college football. It makes the game last forever. But I think right there, that was an important thing to look at. Clearly, now Clemson's backed up with Deshaun Watson 5 yards deep in his own end zone.
Oh, my.
Wow.
How about that explosion off the ball right there?
So how about the last 2 plays for the center?
Yeah.
One, he snaps it wide left because of pressure and Jonathan Allen over the nose.
Yeah.
That one, you could put 94, who's fresh, Deron Payne, over the center, and he drives him
Goodness
5
gracious.
yards back. I mean, they clearly identify number 57, Jay Guillermo, the center for Clemson, as a weak link right now.
And yet right
Guillermo
now
for
you've
lunch.
got some operation room. Look, they came with the pressure off the edge right there.
Close to being offside there.
Very close.
Yeah, might have got it.
They might have gotten it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like, yeah, he's peeking over the nose. I think they're going to get a free 5 here.
Yeah.
Clemson is.
Might have been the guy off the edge there.
I think it
Greg.
was,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think the guy off the
timed the
edge,
blitz too early.
missed time the blitz there. Yeah. Thought he got away with it, but nah. Lot of officials out there, Paul. They're gonna get all
Well,
that.
these officials are struggling with some of the defensive plays because they're in the Big 12 and they haven't seen any defense all year.
It's a good point by
I'm
you,
not
Paul.
taking the bait. Not this early.
Oh, I am. I've already taken
Not this early.
bait taken.
I mean, he's already beat me over the head once.
Yeah, he's got you. He's coming to me next. I know it. He's working his way
I
down.
love it.
Oh, and that looked like a little bit of a miscommunication right there. Deshaun looked as though he was trying to hand it, and Gallman, the running back, it looked like he was running the counter and didn't really get it. That looked like a little bit of a miscommunication in the backfield between Deshaun Watson, the quarterback, and the running back, Wayne Gallman.
You know, right now, you're seeing every time Clemson runs the football, whether it's Watson or someone else, there's 4 or 5 guys there.
Yeah.
They're getting beat at the point of attack right now from a physical standpoint. That's what Alabama normally does. They're going to have to change that as we move on to the second quarter and beyond.
You know, I got to say this on that. Until you play these guys, the speed and physicality of the game, it takes you some time to catch up.
We're going to take it to the commercial as the first quarter comes to an end with Alabama leading 7-0.
You're watching Finebaum Film Room, presented by Holiday Inn Express.
We're back on the film room. We have one score in this game, and that came earlier with Alabama. And Greg, you're going to take a look at this.
Yeah, I want to really notice the blocking by Alabama on this, particularly O.J. Howard. He was a difference maker last year in the championship game. But But it wasn't because of this, all right? That's where he's had to address parts of his game that I think had holes. He's always been complete as an athlete. He's always been remarkable when it comes to getting open down the field and putting stress on the defense from a matchup perspective. But he hasn't always been a dynamic blocker, and he's clearly adopted that aspect of his game and has made it a point of emphasis, Boog.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And if he can do that, now that allows him to get to the edge. Most of the time when you come across like that, the guy on the end of the defense is thinking, okay, is he kicking me out, or is he going to kind of come outside and hook me? That he just pancaked the guy, and Scarborough was able to get to the edge.
3rd and 1 play, Greg.
I think they made the mistake of trying to run outside last time. They got to get Gallman or Deshaun Watson going north and south vertical. Look at the linebackers on their toes.
Yep, bring a guy in, block the edge.
There it is. And that's what they need to do. You know, obviously, we knew that was coming. I mean, Reuben Foster knew that was coming. He was running straight towards the A-gap and leaning before the ball was even snapped. But I think that's a good, smart decision by Jeff Scott and Tony Elliott, the offensive coordinators, to give it to their moneymaker, the running back, straight up the gut on 3rd and critical.
First time all year Clemson has trailed after 1 quarter.
Hunter Renfro's not going to squeak free much tonight. I know that.
Especially after last
year. He got him last year.
Especially after he hit him last year.
Coach, is Greg talking more or less when he played for you?
No.
Oh, he's way more right now. Are you kidding me?
He was actually pretty good. Sometimes I'd actually try to make him talk. You know? So.
I pleaded the 5th a few times when I'd make a mistake, Paul.
There again, another shift in formation to the empty situation, and then checking at the line of scrimmage. This is a veteran guy that knows what he's seeing, knows what he wants to do. And there it is. They got the edge just exactly. That right there, credit the coaching staff, obviously, for giving them the answers. But let's credit the quarterback for handling that whole situation right there. Right. Got him into a win on the run.
Yeah, because they're trying to shift and see how Bama responds.
We got Mike Williams back in the game, Burger.
Well, yeah, no doubt. And he hasn't made an impact on this game. He's got 1 catch, and the 1 catch he got, they hit him hard.
Empty it out. That actually is a form of one of the RPOs right there. In other words, when they emptied out with a linebacker disappearing, then it becomes quarterback draws. You take a look at this right here. You see how the middle linebacker went with the running back?
10,
and then it becomes automatically a quarterback draw. If that guy stays in there, they go ahead and spit it out of his hand quick. But the way it was right there, it was a game up front that caused them trouble.
Yeah, and Tyrone Crowder, the Clemson right guard, just got abused. Right now, the Clemson offensive line is taking turn getting abused by Bama. That's not good. Another design run right there seems by Watson.
75, Mitch Hyatt, he's the left tackle, and he's one of the better pass-blocking tackles that we've seen. And I think he tweaked something in the first drive or a little earlier in the game. And he is definitely going to have his hands full tonight. And he's not moving around quite the way we're used to seeing him move around. And look at, he's got 2 linebackers lined up on the outside of him right now. And I'm not sure he's at 100% right now.
Bama seems to be bringing pressure. Check.
You know, here's the deal. That's a you check, they check.
Yeah.
And you know, Jeremy does a great job of that, getting them in and out of the plays. And, of course, needing to go ahead and call a timeout. But you know what? In this situation, first half, you know, that's okay. It's okay. You know, that's really not going to come back and hurt you. Good decision by the quarterback to get us, hey, let's get us into a good play.
So far, this game has been all Bama, and it's just 7-0. Like, Clemson's got to feel really pretty good right now. Bama's dominating the game physically and with all the playmaking chances. Clemson's got to get some offense going.
We'll be back with more of the film room after this. We're back on the film room. Alabama leading 7-0. We want to go to a quick call here. We understand this gentleman has been waiting for an hour and 10 minutes to give us his opinion. I think it's going to be very objective. Jerome, you're in Birmingham. What's up?
Hey, what makes you think it's going to be objective, Finebaum?
Well, I mean, Alabama should be ahead by more than 7 right now. What are your thoughts on the game?
Hey, listen, my thoughts is everything going to be all right. I told you at the beginning of the season, Finebaum, we were going to dominate this thing. And Booker, first of all, Greg, what's going on? And Coach, how you doing? Well, Booker, listen to me. You on the side that believe we bad for college football. I'm going to make this short because we done enough talking, baby. At the end of the day, baby, still the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Roll down Tide.
I waited an hour for that, by the way. Good time management.
Oh, I love it.
I love it. It's always interesting getting the perspective of the fans. Having, Coach, you've been on the sidelines forever. We've been on the field, Bug. Paul, you've been taking
Greg, you've dealt with Alabama fans who are always very objective and grounded.
And never reactionary. It's always fun.
Third and 8 here.
Big play. I think you got to find Leggett if you're Clemson. Number 16, the tight end. Hasn't had a ton of opportunities. Big body, though. He's matched up one-on-one with Minkah Fitzpatrick. He's got a size advantage. And they try to get it to Leggett.
You know, they try to go ahead and grab that man coverage on the outside. They ran a little sail concept in behind it, hoping to get one-on-one coverage, which they did. I'm not sure he didn't miss that throw.
Yeah, I think he did. Because he had the leverage he liked. You actually, if you go back and take a look at how Leggett was lined up against Ronnie Harrison. Minkah Fitzpatrick was on him, and then he shifted out, a late adjustment from Alabama. They had Leggett run up and run a little sail or an out route or a speed out moving, and I think Deshaun Watson just missed it high.
Oh, and that's the third one he's missed high. And we keep talking about how Hurts is missing passes high, and Greg, you said that's gripping the ball too tight. Well, guess what? Watson has missed 3 high already.
And Booger, as we get ready to see Jalen Hurts again, your thoughts?
Well, Jalen Hurts looks good so far, Paul, and I think what Alabama's doing, they're getting the ball out of his hands quick. Look here, under 2 seconds, ball is gone. You don't have much time to think, you just make decisions. Here you have, it's man coverage. Anytime you have man coverage, everybody's back is turned to the quarterback. Take off running, get as many yards as you can, Paul. And then here we have a design run. Scarborough comes across, picks him up. Hurts feels very comfortable with the ball in his hands when he's running. So I like what Sark is doing. We came into this game trying to figure out how they were going to attack him. You already see it. Quick passes, make him feel comfortable. If Clemson is going to play a lot of man coverages, he's going to run for a lot of yards tonight because their back will be turned. He can take off running. So Clemson has to take chances. You can tell they don't feel comfortable right now with their matchup at the line of scrimmage. They're starting to bring blitzes and take chances in man-to-man coverage.
You know, and I think the one thing you saw, even on the one, you made a great point. When teams play man, whether it's man under, you know, cover 5, 2-man, whatever it is, or truly just cover 1, man free, you can see even on that naked that he had the big run on. They ran a little smash concept, and sure enough, receiver took off, cleared the sideline for him, and he took advantage of it.
We called that Utah.
That we did,
I
actually.
remember. Don't worry.
Well, you two got all.
We're just having a heck of a good time.
Y'all got all these
We're
signals.
having a heck of a good time.
Coach, what did we do back in '97, Coach? Oh man, we were good.
Coach, you're up 7-0. You really should be in better control of this game. What's this next drive all about?
Well, I think one of the things is you're right. I think Clemson has to feel pretty good where they're at, just the way the kind of the flow of the game has gone, and yet at the same time, Alabama is one of those teams that really ends up scoring in bunches, you know. And look at it this way. The field position and the hidden yardage, one thing they've done is they've flipped the field.
Right.
You know, by forcing Clemson to go long field. And that's one of the things a lot of times guys don't look at is where are these starting field positions, and you know what, your whole offense is in the hands now of what you can do because you're in that okay area.
Yeah, I'll say this, and this is interesting, and I just saw a second ago, I know we had it on the screen, Jalen Hurts in the huddle was talking to 2 people. He was talking to Ardarius Stewart and he was talking to Calvin Ridley. You see him right behind him. He was turned around talking to those 2 guys. Now, I don't like to jump to conclusions because I don't have a jump to conclusions mat like they sold on Office Space. But I do assume that this might be a shot downfield because they need to open it up. They haven't really done that yet. And Jalen Hurts has spent an inordinate amount of time in this break talking to his 2 wide receivers that are both deep threats. So, watch, they'll probably run it up the middle now. You know what I mean?
Hand off to Scarborough.
Hand off to Scarborough because that's just our luck. But usually when I see that, I would turn over to Julio and say, hey, man, You going to win? He'd say, you kidding me? I'm Julio.
That's right. And yes, he would
And
win.
yes, he would win.
Yes,
I'd
he
throw
would
it as
win.
far as I could.
Yeah.
But let's see what kind of formation they get in. Quick snap.
Speed sweep to a receiver. There we go.
Yeah.
And you notice that was the first time they came up under center.
Yeah.
Do you see they actually, hustled the snap from center. They came up, set quick, and went ahead and got the edge. That was a good design by Sark.
Yeah, very good. Off the timeout, too.
Now,
I'm feeling it was going to the receivers, Book.
yeah, now you might get your shot play at some point up near midfield.
Not if you're pounding them like that.
Yeah.
At 4 yards a pop.
You saw they got into that. We're basically running inside zone with the slicer coming back to account for the backside end. Something that they now come off of and actually run a little slide naked back to them.
Yeah.
Coach, are you seeing anything different offensively in this game versus what you saw in the championship game when you were in there?
I'm watching kind of that's how they're doing it, and when you're looking at it, there really doesn't seem to be anything drastically new in any fashion, and yet I don't think there would be.
That's the first time we've really seen Steve Sarkisian showing a little emotion. He's clearly going some up-tempo here, trying to press the issue.
Well, you
It's the
can
first
see
time we've seen him get
right
the
here
ball.
is the first time they've gone formation into right
trips
here,
into.
little fib.
Yeah.
And there it was. They went right back to that same little quick screen.
Greg, it looked like they were talking in the huddle for a reason.
Yeah, clearly trying to get the receivers involved. And I think when your receivers are probably a little frustrated, you build them up a little bit. And you have a
Throw
little
him a bone.
Say, hey, look.
You throw him a
here's
bone.
big fella. I'm going to let you go. But, believe me, we had plenty of receivers that got frustrated, not named Julio Jones. And sometimes you had to tell them, hey, we're going to get it to you.
Yeah.
You're going to be a part of this plan. This is your series.
Great blocking at the point of attack there.
Outstanding block. There's no way you're tackling him in the open field.
Wow.
Big time.
Great blocking by the left side of the offensive line.
It was
A lot of missed tackles there.
A lot of missed tackles. They didn't want to tackle, but you got to give Alabama a lot of credit. The left side of the offensive line, the point of attack. I mean, Paul, you could have ran through that hole.
Yeah.
Did you notice how they formationed it? You can see right here.
Watch Cam Robinson kick out.
Yeah, and look at the way the left guard, 71 Pierce Baker, gets on the second level, hits Ben Boulware, and there's no chance number 23 Van Smith, the safety, has any chance.
Is there a reason why this guy just jumped into Nick?
I haven't.
I think he thought it was someone else.
He just said, your job is to stay away from me.
Yeah, the guy turned around and looked like, what?
I want to take one more look at that touchdown run at some point because that was a tremendous job by the center, left guard, and left tackle. Center and left guard working up to the middle linebacker and passing off the front line, and the left tackle holding the point of attack and making sure he attacked the right shoulder to get.
They're loving it at Innisfree. And why not?
Innisfree is on fire right now.
Alabama has not completed a pass beyond the line of scrimmage, but they're up 14-0 in bow time.
You take a look at that touchdown. There's the second time now
And here
into
it is.
the boundary.
Here it is
There
right
you
here.
go.
Look at the pass off by 71 and 75, and look at
Perfect.
how much green grass there is.
And the
The block by
receivers
Ridley, too.
downfield.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about guys who are unselfish. Those guys are unselfish.
Yeah.
You can see it right there.
180 last week, 71 so far tonight.
Yeah.
It's truly amazing.
Is that your early Heisman guy already? Is that what you're trying
I
to...
might go for him right now.
I'm on the Sam Darnold train.
Yeah.
USC
there you go.
quarterback. I think he's got a chance to have a say in it.
What's the thought process on the orange side of the field?
Well, the Orange right now have the same syndrome that Washington had, and that's that I don't want to tackle Bo Scarborough syndrome. Paul, he's huge.
Explain that to.
Well, listen, he's 245. He looks like Adonis. Okay? When you come up to him, you can hit him with everything and you bounce off. You have to, Coach Mack mentioned it earlier, you got to game tackle this guy.
Yeah.
And you got to give Sark credit. That was a tremendous job. He went formation into the boundary, kept running the ball into the boundary. And then you see kick out by Cam Robinson, left guard, left tackle, Bozeman, Pierce-Barker, work up. You get a great block outside by Ridley. And then you put your big guy one-on-one with a little guy. That's all. As a coordinator, that's all you can. If I get my running back one-on-one with your corner, my job is done.
Yeah.
Sark did his job then.
That's one of the things we always talk about in the run game. And we chose week to week whether to leave the corner, go ahead and block the safety, or say, you know what, we'll take our chances with the safety in space.
Exactly.
It's a week-to-week decision.
Depends on which safety it is.
Greg, we all thought Hurts would have to air it out a little bit. So far,
No, I think it's been very methodical. They've done what they do. I think Alabama has an advantage in the trenches to a certain extent, and I think Alabama took all the praise that Clemson's defensive line was getting. I think they took that very personally and have come out trying to run the football and establish Scarborough to build on his hot hand.
You know, I think that's the third completion on an inside breaking route.
Slant.
You know, so
yeah.
you wonder if they're playing some one funnel there in behind it.
I would imagine. The thing that's interesting, though, Deshaun Watson came in, thought that he might have to make some throws down the field. So far, he's 7 of 10, which is all well and good, but he only has 37 yards passing, and we're talking about 20 minutes into the game. 37 yards passing, and we're 20 minutes in. Last year, he had 470 or something along the lines of that. So limiting the production down the field, rallying, and making sure that his throws are underneath, I think has been a huge point of emphasis for them, and they've executed well. But 3rd and 1, Boog, you know where this is going.
No doubt.
Where's it going?
I think it's quarterback run.
You think quarterback run? I think Gallman again, right?
Either Gallman or quarterback run. Maybe some type of zone read.
Quick sprint.
Right.
Coach, at this point,
Wow.
on the Clemson sideline, we were talking about how they were winning early on, even though they weren't winning. They're losing now.
Well, but here's the one thing. You're talking about a team that has won a lot of ball games.
Yeah.
So this really right here, hey, guys, you know, look, just keep playing, hang in there, don't worry about it. We just got to go win this next
Is it going
play.
to change the philosophy on the other side?
You know, I don't think they have to. But I do think right now you're getting in a situation where they've given up a couple big runs. I'm talking about, you know, to Alabama, where now you're in that play action shot. It loosens it up a little bit for Sark as a play caller.
Right.
You know, right now it's 14-0, and you know, Greg, we go back to media days. We thought Clemson came in loose. Bama was kind of uptight. Looks like Bama's a little loose and Clemson's a little uptight right now.
Yeah. We're going to take it to a commercial with Alabama up 14-0. Yes, you heard me correctly. Back on the film room with the crew watching Alabama lead 14-0. Last year, Clemson was averaging 6.5 yards a carry. This year, it's under 3. And, yeah, I don't know what they're trying to protect there, but I think Alabama's got most of it figured out.
Well, no doubt about it, Paul. And right now, it's just they're being beat up front. You just look at the physicality of this game. How many times have we seen Alabama's defense get to Deshaun Watson? Look at the inside move right there, the left guard. To me, I mean, that's like taking candy from a baby, Paul. Now, here you go. You got 2-on-1 on this situation. He cuts back inside. Just continue to make life tough for Deshaun Watson. And, you know, we all thought in order for Clemson to win this game, Greg, Watson had to be a playmaker. Right now, he's not making many plays.
You know, the interesting thing is the sea of crimson around the ball right now. I tell you what, you talk about some guys that are hungry and have something to prove.
Yeah.
I know one thing. For a year in that building, there's been some stuff maybe posted
Maybe.
about
Just a little bit.
stopping this guy.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
No, they definitely like to press the motivational buttons.
Yeah.
No doubt.
We got a little bunch into here.
Love bunch.
Ran a little South duo at him, and right there. And
Duo's
again,
power with no pullers.
That's it. Duo's power with no pullers. They have the double team, and you know, it's interesting to see where they're going to go. So far, the big runs have been back to kind of a nub side, an open inside, back into the boundary.
Yeah. First carry for Damian Harris, too. So he, of course, was Alabama's leading rusher.
Yeah.
First opportunity for him, and it's 8 minutes left in the second quarter.
Back to an open set. Little slant flat. You can see the free release of the back. That's the same play earlier that he actually hit Scarborough into the flat. You can see that they went ahead and ran with the back right there, and he threw the slant route right behind him. Again, a nice, easy throw, easy read. Now we're on tempo.
It's amazing. Since Jalen Hurts started talking to Ardarius Stewart and Calvin Ridley, they've become the feature players in the offense. It's amazing how that works, and dynamic between quarterback and wide receiver. How tentative it can occasionally be.
Well, no doubt about it. I mean, it's one of those relationships you got to nurture a little bit.
Yeah, on occasion.
You got to nurture it a little bit.
You got to.
That was a great job by the linebackers staying home with that slice action and actually hit that inside zone right in the teeth right there by Clemson.
Yeah.
Same formation we just saw. Now they came with the play action with the slice off of it.
And Ridley wasn't ready for the snap. He was actually looking to the sideline, waving his hands, and he was on the left-hand side. Jalen Hurts, under center, didn't see it.
Yeah.
That's a broken play. That's a wasted play.
That is, and you know, that's, I know, one of the things, everybody being on the same page. I know that they've done some things where different position groups are actually reading different signals from the sidelines.
Right, yeah.
And that's a case right there. Not everybody on the same page. We get to it, another 3rd and long.
2 for 5 and 3rd down.
Clemson bringing pressure again, tip ball.
3rd one.
Paul, how confident do you think they're feeling in Tuscaloosa right now? Feel pretty good?
I think they would have felt a lot better if they could convert it there, because this game literally was on the brink. Now
Yeah, it's close.
still
That's a
Go up
3rd
in
tip
there.
pass, too. I mean,
Yeah.
I know you like Wilkins. He's a handful.
Well, he is. He should be
Paul,
playing.
you like Wilkins?
Wilkins should be playing defensive tackle, by the way. He's not in the end.
No doubt.
He's not.
The problem is they got 2 good defensive tackles,
Yeah,
and they
exactly.
have to play them.
Yeah, exactly.
Wilkins is probably a top 5 defensive tackle in college football,
Yeah.
and he doesn't play defensive tackle. That's what's truly amazing about it.
he will.
He will.
You know, they didn't come after this when they went into hold-up mode. Another great job of flipping the field, though. I mean, now you're forcing them to go long field.
Yeah.
So far, let's just talk about it. Yeah, we had a block punt, but now all of a sudden 2 times they've flipped the field. They're going to force them to go long field.
Yeah, J.K. Scott's a weapon, man. My goodness.
It's like 6'10". It's a big boy at punter.
How we feel about the hair?
Much more with our crew. We'll take your phone calls as well as we return. Welcome back as we continue the Bama win probability. Maybe a little premature, but these things happen during the game. 89%, Booger.
It should be higher right now. How come it's not 100 right now based on the fact that their defense is dominant? Look at Jeremy Pruitt.
The coach, Clemson's field position has started. Their own 1, the 22, and the 13.
Yeah, and the one thing you learn, you know, from being around, you know, the great coaches, they truly understand what it is to win the field position battle.
Yeah.
And force the team to actually go big field or long field on you. And that's been the recipe for Coach Saban since he's been there.
How much of a danger zone is this for Clemson, considering their field position?
Well, it's extremely dangerous, but here's the thing about it. You can't play dangerous. You got to move the football. So far, Clemson is doing a lot of stuff sideways and a lot of short routes. At some point, where's the Clemson offense that we saw all year long? Where's the Clemson offense we saw last year against Bama throwing the football down the field? At some point, if they're going to make a game of this, which right now it's not, they're going to have to throw the football down the field. Deshaun Watson's got to read coverages.
I haven't seen a lot of guys open downfield either. I mean, Bama's been good in the secondary when it comes to their coverage.
This won't beat Bama. The little swing passes, that's not going to beat them, Coach. You got to throw the football, and I thought you guys did a great job. Even though Appleby missed some throws, you guys had guys open on digs, balls down the field, attacking them 15, 20 yards down the field.
Well, the one thing that you try to do is to get to the second level on these guys. But in doing that, you also got to put a little extra protector in there most of the times against this defense. There's your middle screen right there against the aggressiveness.
And
was a huge play.
Huge play. And that right there, Coach, was one of the RPOs that you were talking about. They run the running back out to the left. The linebacker sprints out to the left, which leaves no one home over the middle. So instead of quarterback draw, they throw the tunnel screen.
That's right.
And Greg, to your point, what does that do to the offensive line? You don't have to block them.
No.
You just set them up and then you run.
It's out.
Because if you can't block them, don't try to.
Try to continue the momentum.
There was the play action off that little pitch right there. That was the play action off of that.
Yeah.
These guys do a great job of tying it all together. Right. You know, I love it. I love watching it. You can almost say, okay, here comes the next one.
Right.
Once you see the formation, the shift, the motion, it's pretty good.
Because they've been doing the hesitation. That time they faked the pitch, throw it down.
Was that contact? Or?
Well, I'll tell you
it was a lot of contact on both sides, though. I mean, both of them are pushing and shoving, and he just kind of stumbles and falls. He didn't get pushed, but there's a lot of hand fighting.
It's a good no call.
Yeah, I agree.
Good no call. quick game.
There's the inside slant. Missed it high, Boog.
That's 4. That's 4 high throws by Watson.
That's good.
It's hard to be high against Mike Williams, too. He's every bit 6'3" and a hook. And
3rd and 10, Coach. 2 and 7 on 3rd down. This is a pretty big call.
No, especially after that big play that actually changed the field. They flipped the field themselves with the inside, the big sky middle screen. And
4-down territory potentially, though, with where they're at on the field. 3rd and 10.
Nah,
39-yard line. I think if you get 5 or 6 here, you think about it.
Yeah, you know what? I do too.
They're outside of Hugel's range, the field goal kicker.
Well, here's the thing I'll say about that, guys. Is the last time. What a throw.
There you go.
What a throw.
There's
Wow.
that second level.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was an inside seam right there. That was a great ball. Did you notice, actually, Alabama pulled a guy out right there that was kind of in spy mode, which actually you don't get the heat by doing that.
And, Coach, what did we talk about? Throw the football down the field. You're not going to beat Alabama throwing 4-yard route. I mean, it looks good, but you're going to beat this team by throwing the football down the field. Very glad for our viewers' sake that he opened the offense up a little bit.
Yeah, 3rd down, too. They're finding Leggett. That's where they're going on 3rd down. They're going to try to find Leggett. They're going to try to find Mike Williams. Those are their 2 3rd down, or most reliable guys that you can have at the second level. So they found Leggett. They gave him time to work, and Deshaun Watson threw a strike to get him in red zone.
Bama might be bringing heat on defense at some point.
Yeah, there's a man coverage right there. Went with him in motion. Quarterback run. There you go.
He got it.
Nice answer.
Well, they had to answer, Paul, or the game was getting ready to be just about over. Coach, when you get a situation like this where you're down 14-0, quarterback struggling, is there a sense where you tell your offensive coordinator, hey, let's just open it up, guys? I mean, right now what we're doing is not working, so we got to do something different.
Here's what I think. It was interesting. So those 3 possessions, which were down in their end, it closes up the playbook a little bit. So what they do, they went to the middle screen, flipped field position, and then all of a sudden now you've got your whole playbook. And I think that's the case. But I think with that drive right there, you're talking about a veteran group that knows how to win. And you know what? I didn't see an ounce of panic.
No.
Good point.
87 yards in 1:33 seconds.
It all comes down to big plays. You hit the screen out the right-hand side. He comes all the way across. They attempt one on the left-hand side. Then, of course, you have a 3rd and 10. Feels like you're starting to feel a little bit of the heat. They hit Leggett down the middle in cover 2, wide open. Perfect play call in that regard. And then you hit the quarterback's sweep to the left-hand side. It's about big plays and momentum. It's all about momentum, college football is, probably more than any other sport in the world. And that screen pass on the right side, that was a huge momentum swing in favor of the Tigers.
Yeah, that's a touchdown. He stayed in.
No doubt.
You look at the red zone piece right there. They went ahead in motion. They got the man-to-man, which pulled the corner out, became lead blocker with the running back. And you know what? That's the element of having a quarterback that can do things with his feet. It's like defending 12.
Yeah. You buy an extra blocker.
You buy an extra blocker. The blocker in that case was the running back.
Right.
Win probability just dropped 13%. It might drop more.
Well, I mean, Paul, that win probability changes as much as the wind outside.
Like watching the stock market.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that win probability fluctuates like Booger's weight. I mean, it's high.
Wow.
It's low. No, I mean it well.
Shot.
No, you're down right now.
But that's a
I mean
shot,
in a good way.
Well, why not just say, Boog, you look good? Don't.
I mean that. I finished with a compliment. I can take a shot and then
but
finish
you started with something else, though.
I can polish it nicely.
Let's take a look at Nick Saban during the game. What are you seeing here, Coach? Other than having nightmares.
No, I tell you what, all he's doing right now is exactly what it's all about right now, as competitive a guy as we all are. And yet, I think that was after one of the calls right there. I believe a penalty.
Have you ever been a part of one of those, I don't want to use the word that he used on television, but one of those chewings?
You know, there's a reason I was in the box.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was in practice or something.
No, I was wondering why you were up there.
No.
I don't think there's a secret that Scarborough is back in the game either.
Clemson gets the ball in the second half. How important is it for Alabama to answer, Coach?
Well, you know, right now this is a statement drive by them, and I think more than anything, hopefully coming away with points. But more than that, let's go ahead and again, let's maintain some field position here.
Right. There's still plenty of time. 5 and change left. I mean, you don't have to think about Clemson's offense either, especially how fast they just went down the field.
You want to talk about a great player?
Yeah.
That receiver right there.
He's really special.
He's as good as there is in college football.
Yeah.
You forget because he hasn't been utilized as much this year,
Yeah.
but you forget how smooth he is in the open field and broken tackles. I know that keeps you up at night as you're prepping for bowl games, Coach.
No, that's what it is.
You guys didn't miss many tackles, though, against Iowa. I will say that.
No, I tell you what, Randy did a great job with those guys.
Yeah, he did.
And
we're going to talk about that tonight. I can promise you. We're going to talk about that. I'm excited to hear about Coach Randy Shannon.
you know, this is something that's interesting, a little out of character. This is about, I'm going to guess, about the 5th time I've seen that bunch
Bubble
into
screen.
and
Throw into the boundary
and, you know,
also.
it's basically another RPO. The runs there, spit it out.
Right.
It's
easier for a right-handed passer to throw it to the left behind the line of scrimmage, but there's not a lot of room over there either. Plus, you just picked up 5 yards on 1st and 10 carry. I would probably lean on running it with the momentum that you have right now in the run game.
Big down for Clemson's defense and for Alabama's offense to kind of get some momentum going.
Clemson looks messed up defensively.
Design run.
They were all over it that time.
How many designed runs did you give Mac?
you know, we actually laughed about one. We ran a little moon naked.
Yeah,
if
I
you remember. You know, off
against Mississippi State.
Yeah, and he was so open, and yet, you know, I don't know how long it took you to get those 48 yards.
Yeah, 48.
Oh, it was you ran 48?
No, it was like 17. It wasn't very far, and it took me about 6 seconds. But right there on that play, Ben Boulware, you could see the replay. He was motioning everybody over to the left-hand side. I thought he was trying to get an adjustment, but he was actually telling them what the play was. And clearly, the quarterback draw to the left, or quarterback sweep to the left, play that Clemson just scored on was ineffective.
Why did they get away from Bo
Alabama?
Scarborough there?
Well, they kind of opened the game plan up a little bit. They started feeling pretty comfortable with Jalen Hurts. But, Coach, even in a situation like that, here's the thing I look at. It's 3rd and 5. That's 3rd and medium. Your entire playbook is open, and Sark goes to a designed quarterback run into the boundary. That lets me know the level of comfort still isn't quite there to kind of open the field up and give him a half-field read, curl flat, however you want to look at it. A design and run in that situation when you're in the plus territory, I didn't like that play.
You know, and I think you're right. I think the level of comfort, I think you hit it on the head right there.
Yeah.
You know, this is one thing to look at right here. Of course, you know, where were they? Down around the 40? Going in. So what did they gain on this by the guy kicking it into the end zone? 20 yards.
Yeah. Net punt, 20 yards.
So guess what? Win Clemson.
Yep.
Yeah,
right there.
absolutely. Special teams a huge factor in the game last year.
That's the 2nd time they've now kind of gotten that edge into the boundary with
Right.
that speed sweep and quarterback read off of it.
It's a pretty good play by Evans, but a better play by Wayne Gallman.
What's going on the Alabama defensive side of the ball right now?
They really only missed one play, Paul. It was a screen play. So I expect if you're Clemson, you know, come back to it at some point. I would. Mike Williams' first impact play.
Great protection.
Yeah.
Well,
Credit the front for that throw and catch right there.
And look, little man-to-man.
Oh, and he slipped. You know what, guys? That's the 3rd time I've seen somebody slip. I'll say it again. This field was replaced last Sunday night, okay, a week ago. So this is 8 days ago. That's a brand new field. Before the game, I was out there. You can see seams, Paul. It's ryegrass. It's a little slippery. I see guys slipping a lot out there on the field. Don't be surprised if we see a double move at some point by either side.
Yeah. I think that's a good call. I would definitely try to get to it, knowing that Alabama's lost their footing a couple times. Double move, slant and go, pitch and go, anything to try to get those defenders to settle their feet.
So, Bug, when they came and tore up that sod, Did you try to get some home for your own yard? Is that what the deal was?
Well,
A lot of pressure
someone,
on there.
There we go. Look at that.
There we go.
That was last Sunday night.
Why do they do this all the time?
Well, because they want a brand new field. They want to, make it look great.
Kind of a big game.
Coach Mack, I don't know about you. I come from the country. Anytime I plant grass, it takes longer than a week to grow. I'm just honest with you. It takes longer than a week for my grass to grow.
It's called science.
Yeah, the science thing's amazing.
That's right.
Bama's bringing pressure. Should be a man-to-man situation somewhere down the field.
I'll tell you, did they do a great job of not giving up pass rush lanes?
Yeah.
Take a look at the discipline.
They were waiting.
I mean, that is huge right there.
And they really, you can't get overly aggressive when you're rushing against Deshaun Watson. Look at the defenders here. Now, they have 5 in the rush, but Rashaan Evans, 32, is really in a spy type of situation. But look at Reuben Foster.
Yeah. But notice how he's rushing, though. Guys, look at that. That was almost like a mush rush. He's got 7 tackles tonight. He's clearly all over the field. But he didn't just fly in there. All he did from a mush rush standpoint, engage his guys, settle, and just mirror the quarterback.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to penetrate.
That's right.
He was just trying to sit there and kind of mirror. It's like a mush rush where we just try to mush everybody towards, and we don't want to penetrate. He did a great job of that.
Really good.
Against McElroy, we wouldn't mush rush, Coach. We just go get him.
Yeah, just come out.
Yeah, I mean, we just come after him with the kitchen sink because there was no fear he was ever going to outrun anyone.
No, absolutely not.
You know, interesting. They've gone with that rugby punt.
Yeah.
You know, and it's something they do. And you know what you find out? I think Alabama's doing a great job of handling that back there.
That's hard, huh?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the way it bounces and you know, give them credit because you can give a bunch of yards up by letting that thing keep rolling.
Right.
And it's something obviously they've done.
Let's talk about what the defense did there, brother, on that last series.
Well, it was a great job of just attacking. When they want to slow you down, they attack. Look at that. I mean, they're just coming after him right now. And here comes Scarborough again.
And that was similar to the play that they ran early in the game.
Scored a touchdown.
Also scored a touchdown.
Yes, you saw that, huh?
A little bit of a counter move, reversing Jalen out and trying to get Scarborough between the guard and the left tackle.
You know, getting a win on first down is so important with the young quarterback.
Yeah,
it really is, because now you're in second and long.
Scarborough again into the boundary.
And maybe I'm crazy here, and I haven't been charting it, but it feels like almost every one of Scarborough's attempts has been to the left side of the field. Behind Cam Robinson, behind Pierce Baker, behind Bozeman, to the left side more so than they are to the right. They're not trusting Jonah Williams and Corin Curvin at all.
Well, it's not even Jonah Williams, it's Curvin. Curvin's terrible, I'll be honest with you. He's not a good right guard. And if you want to attack somewhere, that's where you attack. Also, Coach, how much do you run plays to your sideline just from a comfort standpoint? It seems to me they're running a lot in their second quarter to their sideline, to the boundary, maybe where the communication is better, maybe where they can talk, change plays, whatever.
You know what? There might be some to that. I think they're, and this is the first time now they went big field with it.
Yeah.
You know, I think that there might have been a tendency for maybe some of the pressures to be field pressures.
Yeah. That
maybe allows you maybe to wrap some guys up and go ahead and increase them into the boundary. Obviously, a really good job here by Coach Venables as far as making some adjustments to stop and
look at 78.
Yeah, there you go, right there.
We just talked literally 2 seconds ago about Corin Curvin. He's number 78. Look at the right guard. He's on the ground, and the guy he's trying to block is in the backfield tackling the running back. I mean, he just completely whiffed, overreached. Watkins ran right around him and made the tackle for loss on third down. He is a problem, and they have kind of had a rotating it's been by committee, essentially, at the right guard spot all year.
Well, no doubt. Alphonse Taylor, Curvin, I mean, they've tried a litany of guys over there. It's been an issue. Right now, we've settled into this game right now. Minute 12 left. All right, Bama's known for defensive touchdowns. Clemson gets the ball to start the second half, Coach. You're the coach in this game down 14-7. Are you going no huddle, trying to score, or do you say, you know what, let's get to the second half?
Yeah. How about trying to come after this field or this punt? I'm trying to block it.
Well, that could be first and foremost what they're going to do because they had success. You know, obviously they're going to go ahead and try to do something. You noticed before where they were releasing the PP wide into coverage. The last 2 times he's stayed in and actually protected.
Right.
Okay, so, you know, Clemson did a great job of seeing something that they liked. And here we go.
Here they come.
You got it. There it was. Got it off. Great protection. They kept the PP in. And, boy, let's talk about changing field positions.
Wow.
Now, Boog, to answer your question, this is you're in what's called a Mayday alert situation.
Right.
Okay? You want to go ahead. You're right. I get the ball back here right after half.
Yeah.
But what you want to try to do is steal points before half.
Right.
Okay.
Every team has, excuse me, kind of a line of demarcation, might be the 25, the 30, the 35, that says we're going to run our offense up to that point, and once we get into that point, now we go try to steal points and go into 2 minute before the half. A situation that we all practice. We work 2 minute end of game, we work 2 minute before the half, and really the key here, let's steal some points.
Yeah, I think with no timeouts, though, they're going to come out very conservatively, backed up, 3-yard line. Yes, I'm with you 100%, Coach. I came after that punt, didn't get their great protection from Alabama, but I'm surprised they're trying to throw it because you could give Alabama the ball back quickly now. Now Alabama might save a timeout. They might burn the next 2. They have 1 timeout remaining in a short field because Clemson's backed up.
That's right. I mean, you're rolling the bones a little bit.
Yeah.
And let's remember how we got here. Not really sure why Scott caught the punt. I mean, that's a situation when you put your feet on the 10-yard line, the ball goes over your head, and they make a spectacular play, so be it. But I don't feel like catching the punt.
A punt block is called, though, so they called the fair catch automatically. I just don't think you know where he was in the field.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's his fault.
Can't happen.
There's the draw. Now do you use
Bama
a timeout?
There
you go.
Absolutely, 100%. Burn a timeout. Now you think 3rd down, Clemson's likely probably going to run it to force Alabama to burn another timeout.
Right.
Then they're punting. 50 seconds, 49 seconds left. Alabama's still got one. You mentioned the fact that Griffith is the kicker for Alabama. Certainly not the most consistent, but has a big leg. You can steal some points at the end of half, much like they did against LSU in 2015, where it gave them a nice lead and gave them some momentum to feel good about going into halftime.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why I remember back that far.
No.
You know me too well.
No, I do. Yes, I do.
I'm nuts.
But here,
I'd agree with that last statement. It's only that last one.
Paul, what do you think? What do you think, Paul?
I'm wondering really why Dabo
opted to throw on that first down play.
Yeah, because this has been it hasn't been a disaster series yet, but it's getting close.
Well, but you want to be aggressive, like Coach Mack talked. I mean, the line of
You're
demarcation.
getting the ball back.
Okay, but you don't want to waste a minute 15, though, Paul, right?
but what did they do?
from that
They
end
went
of the
to
field.
something that I think he was about 4 or 5 on. Is that little inside
Slant.
Yeah.
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And he threw it high.
High.
This is
Which he
exactly
missed on
what you
earlier.
said.
Yeah, that's number 5 high, by the way.
Here's an empty set. I'm thinking quarterback draw
Well, I'm thinking Alabama blitz. Here they come.
or a quick throw because of how heavy.
What about the
box
screen
is.
right here? If you're Clemson, you had success on the screen earlier. What about coming back to the screen? It's safe. You don't have to block them. That may be an option right here.
Yeah, I think that's probably a safe decision there. Great throw.
Oh, what a throw!
Great throw.
That's the throw that has the 49ers and the Browns salivating right
No,
now.
I'm with you.
You know, a throw like that.
And look, he checked to that. They ran a smash to the 3 receiver side
Yeah.
right
To
there.
the
It was
field,
just
too.
a high-low.
Yeah.
And he's reading low to high to low. And look, if it would have been middle open, he had a chance for hey diddle
Down
diddle
the middle.
dude down the middle
Yeah.
right there.
And that's a big league throw.
Hey,
to the
diddle,
wide
diddle.
side. Dude down the middle.
Wow. Was that the play call to McElroy?
No.
Hey, diddle, diddle, dude down the middle. On
No, that's the adjustment. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Where's the kick line? Where do we need to get to?
Hugel is very inconsistent. He's their kicker, and
Yeah.
I don't know what his season long is, but I can promise you it's not, I think, probably outside the 45, 46 range. I would imagine it's tighter than that.
So this is one of the things you talk about at pregame. You know, you come off the field, you watch their guy kick.
Right.
You get a kick line for yourself and a kick line for them going
Right.
into both end zones. So I know Jeremy,
False start,
he
right
got
tackle.
off early there, but yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Jeremy knows, look, there's the line that we have to protect to save points.
Right.
And it's something that, you know, you're carrying on your card. You have it exactly for, you know, win conditions.
His longest was 47.
You know,
47. So 46, 47. Yeah, that's. And his percentage is not extremely high. So obviously adrenaline end of the half situation.
Yeah.
could feel a little bit better, probably go for 50, but still, that's still pushing it awfully close.
I'll tell you what you're seeing, though, as we look at the statistics. Clemson's offense is 150 pass yards, kind of creeping up there. The offense is starting to open up a little bit.
Couple big plays.
Yeah, a couple big plays.
Deshaun Watson's made 2 exceptional throws, one to Leggett, one to Renfro, and then had the screen. And really, other than that, Alabama's played pretty well. They bottled things up, but can't allow the big plays.
Great pocket presence right there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Coach.
Now, here's where you go. Now, you've got a timeout in your pocket.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here, you know, where maybe now you get an opportunity to go after them. It's tough to get after that rugby punt.
Sure.
But at the same time, you know, maybe you get an early kick and get an opportunity to let a guy run.
And obviously Eddie Jackson, the normal punt returner, he's out with a broken leg. So Trevon Diggs and Garrick Dieter have split that.
There it is. I knew they were coming back to their screen. I mean, it just makes sense to come back to that play at some point.
And there's your timeout.
Yeah, make them burn a timeout, kick it. Let's go through all the formalities here.
Come after it. If I'm
exactly.
Alabama, I know that the likelihood of me going the distance is extremely low with one timeout.
Right.
30 seconds left.
Right.
I'm coming after this thing guns a-blazing.
Yeah.
And I know it's a right-footed kicker, rolling to the right. Clemson has been known to call a fake. I don't think that's happening in this particular moment. They, of course, called one last year against Oklahoma in the semifinal game that was huge on the throw to Christian Wilkins, but that ain't happening, not with 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
So I think you can be aggressive in this punt block and try to make a play on it.
By the way, at halftime, we will take phone calls at 855-242-7285, so start thinking about your questions for the guys here.
What are some of the names that you have for your punt calls, Coach? You don't need to say, are they in a family?
Yeah, they are.
Are they?
And you know, in this case, you know, when you're talking about the rugby, you can see the formation. You know, right now, basically, if you look at this, what you're seeing is a team that kicked it opposite.
That's what Washington
by design
did, actually.
That's
Washington
exactly
did the
right.
exact same thing. Rugby to the right
and
kicked it back to the
opposite.
left.
Yeah, that was a good job. And you know, you can see what they try to do is they actually end up running what in essence is outside zone lead.
Yeah.
That's
with
the
the punter?
protection, and the punter is the ball carrier,
Yeah.
and that's how you count it as you go.
Right.
In this case, they kept one person backside because that's where you knew that they were going to kick it, and he became the cover guy back there.
Sure.
Coach, I suspect with 19 seconds left, you're not doing much here, are you?
No, not at this point. You know what they may try to do is they may try to run a quick screen off of some kind of little play action to maybe see if you can get a guy in space.
Right.
See if you can pop one.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, guy, is only 6 of 15. Passing. So not very accurate.
Did you expect more than that?
In the early going? And no, I mean,
exactly.
I think he's struggled throwing it so far. And so maybe they get him a couple completions just to get him feeling good going into the half.
There's the middle
There's
screen right there. Go ahead and get out, and that'll be it, and we'll take her into half.
Yeah.
Overall, Coach, how we feel right now? First half, both sides. If you're Dabo Swinney, how you feel right now?
You know what? If you're Dabo right now, you're actually feeling pretty good because this thing was on the verge of getting ugly.
Very close.
And, you know, that one possession, I think, changed it all.
Yeah.
Then the explosive play. And you're going to go in and look at the halftime statistics and say, look, I think we've outgained these guys.
They have.
Yeah.
You know? And all we need to do is hang in there and keep playing. And that's the one thing their defense is doing. They're giving them an opportunity.
Do you look at the stat sheet as a coach? You're looking at the stat sheet, where you're hitting things. Obviously, you keep a fresh memory bank on all the things that happened in the first half. But you're looking at the stats, actually, when they hand it to you at halftime.
You know, and this is that opportunity. Anytime information is power.
Right.
Now, how you use the information, that's the key. And in this case, he's going to tell them, look, guys, we're in this thing. And you know what? We got the ball right before coming out of half. Let's go make sure that our opening drive is meaningful.
And if you're saving right now, how you feel?
You know what? You got to lead. You're playing really good defense. You're saying, hey, look, guys, we gave up a middle screen. That's the only explosive play they've had. And we've just got to keep doing what we do.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the message.
Yeah.
Do what we do, and let's not do anything else.
Yeah.
And there's really there were two other really decent completions for Clemson in the first half. Both were on 3rd and long.
That's right.
One to Hunter Renfrow there at the very end on the corner route.
Yep.
The other in the red zone right after that screen that you alluded to a second ago on the little hey diddle that dude down the middle over Reuben Foster to Jordan Leggett. So both have been on 3rd down. So they're playing well on 1st down. They've been getting off the field for the most part. But the explosive plays, I think, are the big difference. And that was the difference last year.
We're going to bring some callers in here and see what some of the reaction is around the country. Let's go to Alex in Orlando. You're up next. Alex, go right ahead.
Well, this is what I think what's going on. And this is what's going to be a key factor to this game. Alabama's defensive line, it is not Jonathan Allen necessarily. It's number 54 in the middle, the big boy, I believe is
Tomlinson.
His name is. He is causing all kind of matchup problems. If they can't run straight ahead at that line and keep going outside, Mateo Williams, those guys, they're going to hold him down. I don't think Deshaun Watson has a chance. He's going to get a little groove going.
Okay, we're going to move on here. Any reaction? Do you agree?
I think that Alabama so far, especially in the first 22 minutes of the game, defensively was dominating the line of scrimmage. It wasn't that way, especially in the pass game. They protected pretty well, I think, the last few minutes of the first half. Clemson did.
I think, you look at it, the explosive play, let's talk about it. That's the one thing that changes the game is that explosive play.
Let's get the reaction of Nick Saban at halftime with Tom Rinaldi.
7 points on defense. How would you assess what you've seen offensively, Nick?
Well, a little inconsistent. He broke a couple runs, but, he had a couple drops, had a couple batted balls. We just got to be more consistent in what we're doing. We stopped ourselves with penalties a couple times, and, these guys are pretty good, so we got to do a better job executing.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Appreciate it. Sam?
Well, Coach, your defense had some big stops late in the first half, but in your mind, what's the biggest challenge they're presenting your offense with here?
Well, we're getting our butts kicked in field position right now. We've had some really difficult field position. You got to go 99 yards against them. That's some tough sledding. So field position, first of all, we had a turnover, drop snaps. So we just got to clean it up, and then we can't let them get comfortable running the ball. Their 2 big plays came off running downs. We got to make this quarterback throw the football. And that's the biggest disappointment. The first one, we didn't get outside and contain it. Second one, they did a nice job on the stretch play. But, hey, it's 14-7. We put together a nice drive. We're going to get the ball to start the 3rd quarter. It's the ball game.
Still smiling. All right. Thanks, Coach.
Let's grab a call or two here. Legend starts us off. Legend, by now I'm sure you were about to predict another national championship. How do you feel?
I already got the ring picked out, Paul, the number 17 ring. I just picked it up so Clemson could get ready to pucker up.
Legend, what's up, baby? How you doing, man?
I love Legend.
What's up, brother? What's up? What's up, Coach Mack?
Hey, good to hear you, Legend.
Good to be talking to the Legend.
Good to be hanging with you, Legend. You're the original Legend on the Finebaum Film Room show. You know that.
Yeah, you know that, brother. You know that. Hey, Alabama's the big bad wolf. And Clemson is Little Red Riding Hood. And Little Red Riding Hood is not going to make it to Grandmama's house tonight. I can promise you.
Check back with...
there's going to be some assault charges.
Well, wait till the end of the game before you celebrate too much, Legend. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go to Jonathan, Memphis. You're up next.
Hey, guys. This is an Auburn fan, an objective one at that. Unlike most Alabama fans, I actually graduated from the school that I went to. But my question is,
by the way, it's hard to graduate from a school you didn't go to.
Yeah, I think that was a joke he was trying to insinuate. That didn't come across.
What's the question, Jonathan?
If they make Jalen a thrower, is he going to be able to beat Clemson? Also, does Alabama need a defensive touchdown? Because I think they've had one almost every game.
Well, they've had a lot.
Also,
Coach, what about Jalen? What have you seen from him in terms of if Alabama were to get behind?
Well, I think it changes the mindset a little bit. And yet, you know what? This guy has proven, I don't know how many wins the guy's had, but he's had a bunch.
Yeah.
He knows how to win, and he is a cool and calm customer. And yet, we've got a great second half. It should be a lot of fun.
Josh, what's going on? You're next up.
I don't understand Dabo's game plan. I thought on defense they would load the box and stop the run and make Hurts beat them throwing the ball. And,
okay, well, let me get Josh. Hold on, so let me get Booger to respond to that. Thanks for the call.
Well, it's one thing to load the box. It's another thing to play leverage. You talk about getting outside. They lost leverage on the Scarborough touchdown run. That has nothing to do with loading the box. That's just a guy losing his outside arm. He's got to get upfield, turn it back to the guys that are loading the box. So that's just more of a technique thing than a box or numbers count.
There's only so many guys you can put in the box. At some point, you have to be sound. And when you have a running quarterback, it's almost impossible to gain an advantage when it comes to numbers. So you have to have man for man on the outside. You have to. You can't leave guys uncovered.
The one thing you do, no matter what, it doesn't matter what the defense is called, are we gap sound?
Yeah.
And in those particular cases, you hit it on the head, they lost leverage on the edge.
Yeah, but what is he wearing here? What is that?
It's like a Bama.
Is that Mike Golick?
I'm just looking at that hat. Like, this is...
Only Mike Golick can play the flute.
Play the clarinet? That is a...
Is that a clarinet?
That's a Saban practice hat.
They sell those?
He rocks those on the practice field.
Do they sell those in Tuscaloosa?
Oh, yeah.
At the local Walmart?
Dylan is up next in New Orleans. Dylan, go right ahead. Thanks for the call.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for taking my call. With as dominant as Bama's defensive line was in the first half and going man up in the secondary, I was just wondering why you think Deshaun has to run more slant routes with the pick guy in the slot. I'll hang up. Listen to your answer. Thank
what about
you.
guys?
They're trying to run some slant routes. Mike Williams ran a couple. Kane ran a couple. It's just tough going. We saw Clemson have their best offensive performance on the screen, got the offense open. I thought the best throw of the game he made, Coach, was when he slid a little bit to the left in the pocket and he ripped that one and legged down the seam.
Yeah.
That's the best throw he's made all night. I mean, that was confident. That was an NFL-type throw.
You know, when you take a look at it, the one thing that when you watch Alabama on defense, the one thing that you do is you say, look, we got to be on time, we got to be on rhythm. We cannot hold it or double clutch.
Yeah, right.
And when you think about when he's just stepped and ripped it, you're absolutely right. Now, the one thing they did do is keep an extra guy in the box to be able to give him that opportunity to get the ball off.
And feel comfortable.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure as a quarterback, G-Mac, when you know that you're protected.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit more comfy back there in the pocket, huh?
It doesn't feel bad.
Let's get to David out in Little Rock. David, thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening. Excuse me. What's up,
Great
David?
show, guys. Thanks. Great show, guys. I was going to ask, somewhere in the second half, a coach starts shifting his gears. They've seen the playbook. They're trying to figure out what I want to see at halftime. How does that work? And do you have a second chance of that in the second half?
Coach, what do you do when you actually adjust?
You know, here's the interesting thing is you actually have put together a second half plan that they have not seen. Whether it be some of the things off of the stuff that you gave them in the first half, you're going to hold it and actually use that in the second half. So it'll be interesting to see if there isn't something off the plays into the boundary, the play action that Alabama can maybe come back with, that now you've got big field with you know, some kind of scissors concept, some kind of spear concept. You know, it'll be interesting to see.
And what Coach is referring to, you can think on multiple different occasions where it was Calvin Ridley or Ardarius Stewart. I believe it was Calvin Ridley 3 different times, where Jalen faked a run play in the middle and threw a quick little hitch behind the line of scrimmage to a bunch formation into the boundary. Probably 3 different times. I know that Calvin Ridley dropped one of them. Expect maybe fake that, and then all of a sudden, there goes Garrick Dieter down the sideline. There goes O.J. Howard down the sideline. So maybe a quick fake right there, down the sideline. I think that's probably maybe run it one more time and then get to it, I think, in the second half.
Let's get to Justin in Florida. Justin, go right ahead. You're next up on the film room.
How you doing, Mr. Finebaum?
We're doing great. Thank you very much.
Hey, so Alabama normally starts out pretty slow. We're going to walk away with this in third, fourth quarter. The fact that we've been containing Deshaun Watson is a precursor to what's going to happen. That 7 points is going to be the only 7 they get the rest of the game. Roll Tide.
Alabama fans are never light on confidence, are they, Greg?
No.
Boog's getting some food.
Yeah, I don't know about y'all. At halftime, most of America is something.
You're eating oranges.
What are you?
Yeah, there's nothing in here. Is there any more?
Can we get Booger something to eat here?
Yeah, like nobody, like most of the people at home
he's starting to growl.
Well, I'm just saying.
We have plenty of food.
Yeah,
whatever you need, my friend.
Yeah. Coach, I don't know what y'all did at halftime. I eat
orange slices.
Well, go ahead, Booger. Do not let this get in the way.
Don't forget
we said we would check back with Phyllis. Phyllis, you nervous right now?
No, not really, Paul.
I mean, Alabama could have put this game away. Alabama could have put the game away, but right now they're ahead by 7.
Them as hard as they are, Clemson is being tough as nails, which I figured they would be. But I'm going to tell you something, Paul. I can tell you right now, this game is ours.
Hey, Phyllis, Phyllis, we got plenty. Phyllis, we got plenty of commentators. Phyllis, slow down. We got plenty of commentators. We don't need you to analyze the game. I do want to ask you this: Booger is eating right now. Yeah. Without bread. How are you spending the evening? Or do you have food and drinks, or what are you doing?
No.
Yes, we ate supper. We're sitting here with snacks and stuff like that, and just enjoying the ball game. I got my pom-poms out and everything else. And I tell you something, Paul, Bama's not going to let this game get away with them. They're going to walk away national championships tonight, just like they came in there.
Thank you, Phyllis. Okay, Phyllis, we'll come back after the game.
By the way,
Phyllis, thank you.
They are doing it.
We'll come back.
We will not going to walk away after 14 wins this year.
Okay.
They are not going to walk away
Phyllis,
without that national
let's save and do the halftime talk, okay? By the way, Coach, have you ever seen anybody eat a sandwich without bread? Like just eating the middle of it?
I can't say.
First of all, y'all not going to make me feel bad about my sandwich. Number one, this is not a sandwich. This is just meat and cheese.
Yeah, I got you. That's a meat and cheese.
Right. G-Mac just went on like a 5-minute dissertation about something, bubble, slop, whatever y'all were talking about. Nobody in America's watching right now. Everybody's gotten up. They're going to the bathroom.
All watching.
Right.
That is true.
They're getting some wings.
And you know what?
It's like, let me get me something.
Wings.
Yeah. Oh, I'm good with all that.
Can we do a close-up of Booger's sandwich here?
I got to be honest. Yeah, it's not the best-looking sandwich, I'll be honest with you. I am a little bit. It is protein. You also have some dairy in there.
It's okay.
Yeah, healthy fat. Are you paleo now? Are you going paleo?
What is that?
Okay, let's grab Fred in Texas while everybody eats here.
No.
Go ahead, Fred.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Coach McElwain, congratulations on the 5 season through a lot of tumult. You did an excellent job with the program this year.
Thank you so much.
Coach, I want to start with you, and I have a quick. Absolutely. Coach, a question for you. What is it that you believe is the reason that Deshaun has not been able to take some of the shots downfield we've seen him take so far? Booger, for you, why is it that it seemed as if, although the video has been available since November 5th, that Clemson waited until the second quarter to employ the LSU defense to slow down Jalen? And then finally, from a man, G, what is it that you thought Jalen would do better the first half that he has to do better
with Coach
the second
because we don't have a lot of time.
half? Great show.
Okay, thanks, Fred.
So I think first and foremost, it's that front that Alabama's rushing with, and I think that is the thing that probably has limited them a little bit as to what they can do throwing it.
Talking about Jalen a little bit, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities to be successful throwing it. I know they've attempted 16 passes, but Jalen really hasn't been on the mark throwing it yet. I mean, has he completed more than 2 that were downfield across the line of scrimmage on Clemson's side of the line of scrimmage? I think he's only had 2 completions. One was to Calvin Ridley to the left-hand side, and I believe they hit another slant to Calvin Ridley to the left-hand side. Everything else, it feels like, has been behind the line of scrimmage. So at some point, they got to take a chance downfield because it's going to be, I think, a little bit difficult to nickel and dime this Clemson defense all night long because they seem to be getting better as the game goes on with their sideline to sideline play.
Are we seeing much difference from a week ago with Lane Kiffin versus Steve Sarkisian?
Here's what I'll say you're seeing from Sark right now. Coach talked about it earlier, and Greg mentioned it. A family of plays, sister plays. You run one play to set up the next play. Sometimes Lane Kiffin didn't do that. He would be searching. And the one thing we haven't seen, Coach, that Lane was famous for, the shot down the field or several shots down the field. To me, Lane would have taken a couple of shots by now. He gets a little antsy, but you can clearly see Coach Saban is saying, listen, that defense is pretty good. Run the football, safe throws, zone reads. This is the way Nick Saban wants to play. This is almost the way Alabama played before Kiffin got there.
You know, I think so. And
he remembers that, I bet.
And I do see this.
Wow, you keep taking. He's a guest, Paul.
I guess. You know,
we're going to take a short break, and then we'll give you a chance. Yeah. You're watching the film room. Everybody's eating, talking, and Bama leads 14-7.
Welcome back to Finebaum Film Room, presented by Holiday Inn Express.
We welcome you back. We're live in the film room, looking at the band marching off the field or whatever we're seeing there. Maybe it's yeah. And let's talk about Lane Kiffin sitting at home, we presume, in Boca. He has tweeted. He has basically said, "RTR, Bo knows." That's Lane Kiffin chiming in, presumably from Boca. Coach, do you tweet at halftime?
No.
What is that, Greg?
But he's enjoying it right now.
Well, you're a fan of the finer things, Paul.
Here's the one thing. Lane has got a lot invested in this.
Yeah.
You know, he's got a bunch of guys at the...
See, I thought Lane was here.
There is Lane right here.
Listen.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw. Oh no.
Yeah, no,
15-0, that's when you lost me.
This guy is close to Lane, missing one or two things.
By the way, there was a Kiffin sighting in Tampa early in the week. By the way.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, there was a Kiffin sighting. Thought maybe we may see that at Raymond James, but
so far not.
I'm assuming that plan was thwarted.
But you were going through similar situations, but you seemed to handle it pretty well.
Well, I don't know whether it did or not, but
well, you won a championship.
Yeah, we did.
How hard was it, really? I mean, truly trying to do two jobs at once. How difficult is it, honestly?
I think the one thing is I had great help.
Yeah.
Coach allowed me to have somebody there on staff that actually, you know, I'd meet with in the morning, meet with in the afternoon, and then after midnight. And so I worked on Colorado State stuff then, and you know what? It worked out well. He was really good about it, and it was actually something he did when he came from Cleveland back to college football. So it worked out well, and yet if you remember this, we didn't have the two games.
Right, it was just one game.
We had a big stretch there between the SEC championship game and then.
A little different.
Was that the LSU game?
Yeah.
Yes. Look, obviously you had them pretty well scouted.
Yeah.
How surprised were you that this situation with Lane ended the way it did?
You know, I don't know. Without being there, you hate to throw anything in it. And yet, you know, I do know this. You know, both guys have done a heck of a job. Yeah. And you know, it's one of those things where obviously, you know, Coach felt it was time to make a move.
We'll take a short break. Alabama leads 14-7. Players are moving back to the field, and Clemson will receive the second half kickoff when we come back.
This is the film room.
We're back on the film room. Alabama team running back on the field. Clemson will get the kick, and everyone agreed Clemson's fortunate to be in this position.
Yeah. They're very fortunate, Paul. I mean, they know that. We know that. Coach, watch this. I'm going to give you a cliche, Coach. You ready?
I'm listening.
Most important 5 minutes of the game, the first 5 minutes of the second half.
Yeah. And yet,
ever heard that before, Coach?
And yet, you know how true it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really is.
It's amazing the amount of the way that you really wipe the slate clean at halftime. I know that it seems to a certain extent like, oh, well, it was all Alabama in the first quarter, and Clemson really played much better in the second quarter, got a little momentum in life. It is completely wiped clean at this point in the game, and the team that plays best in the next 30 minutes is going to be the one that's victorious at the very end. I mean, nothing that really happened in the first half, you never forget it, but it really doesn't make much of a difference moving forward. You have to focus solely on the task at hand, what's right in front of you.
Now that I've eaten it, and I'm back in the game mode.
Yeah, well, you really ate. You took down 13 calories.
Yes. A couple things that jumped out. Number one, Jonathan Allen's, his impact on the game hasn't been what I thought it would be. I honestly thought that Jonathan Allen's impact would be a little bit more. Haven't seen much of him. Coach, I thought he was not only the best defensive player in our conference, I thought he was the best defensive player in the country, and while Jabril Peppers went to New York, I thought Allen should have been there. That's number one. And from the Clemson side, the Clemson defensive front really dominated Ohio State. Haven't seen them really get after Alabama yet. If Clemson's defense is going to be successful, the best part of their defense is their front.
Yeah.
So their front is going to have to do some damage. No Allen for Alabama and no Clemson front. Those are kind of the two things that jumped out to me that we were missing in the first half.
You know, I think it was interesting what you talked about, the rush technique that was used there to make sure that they contained Deshaun in the pocket. So now all of a sudden, instead of 4 to 5 guys truly coming, you now got some double teams in there, and I think that might be something that has at least neutralized Allen in the game. But and give Deshaun credit for getting the ball out of his hand. You know, how long has he been back there milking it? Not very long now.
There's two things, and I know, Bug, you're going to roll your eyes at this, but I think it's actually quite fascinating. There's two things that quarterbacks and pass rushers have in common. We both like space and rhythm. All right? If I'm a quarterback and that pocket is collapsing and I'm feeling like I'm not on time, that bothers every single quarterback in the world. If you're a defensive lineman and you're trying to anticipate the snap and the quarterback's going on the same snap count every single time, and I don't have a tight end or a running back that's hitting me as I'm trying to get after the quarterback, and I have space and time and I can anticipate, I'm feeling good. So there's actually a lot more in common between quarterbacks and defensive linemen. Jonathan Allen hasn't had much space, not much rhythm tonight, and hasn't played a huge factor other than forcing the bad snap by Jay Guillermo that resulted in the turnover for Alabama.
Coach, what are you looking for in this first possession by Clemson?
You know, I think the big thing right here is they've got to get back, and I think what we're going to look for is actually a play-action shot to truly change field position. I'm feeling it right here.
First play.
Yeah, right.
I like it. I like it. Watson has taken his fair share of hits, and he's hung in there.
Boy, he started slow. To your point.
Yeah.
He started really slow.
Need another sandwich, Booger?
No.
Okay.
I'm good on the sandwich. But you know what he got going? When he goes, this entire team gets lifted up. You talk about from a confidence standpoint. So interesting to see the halftime adjustments. Let's see what they did.
You know, so much for the shot, Greg.
I like it, though, Coach. I think maybe if a little bit better field position, they're on the 27-yard line. I might have taken a shot if they would have gotten it up to the 35, maybe in the 40.
One thing is, even with that return, they have their full playbook.
Right
here.
Yeah, they're not backed up.
They're carrying it.
Yeah. I think running the football is something that you have to do against Alabama, but you can't rely on it. You have to do it, but don't expect it to win you the game.
Oh, what a catch, though.
Great catch from him.
Another inside slant. You know, that's the one thing that you see consistently that they've been able to do. They jump the back and look at him in protection. You know how you normally chip the guys on the outside?
Right.
You're seeing the backs chipping the guys on the inside.
Yeah. Here's your play action.
Inside slant again.
Inside slant. And that route a second ago, it looked a little bit like an inside slant. It worked like an inside slant. It was a little whirly bird by Renfro. That's kind of interesting on the play before last. But I think mixing run pass and getting a free rusher there, a good job actually by Gallman coming back and saving a life.
You call that a good job? He got ran over.
Yeah, but he didn't get his quarterback run over. I don't care what happens to him. I care what happens to number 4. That's what matters to me.
Yeah.
Did the rusher get there? Job well done.
Okay.
Oh, a huge strip.
Well, guys, has there been, you know, kind of a trademark to this defense?
Yeah.
And how many scores?
Yeah. It's amazing.
And there again, look what they've given them field position-wise. Here it is.
They didn't take advantage, Coach, of a couple opportunities in the second quarter.
Ryan Anderson.
And, man, he was mad.
He said, I've been disrespected. They disrespected.
He will not be disrespected after this game.
Guess what? I finally asked him at media days, what did he mean? You know what he said, Coach? I should have been All-American. I should have been All-Conference, and I wasn't. That's how he felt he was disrespected. And there he is.
He's got
the ball-out belt.
The ball-out belt right now.
Score. Almost.
Probably a little disappointed he didn't score there.
Almost. Yeah. Big guy touchdown. You wanted it.
What are we seeing here from Sark, Coach?
Run the football to the left of both
Give it 9. Give it to number 9.
That's the 3rd pre-snap penalty. 2 on Cam Robinson. Just can't
last turnover
have
they
that
did not score.
Oh boy!
Absolutely can't have that sudden change.
Nick talked about that at halftime. What's the explanation?
You know, I think right now there's one of those deals where for some reason there's a rhythm issue between the quarterback on the silent snap count and maybe the head bob by the center. I'm not quite sure exactly what that is, and yet to come out after this and now be 1st and 15, that's got to drive Coach nuts.
We've seen it a lot from Cam Robinson this year.
Cam Robinson.
This is going to be play action, I think. Nope, they handed it. That was actually
straight power.
That was actually the exact same formation that they got to with the same exact motion with O.J. Howard, where he faked it really quickly and got across the field, got across the ball, and lined up in the fullback spot where they went play action earlier and actually got some leverage. I thought they might be going back to it. Instead, they changed it up. Maybe that's one of those second-half adjustments that you talked about, Coach.
Little tendency breaker there. Coach, tell me if you guys scouted this. They love to run Scarborough to the left. A lot of his success comes running left. Maybe that's because he sees the field better or because Cam Robinson and Pierce Bach are over there. Either way.
This was the exact shift that got him in trouble in the first half. There's your, you hit it on the head right there.
Double move with Ridley.
With the shift, what they tried to do was go ahead with that kind of shift in motion out of an unbalanced look. Looked like they came across. They ended up in a 2-by-2. They were off the ball so you can get the protection, and yet they were hoping to get one-on-one, which is what they got right there.
Yeah. Just a good coverage. He had to force it high. 3rd and 12. If I'm the quarterback, I'm thinking every drive ends in a kick.
That's right.
Well, don't try to do anything unnecessary. If nothing's there, take off and run. I'd be interested to see if Clemson brings a little heat right now.
Try to get him out of field goal.
Right, because you really know that 3's guaranteed. So I expect this to be a super conservative call, realizing that you can go up 2 scores.
A pretty good throw.
Yeah.
Low where only his guy can get it. Clemson opting to add on to the rush. There late. Boulware came after a half second of hesitation, and they brought one more linebacker. Good job of Jalen recognizing that disappearance and trying to find his big, reliable tight end in O.J. Howard to make this field goal just a little bit more manageable.
Yeah. You kick here, get a 2-score game, and now...
Apparently, Coach Saban was trying to call timeout.
That was before the last snap. But there was nothing that looked like it wasn't going to be an effective play based on the way they lined up, but clearly didn't like what he saw.
It was an important field goal.
Well, it's a 2-score game now. And if you're Clemson, all the momentum you have built up going into halftime, hey, let's go in. We're right where we want to be. Let's make some adjustments, come back out, maybe even score the first 5 minutes. Not only do you not score, you fumble, you give Bama an opportunity. And
you get the second-half kickoff, and the other guys get 3 points.
Yep. Well, but in saying that, let's go to Innisfree. But at the same time, at the same time, that's actually a win by Clemson's defense right there.
Sudden change, forcing a field goal.
Huge.
They still trail. And we're back on the film room as Alabama extends its lead.
Here's the
Ryan Anderson
strip. And it's amazing over the last 2 years the way Alabama has changed their whole approach defensively. It's become all about, and Nick Saban's talked about it, Coach McElwain, I know you've talked about it, everyone's made it a point of emphasis. The ball, the ball, the ball. You walk through Alabama's facilities. Paul, I'm not kidding. There are literally footballs attached to the wall by springs, and you walk by it if you're a defender, and you practice hitting that ball out and attacking and playing for the football because turnovers have been such a huge point of emphasis. And you look at what this team has done as a result. 11 non-offensive touchdowns by the defense alone, and 2 big turnovers tonight that led to points right there.
Well, they've gotten the ball twice in Clemson territory, only got 3 points to show for it.
Yeah.
That's something to pay attention to, number one. Also, we're going to give Ryan Anderson a shout-out for stripping that and scooping. How about Renfro throwing his body in there, making the tackle?
No.
That could be a game saver.
You hit it on the head, and you know what? That's a great point. I think those are those sometimes the plays that don't show up in the box score. That's one of those right there, a hustle play, a huge play. And you know what? You saved yourself 4 points.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, look at how
you did,
Alabama.
Coach, but now what does Clemson face here? They're down by 2 scores.
You know, it's a situation. Oh, there you go. Now, you know, back up.
Look like he
there
slipped
it is.
again.
Inside the 20.
Yeah, and that's another field issue. I don't know. You know, I understand we want to have the best field for the championship game.
I agree with you.
But, I mean, at some point...
This happens every year.
I'm not about functionality. I'm about how pretty it looks.
I remember a couple of years ago in Arizona, you couldn't even walk across the field without falling down.
And I get it. I'm pretty sure...
You could. But there was a strong wind that day, so that played part of the reason why you almost fell down.
I slipped twice.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure all the grass people, whatever you call it, what is it? What are they, horticulturists, agronomists?
Whatever.
Turf
whatever you call them. I'm pretty sure they're going crazy on social media right now. But I'm just not in favor.
They're not on social media.
Yeah. I am just not in favor of changing a field 7 to 8 days. As I said, grass don't grow that fast.
Well, good luck going to your golf course the next week, because you just made fun of every
Coach, you were here about a week ago. How was the turf?
Yeah, the turf was great.
Beautiful.
Stadium was in great shape.
You obviously liked it.
In fact, we played the day after Tampa Bay played. We played on a Monday. They played on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Turf was great.
Yeah. And now it's not.
Well, because they changed the field.
There's a back shoulder right there. That's the first one of those we've seen.
It is.
Throwing it on the boundary and trying to play, you know, hey, I'm going to play catch behind you as that guy tries to race you.
Yeah, and let's take a look at it, too, just to make sure he was in. Of course, makes the catch. That's
he looks
not the
good.
angle like you can see it, but I want to take a look at it. No one on Alabama's sideline protesting.
Bump, zone
Always
coverage.
take a cheat.
Screen again.
Screen back to the field.
Renfro. I was surprised how small Renfro is.
He's small.
He sat next to Dari Noka, and Dari looked like a giant next to Renfro. And Dari's, Coach Mack, seriously, Dari's 5'8".
Nobody looks like a giant next to
No, seriously, Coach Mack, Dari's 5'8", and he looked like a giant next to Renfro.
Renfro is one of the sneakiest players I think I've ever seen.
Is that the word you're going to use?
Yeah, because I look at him, and I look at him just decimate a defense that is outstanding last year, and is doing it and having a pretty decent night again tonight when off on the hoof, walking off the bus, he's probably not the most impressive guy on the roster.
That's what I've been waiting to see. When Bama does everything right, coverage downfield, rushes pretty decent, Ford makes a play.
Yeah.
He did off of, there you go. That was another one off of it, too, though. That was a play action that he was looking deep.
Yeah, he
One
was.
thing that he's doing, he's taking care of the football.
Yeah, he is.
I haven't seen, there's that pitch read right there. You know, I haven't seen him be loose with the ball yet.
Right. Yeah, he's been smart with it, and they've had 2 fumbles, obviously. One was on an errant snap by Guillermo. The other was on Gallman. By the way, new running back in the game, number 27, C.J. Fuller. Gallman getting a little bit of a spill. But Reuben Foster's been all over the field tonight. He is a heat-seeking missile at the middle linebacker spot for Bama.
Yeah, Mills, we have a number of tackles on Foster.
He was at 7 at halftime with a sack.
Yeah, Mills is our research guy over here. We can see if we can get some numbers from him. 8.
Hey, was that ball tipped?
If it wasn't, it was another high ball.
Yeah, that's what I kind of was wondering there. But there again now, they played on the one-on-one on the boundary.
Yep.
All right.
And a good tackle. Really, you got to give credit to Marlon Humphrey there, too. I mean, we're talking about a big body receiver in Mike Williams that is really strong.
Yeah.
This is a shot down right here, and I also think it's a possibility of 4-down territory, Coach. I know it's 42-yard line plus 42, 3rd and 1 if you don't get it here. I think you probably, if you're going to run it in the first quarter, you're probably going to run it in the 3rd quarter, too, don't you think?
Yeah, you know what?
And coverage here.
Yeah, they emptied out with him on the running back. There's a stick route inside, just a little you know, go and turn outside with the flat route to clear it. He's got a flat hook read right there, just inside spacing, and worked out pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good catch by Renfro.
And you know what? Look where the ball
Oh,
plays.
wow, that ball might have hit the ground, fellas.
You think?
Look at the peek at it. If you take a look at it here, they're going to take a look at this.
It did look like
and we need to take a look at this as well. As Renfro's catching the football, the ball's a little low and away, one of the toughest areas as a receiver to catch the football. Now, Renfro is trying to secure it on first contact, however, and that's not the angle that we're really going to get a great look. It's just too far out. But as he's going to the ground, it appears as though the ball does, in fact, hit the turf and bounce right up. And here's the angle. Look at the nose of the football. It's on the ground right there, and it's still moving as we speak. So
if it's overturned, it's 4th and 1.
Yeah, I think they're going to go.
I think this is. I think
double
this is
catch.
incomplete.
Yeah, that looks like a
look at the
drop.
ball's moving still there, and I know it has to be indisputable video evidence.
Yeah,
to
that's the
overturn.
only thing that they could say is that it's not indisputable. Although to us, it clearly looks like it's moving there.
Yeah, it does.
By the way, Foster 8 tackles and a sack. Evans is playing well. Foster's clearly. Some people think Foster's the best linebacker that Saban has ever coached, Coach Mack.
Here's another look at it right here. You can see, I mean, that right arm, that angle actually looks a little more convincing, but the ball is still moving.
Yeah.
But does it hit the ground? And frankly, based on the angles that we see, there's definitely reason to call into question. I don't know if there's indisputable video evidence to overturn and change the call on the field as stands.
You know, the statement you made, I mean, I think it's one of those deals where that's become a little bit of a legacy spot at the University of Alabama.
Linebacker, middle linebacker.
And I think when you look at it, you look at Rolando McClain when he was really the alpha dog that really got it started over there. And, you know, he taught a guy by the name of Dante Hightower, who was a pretty good darn player.
Turned into a decent player.
And a heck of a pass rusher. And then from there, it just kind of, CJ, you know, it just kind of kept rolling as it went through. And I think that's become a legacy position.
And if you think about the body types, too.
Yeah.
I think that's really what's fascinating. And it goes to show you the way college football has changed. Rolando McClain was 6'4", 260-plus pounds.
Yeah.
Dante Hightower, 6'3.5", maybe 250, 255. Ran a little better than Rolando, but maybe not as instinctive. Then you go to the next player. You have C.J. Mosley, who is about 238, 240, really runs well. Then you go to now Reuben Foster, who's 230 and can run sideline to sideline as fast as anybody in college football at the linebacker spot. With your friend Jared Davis can go with him too.
You know,
it's amazing the way the linebacker spots change.
How long are they going to take to look at this?
Man, I don't know. I'm not really sure what they're looking at right now.
And honestly, guys, the longer it takes usually, that means they're probably about to make a change. Because they're going to go back and look at what the clock's doing. They need to go back and look at where the spot was beforehand. So usually, the longer the officials look at it, the more likely it is they change it.
If you look at the official and he has the card out of his pocket, he's changing.
Yep, he's writing something down. And the guy on the right's writing.
Have you ever had a little bit of a conversation with an official after a change?
No, you know.
Always positive?
I'm always positive with those guys.
So now what do you do right now, Coach? Let's assume
we're going for it.
You going for it? Gotcha.
Okay. Alabama has not given up a double-digit lead since Ohio State.
Interesting. 21-7. Middle of the second quarter?
Remember it well.
We were here. You and I were watching that game together.
With our mouth open.
Ball in the field is incomplete.
It is incomplete.
Yeah. You know, those are those throws we always talk about. Just pin it on the guy's numbers.
Yeah. And you can see
Don't make it hard.
The ball was low and away. It hits the ground right there. Did he secure it? The officials determined that he did not. I think this was a good job. This is an important play, too, for the officials now to take a peek at it and to make sure they get it right. I think that's a good look at it right there. You can see the nose of the football clearly moves, and it'll bring up 4th and 1. I think a critical 4th and 1, and in critical 4th and down distances, Boog, I'm going Deshaun Watson right up the pipe. What do you think?
I'd give it to him, too. I'm not sure why they haven't done that. I'll tell you what, if they toss this ball anywhere, I may just get up and leave.
You're not going to go get another sandwich?
No.
Or, I guess, a pseudo sandwich, if you will?
Yeah, that'd be the inside of the sandwich.
Yeah.
Good thing it wasn't egg salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't have did that.
Oh, a little quick kick. Change field position.
Big time.
Now make Jalen Hurts go the length of the field.
Did you like it, Coach?
I did like it. I thought the element of surprise.
Yeah.
I do.
That's interesting. I actually looked at that.
No, and I'm talking about, here's what they're saying to themselves, right? Yeah, two score lead.
Right.
But at the same time, what have these guys done against our defense? Let's go ahead and flip the field on them.
Sure.
And make them.
But you could also, could you argue that that was a good drive and Alabama stopped them?
Absolutely. I think in this case, what did we gain? We gained
this is where Alabama
30.
beat Washington, though.
Right, but here's the situation. What you're saying is if your defense played the way they played all night, you'll get the ball back around the same spot and you have a fresh set of downs. So that's basically what Brent Venables and Dabo are saying right now.
This looks familiar, though, from the Washington game when Bo Scarborough went crazy.
Here comes South Duo.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. And you're right, Paul. It was about that same spot, wasn't it?
It was.
Yep.
Going the same direction.
You get the feeling that if Clemson is going to make some hay in this game, they're going to need a turnover. You know, it's a two-score game. You know, you just kind of get that feeling. If you're Alabama, you kind of say, hey, you know what? 8:50 left, third quarter. We're a quarter and a half away from a 17th national title. Lane is gone. Sark is in. Quarterback's only threw for 49 yards again, Coach. Another ho-hum passing effort. Let's turn around and run the football. Let's play Alabama football, and we'll be national champions.
Dangerous throw right there.
It was.
Cleveland Farrell down grabbing his left ankle.
He was hurt to play before.
He was.
Yeah, he was hurt to play before.
They tried to get a quick snap. Farrell hurting bad. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, gentlemen, this could very easily be a targeting play as well. This is a defenseless receiver, and that is, without question, crown of the helmet to the head or neck area.
You want to call targeting all night tonight.
Tell me that's not targeting.
Oh, they could call targeting every play.
We're talking about a launch to the head or neck area of a defenseless player. Is that a defenseless player?
It's football.
Coach,
is he
what would you be doing if you were on the sideline?
This is football.
Is he a defensive player?
I don't know.
Would you be arguing this call?
Letter of the law says that's targeting.
Come on.
There might have been a mention right there that, hey, exactly what the rule is. You know, that might have been the discussion. It wouldn't have been anything more than that.
He wants every receiver hit tonight. Hey, that's targeting. That's defenseless.
We'll take a short break. Alabama with the ball.
It's our job. It's our job to mention.
Lead. Get Booger another sandwich.
This is football.
And we welcome you back to the film room. The aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV.
We need to get a few more of them so we can get some.
The question being asked around the nation, Booger, is can it be a sandwich without bread? Hashtag no bun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it can. Seriously.
No, it's not.
Coach, I'm not going to defer to you, Coach.
No, I think actually what that's called is the guts.
The
right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Guts.
The guts.
I love it.
I had two things. I had meat and cheese.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't have any bread.
You were missing the crackers.
Right.
And you're skipping the bread for what?
Well, because the bread is just useless carbs.
I like bread.
I used to like bread. Now bread doesn't do anything.
But that's why you eat some crackers earlier.
You know what?
I did, and that's the reason why I was hungry.
I'm just
I ate the crackers earlier.
And yet
I got more food if you want it.
Bread is one of the least respected bands of all time. I mean, they had some great hits.
Baby, I'ma want you.
That's it, Paul. I love it.
Are you singing now?
Yeah, I love it.
I've never heard this group. The name of them.
Oh, this is a 70s group.
Yeah. You wouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
They had 8 or 9.
You were born in 1990.
I listen to classic vinyl on the radio a lot.
You were born in 1990. You gonna tell me I don't know?
That actually might have been on his quarterback test one.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Big stop right there.
Big stop.
So you're calling the punt was correct.
Right. You punt it. Now, guess what? They're gonna get the ball back the way J.K. Scott kicks it, probably around their own 40, but they got a fresh set of downs.
Right. Now let me ask you this: do you come after this one?
I think
force the guy not to be in rhythm and maybe miss-hit one.
I think that I would try to return this one, but because J.K. Scott might punt it outside the coverage, and I might try to get a return, especially with Artavis Scott.
That was one of the things he refused to punt to Antonio Callaway against us. Every one of them was directional.
Right. Missed that one.
Never had that opportunity.
Missed that one, Coach. He missed that one. A little bit of like McElroy's 7-iron, a little bit of a shank there.
Well, I tell you what, I think right now what was in his mind was that block that came early.
Yeah.
Because that is the one thing that can really mess the rhythm of one of those guys.
Right here, though, if I'm Clemson, just looking forward shot all day long. 41-yard line. We got some momentum.
Right.
1st and 10.
Yep.
Live set of downs. I'm getting Mike Williams. I'm going to try to find play action. I'm going to get an extended play action, build it back up, maybe change the launch point, and I'm going downfield.
Coach, we're 7 minutes into the half. Alabama's yet to produce a first down.
What'd y'all call that? Was that pizza, donut? I mean, what'd you and Matt call that one? I mean, I'm sure y'all got all these pet names over here.
They tried to dial up one deep down the field. Did a good job, rounded it off, and Deion Kane making the play for him.
Well, let's see if he caught it, because I'm very skeptical anytime the ball's low and the receiver gets up pointing.
They gave it to him.
No, they didn't.
Taking a look at it.
See what I mean?
There you go.
Like, you knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Coach, I'm going to ask you, are we seeing anything different with Sark than Lane Kiffin?
You know, it's hard to say. It doesn't look
the
much
same game.
different. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't look much different. But I don't think that you would expect it to, because this is who they are and what they've been the whole year. And you know, in Sark's case, he's obviously going through exactly the same plan. And look, you're not going to reinvent the wheel in a week.
Yeah.
Did he catch that, G-Mac?
It's tough to tell.
By the way, is that targeting? You want to call it targeting?
Not targeting.
I'm just saying. He wants to call it targeting every play. I'm just curious.
What was targeting was you're attacking that sandwich.
He gets,
that's targeting.
That is blatant disrespect to the head or neck area of a defensive sandwich. But no, yes, no, that was a good, solid play. I think it's a good catch too. I think this one's gonna be confirmed for sure. But I look at what Deshaun Watson's doing right now, and I think he's got to be a little more accurate with the football. Some of his throws have been better catches than they've been throws, and I think that if they're going to get some big plays in the passing game, he's got to be more accurate. Right here, throwing a diver, making a guy make it hard on him, having Hunter Renfrow a second ago and missing the mark low and away. He's got to be more accurate underneath when he's throwing the football to allow his receivers to make plays after they make the catch. The call's going to stand.
This ref has some biceps.
Yeah, this ref, I bet you this ref eats bread on his sandwich.
Well, no, you know what? He's working out with Ed Hockey. I guarantee you.
I can promise you that.
I guarantee
That's
you.
a
Look at this guy. Him and Hockey do like all.
And he's got him rolled up, too, doesn't he?
Oh, he's yoked up now.
And he's got the European cut outfit, too. Very slimmy.
Big 12 rough.
Going back to their bread and butter right there. That's a staple of their offense, which is that speed sweep read.
Right.
Obviously,
you're not allowed to use the word bread on the show, Coach.
That's it.
No, you can't.
Just the butter.
Yeah, exactly.
Like next time I come up to the swamp, Coach, you're gonna have to make me like a little.
I'll make you a plate of peanut butter and jelly, like he makes peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
But I tell you what, we'll get you some gator tail.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
there we go.
Tastes just like chicken.
So what if they go back, look at the pass rush, just exactly what you talked about right there, where the initial contact and then pull off.
Yeah.
You can see it out of the odd front where they're hitting the two, guards with that initial. Watch this right here. There it is. They move a little line movement, and then you see them pop.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. I mean, they're stepping back, and Rashaan Evans, 32, he's the guy that's responsible right now for Deshaun Watson. 32 is adding in on the protection, buying a lineman, and then he's falling off and trying to spy.
Biggest down of the night so far right here. I think it's a huge down. Bama brought pressure.
Ran the twist game, and there's the angle.
Make a play, touchdown, Renfrow.
Back
somewhere, Dari Noka is getting in. Listen, the dude is 5'4". Coach Mack, he's like 5'4". Next time Dari comes to Gainesville, look at Dari, and then take 4 inches off of him. That's Renfrow.
I love it.
I think that was a big series right there.
Huge. I mean, it was huge.
Bama bringing pressure and
let's go back. Let's pin them down.
Great call.
Make them go big field.
Yep.
You're right.
Yep.
Your defense is playing good. Give ourselves a chance on offense, and here we go. Did they run an angle route on the backer there? I didn't quite see the route combination. Did you, Greg?
No, I didn't see the exact route combination. It looked like they got some type of a drive concept.
Okay.
With Renfrow crossing.
Let's take a look at it again if we get an opportunity here.
Yeah, we definitely want to.
I know we're not taking.
Did you have Renfrow as your top player to watch?
Here we go, Coach.
Renfrow in the slot right there on the left-hand side. And you can see number 13, that's Renfrow. And he just runs a little drive concept.
There it is.
Leggett's running the deep middle. Renfro's running an underneath drive concept.
Just 3x1H drive right there.
Wide open.
Fourth man to the back.
I don't think Renfrow was in
Also slipped by Minka. He missed the tackle, but he lost his footing.
Well, also, Tony Brown, who was over and trying to cover the drive route, got held up by the tight end's route, which is exactly what you want in man coverage. So, well executed by Clemson. And
no doubt. Watch Minka Fitzpatrick try to put his foot in the ground, slip, missed the tackle. And listen, I don't mean to beat a dead horse. That's a great play by Clemson. They needed that. Now we got a ball game. But at the end of the night, once this is all said and done, regardless of who wins, I want to talk to somebody about this field situation. I mean, to me, and I know we're not going to have it next year because we're in Atlanta for a championship game, but when you have games of this magnitude, can we get some real grass that's growing for like 3 weeks?
You are losing your mind about this.
Listen, as a guy who was very athletic, I want to use that athleticism.
Yep.
I'll pass that along. Renfro obviously didn't use his off day to go to Miami.
Ooh, you got a lot of material tonight, don't you?
And he's on top of it.
He's got a lot of material tonight.
Yeah. You just don't like me taking shots at LSU guys.
He's on top of it.
I mean, hey.
I mean, how can he go there? Paul, come on. Really?
Okay, what do we need to see now from Jalen Hurts? Because this game is suddenly on the line here, Coach.
We need an answer.
Yep, there you go.
It. You need an answer. And here's the one thing the guy's demeanor, I don't ever see the people around him panic.
Right.
You know? Now, is this that time he goes back to those wideouts and say, you know what, we got to get you a touch here?
For sure. I think so, because I think, yeah, that's, by the way, that's Wilson Love, one of my former teammates. And, yeah, he's Cochran Jr., getting fired up. He loses his mind on the sideline from time to time.
You know what we call those guys? those are clubhouse lawyers.
Whoa.
Those are guys, they go, hey.
Was he like this when he played with you?
I played with his brother Tyler and Harrison. They have several brothers, the Love family, and they all love football, no doubt about it. But here's Jalen, and I want to get back to what Mac was talking about and thinking about what you say to your wide receivers. And look, this is since the last touchdown for Alabama. Haven't had much going offensively.
I think one of the things you do now is you go back to that call sheet and you say, all right, where are the get-it-tos?
Yeah.
For the guys that need to touch it.
Right.
And let's go ahead and say, you know, let's dial a couple of those get-it-tos to give us an opportunity for our guys to make plays in space.
For sure. I definitely think that you got to get Ridley a couple more touches. Ardarius Stewart's been limited tonight for the most part. I think both those guys are two of the most explosive on the team, and they need more touches.
Come to think of it, I don't think we've heard the name Mo.J. Howard.
Yeah.
Very little.
And
outside of a blocking assignment on the first touchdown.
Well, you guys are talking about things that involve Jalen Hurts throwing the football. Okay, if you add up last game and this game, he's barely over 100 yards. So now, to me, this is the point in the game where everybody this season has tried to get Alabama to it. It's 17-14.
That's right.
How do they handle it when the quarterback has to throw the football? Well, Paul, we're about to find out.
We are.
Nice
well,
return.
that helped right there.
Nice return.
That got you out of the back of your end zone, and now, you know what? Let's take the field and go after it. I really look at it as that get-it-to sheet. I really do. And
how many touches, if you were calling the game tonight for Alabama, OC-wise, how many touches would you want Ardarius Stewart to get, and how many touches would you want Calvin Ridley to get?
You know, it's interesting in not having, coach in there. I just know what good players they are, right?
Sure.
And to me, those two guys have got to be in that 15-touch range.
Sure.
Whoever that is.
Whatever
right?
it is.
And I think OJ needs to be in that probably 5 to 7 touch range.
Sure.
There's your shot.
Just hasn't been able to consistently hit him downfield this year. And that's been, I think, the one Achilles heel of this Alabama offense all season is Jalen Hurts' inability to be consistent when he throws the deep touch pass. I think the best one he threw all year was in the USC game to Ardarius Stewart. He's made a few, for sure.
That was one of the first ones.
I think that was the first one. But I think that he has to figure out a way as he continues to develop to be more consistent there.
I think it was time. I've kind of been waiting for it, to be honest with you, Paul.
Okay.
And when were we going to attack? There's that initial
what a tackle, though.
Flat slant right
there. A corner coming up, on a big back.
No, that's right.
What a tackle.
No, and you know what?
Wow.
That's one of those that
10
creates
on
a
third
business
down.
decision right there. That's truly a business decision.
Yeah, and I think
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
first time they ran that play, they hit
How
Scarborough
big is
for a
this
nice
call
gain,
right here,
too.
Booger?
This call is huge. If I'm Nick, though, I don't panic. Because the last thing you want is for your young quarterback to throw a pick. Max protect look, shift him over, protect him, or you're going to let him throw the football down the field. Yep, they're going to do it.
And dropped.
He dropped it.
By Garrett Dieter.
Well, it was a terrible throw, though. I mean, let's be honest. Dieter's running wide open.
I just saw Deshaun Watson make the same throw to Deion Kane 2 seconds ago.
Right.
So it happens. I mean,
I get it, but but my point being.
And
okay.
by the way, a defender slipped.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yes, that's 7. That's like 7 defenders slipping.
But yeah, you got to make that catch.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to make that catch. A third down, not a great throw, but got to make the catch. Dieter is a senior. And that's a catch you have to make, especially in a critical down and distance.
Somewhere Chris Doering is like, you got to make that. If that was me, I'd have made that.
I mean, suddenly for the first time tonight, Booker, you got Clemson getting the ball in position
to take the lead.
You know, pinning them back down inside the 20. I'd tell you what, this is what a national championship game should be. You got two good teams playing their tails off right now.
And, Coach, let's just take a look at guys slipping all over the field. This is a little package that we put together. And there's Minka slipping.
This is Booger's favorite package ever.
Listen.
Ever. Look at this secondary defender.
I mean, guys falling down.
Dan Smith, 23. Right.
I mean, I just don't get it, man. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm doing? I'm going home tomorrow, Coach, and I'm going to plant some grass, and I'm going to see if it's grown by, like, next week. Okay?
I will tell you this about the call right there.
Yeah.
Let's see if you remember Cygnus.
Oh, I remember.
That's what it was, right?
It's called Bama.
That's right.
Yep.
That's route combination.
I remember it.
Yeah.
Remember it well. Yeah, Kevin Norwood on that same throw for a touchdown against Penn State.
Against Penn State out of empty. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Alabama 0-8 on its last 8 third down.
Yeah, well, that's a huge factor, too. They just haven't been able to maintain drives at all.
What's the nervous factor right now in Alabama? It's 17-14.
It's going to ratchet up here pretty quickly if this thing gets moving down the field. Because this game was very close to being over.
Oh, no doubt.
A few shades of Ohio State. There's some similarities.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
The game is now up-tempo. The game is opened up. Coach, we talked about in the first half, you can't play Alabama laterally. You got to spread them out, open it up, make them do things one-on-one in space. I thought the first drive of the game, you and Doug did about as good a job as I've ever seen against scheming up a Jeremy Pruitt, Nick Saban defense. And it looks like Dabo has found some things that are working now.
Well, you know, when you take a look at this, the similarities actually of what they did and tried to do in that opening drive right there, where they actually made a couple things happen.
Sure. I think it's going to be very important for Alabama. Guys, we're talking about the Alabama offense. That's fine. The Alabama offense has been subpar for a majority of the season, or at least below the standard in which you would expect from a national championship contender.
Yeah.
The defense has been the backbone, the heart, the soul, whatever you want to name it. They've been the group that has seized the momentum when the games look like they're about to get away. Will they make a play here when it feels as though Clemson has, without question, taken advantage of the momentum they currently have?
There's Ryan Anderson right there.
That was big.
On cue.
On cue.
And that's the thing. Second and long. Now you got third and long.
Ryan Anderson did not like being disrespected.
He said he liked being disrespected. And watch him beat the right tackle.
I mean, this
Tom Pollard. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Chop club rip. McElroy. Look at that. It's a chop club rip.
I can do that one. But really, I think that's the big thing is this every time this team feels like, and the game feels like it's going to get away from Alabama, their defense steps up. And right there is perfect evidence of that fact.
Back into empty.
Oh, he got out.
There he got out.
Remember what I said, Coach?
Oh my goodness. Deshaun, that's Reuben Foster. And you guys will be seeing each other a lot.
Wow.
On Sundays. That was a collision.
Wow.
How big was that?
Those are two of the best players in college football right there, gentlemen.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, he did like, you know what that remind me of? John Elway.
Elway. Right there.
Elway.
That was it.
Yeah. Whirly Bird. Elway.
Really?
Packers.
How big was that?
Look at this.
Watch this.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Save the first down, and who knows what else.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Golly.
I'm going to tell you one thing.
Was that targeting?
Was it targeting, Boog?
No, I'm asking you.
It didn't look like it was
you had your flag ready to go.
It didn't look like helmet to helmet to me. I didn't really. I'll be honest with you. I was more looking at the whirly bird than I was the hit.
Yeah, but it could have been targeting though. You don't
Coach, Alabama gets it on the other side of the 20.
By the way, it's not a defenseless player if he's running with the football. So just in case you were wondering that, tremendous hit though.
Oh,
my goodness.
I love it.
I know this on tomorrow when they watch film.
That is targeting. By the way, that is targeting.
Well, I mean,
the crown of the helmet hits the shot in the face mask.
Oh, jeez.
Look at this.
I mean,
crown of the helmet rule.
They're going to talk to him about wrapping up.
Where would that rank?
I mean, that's the rule.
Very vicious, Paul.
Hey, I'm just saying, it's the rule. And they're telling them, hey, be smart. Something along the lines of that.
Look at those eyes.
He's a stud, man.
Once again.
What do we hear? What do we see here, Coach?
This is Scarborough. There's no doubt about it. They're going to give it to him.
By the way, I know that was a gain of 14 right there for Clemson. Hits like that, though, that's a momentum builder to me.
Well,
that's a big.
Without that hit,
I mean, that makes you feel good if you're seeing your defense play like that.
Once again, to the left, broken tackle, Scarborough.
Yeah, missed tackle by Ben Boulware.
I mean, Coach, let's frame it right here. How big a momentum shift are we watching potentially right now?
No, this one right here. This has got to be that chance to where you were talking about one team starting to pucker up a little bit. This could really force the other team to pucker up.
Scarborough down in the field.
Yeah.
Obviously, number 9.
Yeah. Tired of getting hit in the knees. That's where everybody, like when you have that's one thing about being a big back. I played tailback in junior high and high school a little bit. Like when you're a big back, people always come at your knees and stuff.
What'd you do when you played a big back?
Oh, I was the big back.
When you were along the defensive line, what'd you do when you played a big back?
Oh, I hit him. See, big guys hit big guys high.
Where?
Oh, I hit him right in the mouth. I'm being honest with you, seriously.
I'm going to pull the tape.
We can pull it. Hey, pull it, big guy. I'm just telling you.
You think this is cramping or just a hit?
I don't know. Coach Mack, hey, I've been wanting to ask this question. Was Coach Mack your coordinator in the game you threw only 6 passes?
Completed only 6
Completed?
passes. Yes.
Why did y'all allow Greg to only complete 6 passes in that game? Like, I've been meaning to ask you this all night. Because Greg swears he was...
We only had 11 attempts.
Oh, yeah, but why did they only let you throw it 11 times?
Because we were playing against Texas, who had Earl Thomas in the secondary. Colt McCoy got hurt, and we were running the ball with 200-yard backs.
Okay, you translated that way. I translated they did not want you throwing the football.
Or we had 2 backs that went over.
I will tell you this, and I'll relive it. So when we... unfortunately, Colt McCoy went out of the game with an injury. And at that point, when we got the lead and found out that whoever it is that came in, was...
Gilbert, I believe?
Yeah, that's who it was as a freshman.
Yeah.
And, I remember Coach getting on the headsets and said, you know what, we're playing pretty good on defense.
Is that all he said?
Just so you know.
Is that all he said?
We're playing pretty good on defense.
Oh. You can take a look, and Bo Scarborough obviously still down. Looking at
Derrick Henry.
That's Derrick Henry.
Derrick changes it every week, doesn't he? Remember?
And Reggie Ragnar behind him.
Yeah,
Paul,
what a great player he was.
I want you to get a toupee like that, Paul.
I think I could.
Or like a hairpiece or something.
In Atlanta, he looked totally different.
Good to see
Trendy.
Bo Scarborough going off under his own power. He's been the best player on the football field for Alabama offensively the last 2 weeks. And I think it's going to be important for him to get back out there, especially in the fourth quarter. That's when his carries become just absolutely brutal to handle, I think, as a defensive player.
And then you talked about the trainer right there, Jeff Allen.
Where do they go?
At the tent.
Without Bo, Coach, without Bo, where do they go?
Well, I tell you what, those other 2 backs who have not seen it a lot, and I think Greg talked about it, those guys are plenty good enough players right here to carry the load. And they've carried it most of the season.
How did it bounce?
It did. It looked
another inaccurate throw. That was just like Clemson brought pressure off. They throw almost like a little stop route.
Yeah, just a little hitch. Yeah. ISO hitch on the right-hand side.
Yeah. And that should be an easy catch, like taking candy from a baby.
Alabama's gained only 42 yards on the 7 possessions it's had since scoring its last touchdown.
Oh, that ball had to
clearly an incompletion. It does. Stop looking at the replay, big fella.
How come every receiver? Oh,
no, I got it.
Clearly, the ball hit the ground.
I don't know why you're asking me.
First time I've seen trips to the field, Coach.
Yeah. And flags are flying.
I'm not sure Sark's going to like his grade if this thing doesn't turn around.
Was that delay a game, or did they get the timeout?
I think they got the timeout, but timeouts are like gold, especially in the second half. You know, you don't want to burn it on something that you're doing because you couldn't get the play in fast enough, or the receivers and the quarterback didn't operate fast enough or break the huddle fast enough. That's a big, big timeout for Alabama to burn right there, especially when it appears as though it's going to be a 4-quarter game, a 60-minute game.
Boy, that's right. And, you know, that's something you always talk about, too, is, hey, in the first half, you know what, especially even to your defense, hey, if you need to settle down or something, or maybe the tempo's getting to you, let's go ahead and burn one. You know, that they're there to use. When you get into the second half, especially when you're in a one-score game like this, boy, you hate to use that timeout with a procedural situation.
But this is a critical possession for Alabama, though.
No, you've got to use it. Yeah, no doubt about it. Those are things that you really want to carry with you in these tight games going into the fourth quarter.
But those are the type of things that Jalen Hurts has had a little bit of trouble with. They've had a lot of pre-snap penalties this year, more than it feels like they've had over the course of Nick Saban's tenure. They've had some situations where they've had to burn a timeout. He's a true freshman, and I think his games management shift is still something that he's going to continue to work on.
Looks like we got Bo back.
You know, one of the things
Bo's leaving, excuse me.
Right.
That was more than cramping. That was his knees, you're right.
Paul, you know, you asked Coach earlier.
Here's that hitch, by the way. Fake the bubble down the field. Fake
is that
Howard? Welcome back.
You called it, my friend.
There we go.
Good call.
You know what?
That was the exact adjustment that Coach talked about.
That was on the get it to.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah.
Fake the quick screen behind the line of scrimmage. Off-play action, wide open. Here, let's bubble OJ or Derek Dieter right down the field.
That's actually part of the Star Wars theory, or Star Wars series, which right there was actually Jedi.
Was it?
So, right there.
That was
Star Wars
deception, sending Bo to the locker room. Everybody was watching him, and they forgot O.J. Howard.
Deception.
Wait, hang on a second. I want to hear more about the Star Wars theory.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's one of those things that, you know, I think, I don't know that you were advanced enough for that. You know, I held, you know, there were only certain things that we could feed you, right?
Obviously, Bug, Sark watched last year's game.
Well, no doubt about it.
That play. To O.J. Howard.
There, guys screaming up. Great play call, great throw by Jalen Hurts. Another one of the things you notice, Greg, and tell me if I'm seeing this wrong. Remember in the Washington game, we saw Hurts constantly staring at the sideline, waiting on Lane to give him a check or not give him a check.
Sure.
I haven't seen him do it one time tonight.
No.
Right.
To me, it's a lot of call play, go play. Let's adjust after the play.
And you're going to love this angle. Look at it right there. You see Calvin Ridley, number 3, who they've thrown the behind the line of scrimmage ball to.
Hitch to.
3 times behind the line of scrimmage, especially to the short field. 2 Jalen's left. They get the quick hitter, build it up. That's what Lane Kiffin was so good at. He really was so good at adjusting and changing and recognizing and feeling tendency breakers and knowing when to throw the wrinkle in there. Steve Sarkisian, I think that was maybe one of the first tests of the night. He just passed
basically
it
have
with
the
flying
same
colors.
2 players from last year starring in this game, other than Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I mean, O.J. Howard.
And
Renfro. I think Scarborough's been very big early, Paul. He's been pretty good.
You know what? This has been a little bit of a problem. You know, their coverage has been much better throughout the year. You're seeing now, you know, getting that thing out towards the 30.
Scarborough headed to the locker room. That says a little bit. Normally, Bama has their own little tent, so the fact that they're taking them in, maybe they want to get an X-ray or something of that nature.
No need to speculate, but it definitely is not a good sign. Usually everything Bama does can be done on the sideline.
Yeah.
Clearly something else that is needed for Bo Scarborough, which is a big loss, I think, for Alabama, even though Damian Harris and Joshua Jacobs are very, very capable at the running back spot.
Now,
and don't forget also the quarterback being a runner.
Yeah, as a runner as
in
well.
Those situations. There's your shot downfield right there, both.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very, very tight coverage. Bama, I think, maybe a little bit fortunate.
There's a flag. Not sure what it's for.
Yeah, well, I think that was looking like a pass interference to me.
Yeah. First time they put it up deep. I mean, make the guy play.
And look,
he's all over.
He's trapped.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
that right arm was in there.
A pass interference on 26. Marlon Humphrey, who
maybe even a face mask there, G-Mac. Looks like it.
Either way, it's going to result in the first down for Clemson, and
yeah,
that's a big play. I mean, take a shot. Mike Williams downfield and
down again,
and he's down.
Yeah, he's
a little shaken up.
Watching the Ohio State Clemson game, he was in and out.
Yeah.
And for a #1 guy, I mean, he just missed series after series, and I'm like, okay, something's not right. Then he gets hit in the head tonight. One of the 18 targeting calls that Greg wanted to call tonight.
There's been at least 3.
Yeah, he wanted to call that one. And then now maybe the winds got knocked out of him, and he's going to go into 10. And for a guy that's the best receiver in the country, he hasn't made the impact that we thought he would make tonight. Was there any targeting on that play?
No targeting. Oh. Clean of targeting.
Design quarterback run there.
A good play. Reuben Foster, guys. If Alabama wins this game and Reuben Foster's not the MVP, it is an absolute sham. It really is. He has been the best player on the field by a wide margin so far tonight.
Over Scarborough?
Over Scarborough by a wide margin.
Okay.
Reuben Foster is absolutely flying around like there's no tomorrow.
There's the middle screen again.
Oh, you knew they were going to keep coming back to it.
I think Deion Kane got enough for the first down. That's a great play by him. To reach that ball out, know where the sticks were, and move the chains. I wish we could just keep a camera on Reuben Foster all night. Fortunately for us here on Finebaum Film Room, we have that ability. Watch number 10 in the left side of the screen.
Came with pressure on that one.
Yeah. Not a lot Reuben can do right there at linebacker when you throw an outside fade on a quick step. Off the mark there from Deshaun Watson.
How important is it for them to get something out of this drive, brother?
Well, it's a 2-score game, Paul. I think you want to get something, preferably a touchdown, but you want to get points. Another back shoulder fade.
Yeah, there it is.
Maybe that's the adjustment. But to answer your question, Paul, you can tell they've gotten into a rhythm offensively now. They can get a score pretty quick here, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. Put the pressure back on Jalen Hurts. Put the pressure back on the Alabama offense. The one thing you want Alabama to do is have to play offensive football, not just go into a shell. And, coaches, is that the adjustment to the Alabama secondary playing so far over the top, so I throwing some back shoulder fade?
That's exactly right. And I think that was something that actually, in talking about it, that's one of the things and really the strengths of Deshaun Watson and how he can accurately throw that.
Yeah.
There's your play action.
Wheel route.
Throwback.
They looked back to the tight end and then brought a guy from the other side underneath after the running back, and the wheel route actually cleared out.
Cleared it out, yeah. I saw the wheel clear out and bring the tight end.
Here, you can take a look at it. The wheel route by the running back clears it out. Leggett sneaks out underneath. Against Averett.
That little form of the wizard right
really
there.
Nice design.
Yep.
That's almost like, Coach, I talked to Peyton Manning, and he used to always tell me, when you play a team that has zone, flood the zone. In other words, send more than one guy through the zone.
That's right. And you know what it does, too? You can blow the people out.
Yeah.
Using the back to go opposite, and now bringing a receiver from the other side to create where that normal back check down is.
Yep.
Look at this Alabama defense has been involved in a lot of plays.
You know what? I'm wondering that play count in time of possession.
Look at it, Coach, right there. Time of possession.
Yeah.
26 minutes to Clemson. What is it, 18?
18.
18, yeah.
There you go.
And now Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, has now burned their second time out. Or no, that's the end of the quarter.
End of the quarter, yeah.
End of the quarter. I was about to say, that was an unusual time to call it.
Yeah.
Take a break as Clemson trying to get back in this ball game as we head to the final quarter.
You're watching Finebaum Film Room, presented by Holiday Inn Express.
We're back for the final quarter on the film room as this game has a pretty good That's a pretty good chance of ending Tuesday morning. Bo Scarborough decided he wants back out there.
Where's his helmet? That's the
and he's
question.
limping.
There's his helmet in the back.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good. That's a big dude, my goodness.
He's a big boy.
You know, this guy played a ton of different positions as well in high school. He was actually a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Scarborough?
Yeah.
Tom Luganville tells an interesting story about him at the Under Armour All-American game. Bo Scarborough, Tom went to him and said, hey, what position would you like to play? He said, I'll play linebacker. He was all right, sounds good. Go to play linebacker. He's the best linebacker there. Then he says, we had a couple guys go down, a couple receivers go down. He goes to Tom, he goes, hey, put me a wide receiver. Tom said he was one of the best wide receivers there.
Yeah.
Now he's playing running back, which is truly amazing. He was among the elite high school players in college, in high school football, and at an all-star game that features some of those great players, and yet played two different positions and was the most impressive player at both those two respective positions. Pretty amazing.
Yeah. He's a really good player. And think about this, Greg. We really didn't see him until like the last couple games of the season.
I know. I think that there are things that he's really good at.
Like
but that
running
was
the ball?
I think certain
I mean, what else are we trying to...
I think certain things and certain run game type of schemes that he's better at, like standard zone, not zone read. And I think that Damian Harris and Joshua Jacobs were probably a little better at zone
Man-to-man, probably meaning... There's the toss power again, you know, faking it. You know, it looked on that one like he might have actually had the edge, Greg.
And should have tossed it?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know. I'm just, but hey, look, the yardage they just got right there against this Alabama team down in the low red or mid red.
Right.
Man, every yard is tough to come by down there.
Yeah.
Well, and you got to get a touchdown. Like when you get this close, you got to get a touchdown. I thought he should have pulled that one.
These yards are hard to come by, too.
These are real yards right here.
Well,
these aren't makeup yards. These aren't fake yards. These are real yards.
I'm thinking a throw on this play right here, 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line, like you guys did on the first touchdown of the game by Appleby. Maybe fake it, see if a safety will trigger with a little slant in the back of the end zone.
Well, let's see if they're going to be in the picket fence or not. I can't see the big picture here. Let's see what kind of coverage it looks right now. They're going to play man on the outside. It has some. There you go.
Yeah.
They actually were they ran a little mesh play.
Right.
That's the play. If you remember LSU Bama overtime 2 years ago, the play where Lane called in the corner, very similar play right there.
Yeah.
Very similar.
That time you just have man-to-man and two guys are trying to play against a stack set wide receiver. Those two guys are going to run into each other when the two guys cross. Here it is. I mean, That was a designed rub. Yeah, that is.
We never use the word pick on,
we don't
on
say
offense.
pick on offense.
Great point by the inside receiver for Clemson. He didn't block him. He turned around, put his hands up.
Show of hands.
Show hands. I'm trying to catch it. They don't call it.
What we do is we try to explain to them, this is your opportunity to get big.
Yeah.
Go get big right there. And sure enough, there was the man-to-man on the outside. They saw it. They took advantage of it. And
it's so hard to call that. And I know a lot of people will be calling for offensive pass interference. It's so hard.
Yeah, Saban wanted the pick call.
A lot of people would want that, and a lot of people would.
Number 16, though, Leggett, showing his hands.
That's right.
To me, that's the key to that, because if he doesn't show it and he keeps his hands down, there's a potential you could call for a quote-unquote pick.
You can call it,
You
but
think
it's so
this is a good time for Dabo to go with the onside kick?
Ooh, gutsy call.
Like the way you think.
The defense has been playing pretty well outside of one play to O.J. Howard in the second half. If I'm them, I'm playing the field.
It was 24-21 last year at this point in the game, except Clemson was leading 24-21.
You talk about poetic justice.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it right now. Coach Mack, when did you know it was the right time to do an onside? Saban said last year.
Surprise onside, yeah.
It was a situation where their defense was gassed. They couldn't stop him.
Look,
when do you know?
You need to steal a possession. But more than that, through film study, you got to know it's there. What are you looking for? In that particular case, they studied that guy, whoever that was, that would leave a little bit early. They had an opportunity to get him out flanked because of their squeeze formation. And sure enough, it came to fruition. And you know what? It worked perfectly. And I guarantee you this, that's one that was probably worked from the first day of camp. And every perfect Thursday, it was executed.
And that you save plays like that,
That's
whether it's
exactly
special teams or even on offense. Remember the play that we scored against Auburn?
That's exactly right.
On the final play of the game against Auburn in 2009. Near I left Peter pass right X corner. I'll never forget it.
That's right.
And
who's your boy, right?
There's your buddy.
It's Wilson Love. But we ran that play every week.
Every week.
And never called it in a game until that moment.
Tell the viewers, give me the PG-13 version of what he's saying right now.
I have no idea.
But you've heard it before, though.
He was a player when I was in school.
Okay, but guys like him, what are they saying right now on the sideline?
I don't have the vocal cords for that type of action
they're simply saying, in a nice, calm voice, go get them.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, go out there and give it 100.
Do you have anybody that's nutty on your staff, Coach?
Look at his tongue. Why is his tongue out? Why is
in his mind?
Why is he sticking his tongue?
Hey, it's look at how many people are looking at him. Look, he does this so often. Look at the players' eyes. Look at everyone's eyes. Is anyone looking at Wilson as he walks back and forth?
Look at his face, though.
That's what's classic about it.
Are you friends with this gentleman?
That's what's great about it, though. He's walking around parading.
I don't know who he's affecting right now.
Yeah. No one's looking at him. Everyone's just looking straight ahead on the field.
Hey, look at it. Listen. Oh, please, don't cut to me now. Let's go back to Wilson. Okay? There we go.
Look.
Come on.
Coach, does this help?
It helps someone. I don't know who.
Are you kidding me right now?
I bet you anything, Boog. I bet you when he eats sandwiches, he eats one slice of bread, not two.
Hey, it's okay. Listen, first of all, normally I don't say nothing about the camera crew, but when they cut back to me, I didn't want to see me. I want to see more Wilson just now.
Fair enough.
I wanted him the rest of the way.
Rest of the way. Take it home. Wilson, take it home.
What is Wilson doing now?
Not on TV.
Okay.
I'm friends with his family. Let's change it. All right. Come on.
Look at this guy.
Oh, he's the one right now. Oh, here we go.
He's the MVP.
Pressure back on Hurts and Sark now. Here we go.
Nice run. And really, they haven't done a ton of zone read tonight.
It haven't. You just look at it. They got in a flank formation there. They had slot to the field, the wing, the YY wing set into the boundary. And sure enough, they arced, went ahead and read on the straight dive.
Right.
And something that they've done a lot of out of the pistol, actually.
Sure.
Clemson's defense has to step up. Oh, Hurts just made it miss this now.
It's a nice play.
Yeah. Blitz off the edge, though.
Yeah.
All right. Outside man kept contained. Forced Hurts back inside. Now the posse came to rally up. That's good, fundamentally sound defense.
They were trying right there to run a little slice protection pass. And I'm not so sure it wasn't going to probably be some form of grab snatch right there out of that formation.
I think that could have been it. But it was a good job. We're looking at Alabama being in 2nd and 16 if he doesn't make a guy miss and get back to at least close to the line of scrimmage. Pretty good play by him, not making a bad play worse.
You know what? Sitting on the hitch. Got away with throwing the hitch route a little bit. That's a case where, you know what? Trying to take the ball over the top is something you got to try to do right there if they're going to start sitting on hitch routes.
All right. Biggest down of the night for the Alabama offense. Here's why. If they don't get this, they put their defense back on the field. Coach, I think you and I sense the defense is getting tired with time of possession.
There's no doubt.
So this down here is critical for Bama.
And just buy themselves a little opportunity to, like you said, get some air on that sideline. 3rd and 11.
Clemson bringing blitz, bringing pressure, screen. I don't even know if it was...
By the way, Nick Saban was walking towards the official, getting ready to call timeout right there. I don't know if there was a little bit of a miscommunication.
Right.
Basically, there was, because O.J. Howard just caught a screen that was intended for the running back.
Exactly. That wasn't even intended for O.J. Howard right there. Okay, so that looked like a broken play, and it was. That ball is going to be for Damian Harris. Okay, you got Pierce Bach and Bozeman out front. You got Ridley kicking out.
Yeah.
That may have been a big play. All right, Howard took the ball from Harris
because it was called wrong and the formation didn't look right. Nick Saban, you could see him on the sideline as the play was getting snapped, walking towards the official, asking for a timeout, just didn't get it in time.
All right, so now, Paul, here we go. All right, everybody, let's set this. This is the first time that Clemson has the ball with an opportunity to go down and take the lead, all right, against a tired defense.
And here's Saban a second ago as he's walking towards it.
Do you want Jalen Hurts coming from behind with the national championship on the line?
At some point, that's what we've all waited to see all year.
Well, and we'll see it when we come back. Back on the film room, fourth quarter, and it is getting tense. This is the last drive, Book.
Well, no doubt about it. And you saw the Clemson offense getting rhythm. Deshaun Watson is starting to look more comfortable. And now, here's what you see. And this is, I'll tell you what I do right now, Coach, is once Deshaun Watson has identified man and zone, he's ripping the ball. All right? So don't be surprised if we see motion pre-snap. He can identify man and zone, and now he knows where to go. Make the reads for him before the ball is ever snapped.
You know what it looked like, too, is what they've done is actually starting to blow coverage out, come down underneath.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, and that's what's forcing them to be a little tired as well.
Well, what's unusual about that is usually some of those underneath throws take a little while to develop, but these get into it quickly, and the pass rush hasn't really been much of a factor in the second half. The offensive line's held up to the test pretty good.
Big guys getting tired. I can attest. I mean, in the first half, I'm fresh. But when I've been on the field, I mean, it's almost an 8-minute time of possession advantage right now for Clemson. Those big guys are getting tired, Paul.
They're there.
I think it's really important for Clemson right now to keep doing what they're doing. They're playing well. They have momentum. They need to, I think, be smart, be conservative, and understand that this Alabama defense feeds on moments like this.
Blitz.
And there's a pressure, and they get him right there.
How big is that?
What a great sack.
It's huge. What a blitz.
You know what? I think right now you sensed, and I think Coach Saban got with Jeremy, and Jeremy felt it too, Coach Pruitt, that, you know what, we need to make something happen defensively. Right. And there you go, 1st and 10. I'm not sure how many 1st and 10 true pressures we've seen.
Very little. I mean, and that wasn't really an overload. It was just a solo guy, Rashaan Evans, run right through the A-gap. And even Deshaun Watson, for as agile as he is, no one's going to escape that type of pressure.
Well, and he timed it up also.
Timed it up perfectly.
Yeah, so that means they might want to go on 2. Here comes more pressure, looks like. Bama looks a bit confused pre-snap.
Ball was thrown where, Bug? Just checking.
Yeah. All his misses have been high tonight for the most part, with the exception of the 2. One to Hunter Renfrow on the quick 3rd and 1. The other Deion Kane over the middle where he actually caught it.
What about this play here for Deshaun?
You know, where you're at right here, this is, I think, as big a play for the defense to get their tail off the field. You know, right here.
You pressure?
You know what? I think they're probably going to do that. Their rush technique where they've got to do not allow him. Yep, they got the spy, and there he was.
But a good play by Bama's defense.
You were going to go ahead and keep him in front.
Now if you're Clemson, you got to kick the ball deep.
And that's the first time since the beginning of the game Clemson was in position to take this lead. Maybe force Jalen Hurts.
But now, Paul, you know what you do now? You kick it back, play defense. At some point, somebody's going to make a mistake. Most games are lost, not won. All right, and at some point in this game, over the last 11 minutes, I think somebody's going to make a mistake. Okay, who's going to make the mistake first and give the other team the opportunity or the advantage to win this football game?
Key here's who's going to blink.
Let's grab a call here. Travis is in Gainesville. Go right ahead, Travis. Travis, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What can we do for you? Go right ahead. We didn't wake you up, did we, Travis? You there, Travis? Go ahead.
I don't think Travis is there, Paul.
All righty, all right. I just want to know why has Alabama had so much success with their mediocre style, and the Gators and USC with like Reggie Bush and Tim Tebow and their dynasties why is the mediocre vanilla style working for Alabama when it hasn't worked for anyone else?
Okay. Anybody want to take a shot at that question, assuming you understand it?
I don't think I totally understand it, to be frank. I'm not sure what mediocre means. I think utter dominance, for the most part, is what Alabama prides itself in, and that's in the trenches. That's where they've built their rosters and championships, and if that's mediocre, then I think a lot of us would strive to be mediocre.
Let's go to Dale in Pennsylvania. Dale, you're on the air. Go right ahead.
I disagree with that one right there, to be honest. I think Alabama's style is better than anyone in the game right now. I mean, look at all the championships. I mean, you can't argue with greatness. You can't argue with results. And if you ask me, I think that's utter
Yeah,
nonsense.
I think, Dale, that's an interesting point. Dale, Coach, that's an interesting point. That it may seem boring, it may seem mediocre, but they're winning.
You know what? They've won a few ball games over the years. There's no doubt about it. And
thanks for the call, Dale.
That's about it.
Eric is in Charlotte. Eric, go right ahead.
I wanted to ask, when Alabama go to the two tight end set, do they see something in the passing game they can get, or they're just protecting the quarterback?
You know, that's a great question, you know, and I think what they're looking for is to see if they're going to get a loaded box or not, which may, in turn, actually give them some one-on-ones on the outside for those two wideouts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a formation that we would use to basically block both edges. We'd have front side heavy. We'd have maybe a puller on the other side that's coming across and blocking the weak edge. The running back's an extra addition. That was a passing formation for us in a lot of ways, but we also used it an awful lot with some of our deep outside zone techniques.
Coach, another chance here for the Alabama offense.
No, it is, and it'll be interesting to see kind of what the plan is right here. They're talking about it right now. You can see that, you know, to see exactly what their thoughts are with this quarterback and how they're going to make sure that they successfully keep the ball and don't give it to them, and yet, you know what, let's push it downfield.
A little bit more of a calming conversation between Saban and Sark there, unlike ones we've seen between Saban and Lane. It's just a little observation there.
Coaches have
crowd's a little subdued at Innisfree right now.
Yeah, Paul, Innisfree is not very happy right now.
You think Lane's still up watching the game in Boca?
Who says he's in Boca?
Lane's watching Finebaum film room.
He could be in here any minute.
Exactly. Trips into the field.
Again, they're uncovering the edge right there.
Double move on the outside.
Trying to get the solo
like
hitch
the
on
solo
the right-hand
slant.
side.
They flooded the field. They were going to try to play one-on-one on the backside, and obviously they took it away, and he went ahead and tucked it and ran.
Smart decision.
And that's been, you know, part of their offense.
Right.
With this at quarterback, you know, that's the one thing. His feet has won him a lot of games.
And if he keeps running the football, Coach, something to pay attention to. Second half of the season, he's had more fumbles than anybody in the country. All right, so something to pay attention to. If he keeps running the ball, he has a tendency to put it on the ground a little bit.
This is a big third down play here right now. I think you get him out of the pocket. You try to give him a run-pass option. If nothing's there in the passing game, allow him to possibly make plays with his legs. I'm going to give Jalen Hurts a two-way go possibly here at quarterback.
No pressure by Clemson.
Not sure what that design was.
Typical, though, of him the last 2 weeks. Standing back there looking very indecisive. Like, if nothing is there, go. Like, don't just sit there and pat and hold the football. And to me, like, that epitomizes what we've seen of Jalen Hurts coach the last two games.
And you can see O.J. Howard's wide open.
You know, they were running mesh right there, and I don't know who was meshing for who. You know what I'm talking about right there? Whether, you know, in that some form of Cadillac.
Coach, did you read much in a new OC in this game? Are you picking much up on that in terms of?
Not necessarily. I see how they're operating. I see the formations. You see the play styles. Very similar, you know. So obviously the shots downfield, I think, is one thing that we probably, that Booger alluded to, that we haven't seen a bunch of.
Yeah.
Big drive coming up right here.
Yeah.
Under 10.
Clemson will take the ball 80 yards away.
A lot of pressure.
This game is living up.
Yeah.
Hand me a sandwich. We'll be right back.
Hold the breath.
That'd be the guess.
Finebaum Film Room is presented by Holiday Inn Express. When you stay smart, you're ready for anything.
Welcome back to Tampa. A record crowd at Raymond James Stadium. We're getting close to Tuesday morning on the East Coast. And this game is getting tighter. 24.
Hey, didn't the conference commissioners get together?
The score.
Didn't the conference commissioners get together and talk about the games were getting too long?
Yeah, all except this game.
Yeah, I was about to say, how did they have that meeting and then this one here is now approaching, what is this?
This game's
I mean, we're going on 4 hours.
It's a 3.5 right now.
This game started in
Man, I only had one sandwich.
At 8:17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's about 3.5 on the button. It's definitely a problem.
The Tennessee-Texas A&M game lasted about 4.5 hours.
Easily.
Yeah, well, no doubt. I mean,
it's long. I mean, it's long, and I think that's something they're going to have to look at. How many replays do we get? Do we need to stop the clock after every first down?
To me, that's...
How long is halftime? There's a lot of things that I think they'll look at in this offseason that need to be addressed.
Simplest rule they can change is the clock doesn't stop after every first down, and to me, that's 15, 20 minutes a game that
ball's out, by the way. That ball is out on the ground.
I was curious to see if he was going to open up with pressure right there.
Yeah.
Alabama 0-10, last 10 third down attempts.
Yeah.
Alabama hasn't been getting anything.
I would say, knowing Alabama fans, Greg, Alabama fans are getting a little uncomfortable. Right?
They're a little anxious, no doubt about it. But look, this is the unit you want on the field.
Blitz, here comes Rashad Evans.
When the game is on the line, Paul, this is the unit that Alabama fans want to see on the field.
And Alabama does not give up
defense.
In the last 8 games, Alabama has not given up a fourth-quarter touchdown, I don't think.
And they're outstanding. I mean, they do. I know that you said they're tired, Boog, but I really believe the conditioning of this program, the way that they are able to really focus under the most adverse and difficult circumstances, this is when they excel, and their defense is their strongest
The big
unit.
one here.
I agree with you. Clemson needs one first down to get some tempo going.
Yeah.
And Alabama knows that. So I expect pressure here. Secondary guys are communicating.
There's the use of a timeout right there. So now, you know what? Even.
Sure.
Right? Each team's had to use a timeout in an important situation.
Right.
Good choice, because you got to have the right call here. I think, fourth quarter, 8 minutes to go, 3rd and 7, you better be right. And, you could see right here, actually, when they were in that wide bunch, it looked like Alabama was a little confused to see what kind of sort they were going to put on it.
Well, and Coach, that tells me right now, if they're confused like that, that tells me there's a blitz coming, because otherwise, if we're just dropping back playing 2 or 4, I don't need to sort that out. But when you're trying to sort all that out, that means I need to be on my man now, pressure coming. So I think, to me, if Clemson wasn't confused, that was a clear indicator they may have had something there.
But Clemson might have taken a picture right there. Sometimes you call a timeout, and you're taking a picture of what the defense is going to be in. Now they might have that counter punch to the punch that Alabama was about to throw. So don't be shocked now if Alabama just rushes 4 and plays standard.
Correct. And don't be shocked if Clemson comes out in a different formation, too. You offensive guys don't.
Here we go, into empty. There's the inside slant.
Did he catch it this time?
Inside slant. It's low. It's close. Did he get enough for the first down? It appears as though he did.
I mean, Renfro, how come? I mean, Renfro is... Every ball he's caught tonight, other than touchdown, has been on the ground.
I know. For some reason, Deshaun has been listening to you saying he's 5'4" all week. I see him listed here.
Dari's 5'8", Renfro's 5'4". No
8th catch of the night for the 5-foot tall.
He's a stud, man. He's a good football player.
More pressure by Bama. Here they come. Oh. They throw it?
You know what? There goes. They were trying to throw the back shoulder again. You can see it right there.
Little miscommunication between quarterback and wide receiver. Mike Williams stopped for the back shoulder. Yeah. Deshaun threw it as though he was going to continue leading him up the sideline. Davo's upset, but Really, right there, I think that might have been with the way Mike.
Was that a possible makeup for the pick?
That might have been. It might have make-up call for the pick.
The officials have just quit calling anything in this game. They're hurting. They want to get home.
No official wants to be the one that makes the poor decision. That's why we've seen.
Haven't seen that screen in a while, guys.
Ran a little drive right there. Oh, you got to wrap them up.
And Watson just took a big hit. It's a great lose, though.
I'll tell you what,
Watson. He got popped pretty good, but that's a heck of a job extending the play long enough to get rid of it.
Unbelievable.
And not have a negative yardage
Now watch
play.
this right here. You know, this is the second time now they have not wrapped him up.
Going after
Ryan Anderson going for the ball.
After the ball.
Jonathan Allen just lit him up. Oh, he was off on that one.
Now, he's going to feel that one, but it's a nice hit by Jonathan Allen. He's going to feel that one, but that's a great play by Deshaun Watson, negotiating the
big
pass
one,
rush and losing it.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of these.
He landed on his shoulder a little bit, too.
This one's important, though.
Well, they're all important right now. Let's see what Alabama does.
Alabama hasn't been blitzing at all. All rush four.
They're in a split front. They went ahead. They went ahead and spied again. That's one thing that they're doing. They're bringing four, but actually dropping one into a spy to make sure that he's not. You'll see it right here. There's that push.
Yeah, 32.
There it is. There's the spy. They weren't going to let him beat him with his feet.
And another, this one, that's just a drop on Leggett. Leggett actually slowed down just a little bit. Deshaun kept trying to lead him up the field, and you see Deshaun putting his hands on his helmet in disgust, just not on the same page with his wide receiver on 2 of the last 3 throws. That's one you got to hit when the game's on the line in the 4th quarter of the national championship.
Well, no doubt about it. And, you know, you also see that they know they don't have many possessions left. I think Nick Saban has finally realized that this game, that it may be 3 more possessions left in this game. Maybe 3 at the most. Yeah. Maybe 3 at the most. So his defense may have to make 1, at the most 2 more stops. Right. So I think Coach Saban is telling his defense right now, guys, 1, maybe 2 stops, and we're national championship. Like, they've gotten to the point in the game right now.
Coach, we talk so much about the other side, but how impressed are you with Jeremy Pruitt's plans?
Yeah. No, I tell you what, Jeremy's as good as there is in the business. And you know, here's what I like about it. He went away.
Yeah.
He became a coordinator at a couple different spots, really good spots. Won a national championship as a D coordinator at Florida State.
3 years ago.
And you know what? Has brought some new ideas back into the program.
Yeah, he has. He's done a really, really good job.
What do they need to do here, Coach?
Well, I think you're going to see him hand it off in that particular case. Boy, for some reason, I think you're right. They want to run left.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
I mean, he's the Outland Trophy winner. I'd run behind him. No doubt about it.
And I also noticed on the right-hand side, number 42 and number 94 for Clemson. Carlos Watkins, defensive tackle. 42 is Christian Wilkie.
Bad matchup.
On the right side. That's not a favorable matchup if you're Alabama. You'd much prefer to run towards the smaller Cleveland Farrell on the left-hand side, number 99.
Empty kind of allows the quarterback to see things, sprint out. Once again.
Well, I don't know.
See, Coach, that's what I mean. If you're gonna go empty sprint out to me, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I like the sprint out if you give him like a flat and a curl behind it, but just a deep comeback on the outside, I didn't like that.
You know, it'd be interesting if we could see the route combination. It looked like the inside receiver actually kind of got stuck to the inside of the defender. I think they were actually looking for that kind of concept, but they jumped outside.
Yeah. They had it sniffed out.
Yeah.
And now you're behind the sticks again, though. I mean, they got to get more out of second down, which they just haven't done the last couple drives. Now you got a guy open and it's overthrown.
Can you imagine the reaction?
Out of curiosity, how much clock do you think they used there?
None.
I would imagine, roughly 43 seconds.
So is this now 0-11 in the last?
About a minute.
0-11 on 3rd down. How do you think?
30-something.
Bug, how do you think Nick Saban would be treating Lane Kiffin at this point?
Well, number one, we'd all be blaming Lane.
We would.
Okay, I just want everyone to realize that Hurts is throwing for 122 tonight. Bama has 308. And I don't know what is, hey, Millsy, what is Hurts as far as passing tonight? Total. But either way, we'd be blaming Lane right now. This just shows you that Hurts is a freshman quarterback. He hasn't progressed as a passer. And even though we all want to blame Lane, Lane was doing the best he could with the guy that he had right now.
Well, let's also take into account, guys, we just saw a third down. Our Darius Stewart's got the guy beat by 3 yards, and he overthrows him by 6.
He missed
it. You know, there's only so much the coordinator can do.
Right.
The quarterback, at the end of the day, has to make the throws when they're there to be made.
What are we, Millsy?
Coach, how much would Bo Scarborough mean right now?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you what, I was thinking in that series right there. This is the time where those big backs start to wear on you. Now, with that, when you look at the differential in the time of possession, I'm saying Clemson's defense is fairly fresh.
Yeah.
This is a time normally where Alabama can kind of, because of time of possession, because of how they play, it'll be interesting to see here as we go down the stretch.
You get the feeling Clemson is going to need a big play. Like, I don't know if they can take it down the field and score against this Bama defense just methodically, 15 plays, Coach. Right. I think they're going to need a big chunk play somewhere in there. By the way, Jalen Hurts is 11 for 28. Yeah, it's a start. Yeah.
I might take a shot right here, 2nd and 1.
I didn't think we could do worse in watching a game plan for Alabama than last week, but we're teetering pretty close to it. Is that fatigue or what, Turner?
The defense has been on the field, Paul. It's now roughly a little over 8.5 favorable for time of possession for Clemson.
Yeah, they've been on the field for 31 minutes and 15 seconds.
No doubt, and I guarantee you, if we look at second half time of possession, it's probably worse than that.
Probably worse.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
People say time of possession is an overrated stat. I strongly disagree. I think it wears on you, especially on the defensive side.
At what point does Jeremy bring pressure right here? That's what I want to watch. At what point does he say?
They haven't really done a ton of blitzing all game. Maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but for the most part, it's been standard 4-down line coming at Sean Watson.
Right, over the last few drives. But that's a nice little concept right there. What do y'all call that? Is that dominoes?
No, right there. that actually right there.
What do you?
Well, I don't know. Can we say dominoes?
Yeah, I mean,
we can say whatever you want.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know if there was one of those sponsorship things.
There is pressure. Another
what a catch
by Mike.
There he is.
There he is. He just showed up.
There's your big play, Coach.
There it is.
Right there. NFL receiver, go up a 50-50 ball. All right, there it is right there. Marlon Humphrey. Look at that. I just enjoy seeing great athletes make plays.
It's a great concentration. This is flagged down, but it's a tremendous catch by Mike Williams.
Is this coming back? Dead ball.
Oh, on defense.
Oh.
Not a smart play.
So now, Paul, here we go. Big play, 15 more. They're in field goal range already. All right?
That's what happens when you go 0-11 on 3rd down. We're going to see Jalen Hurts perhaps in the situation here in the middle.
You just can't go 2 of 14 on 3rd down. You just can't do it. And I know that's a big reason why this Alabama defense, for as deep as they are having a hard time getting off the field right now, and they're giving up a couple big plays. Clemson has the hot hand.
Defense been on the field a long time. Pressure's coming.
The guy moved. There we go.
The timeout or somebody moved?
I think they're going to review the last catch by Mike Williams. Yeah. As he was going to the ground, he bobbled it a little bit. You can see it here. Bobbles it a little bit on the way to the ground. Does the nose of the football hit the ground? I couldn't tell by this angle whatsoever.
That's
now, if there's another angle, to me it looks like a catch without question. But they want to take a look at it. Obviously, this is a huge play in the game.
I mean, that angle's not going to show us anything else.
No, that's a catch. The ball never hits the ground. It's right up. It's along his thigh. They want to be sure, but this is the type of thing.
Well, and to me, this is where the review hurts because Clemson has Alabama a little bit of rattled, tired. Now you're giving the big guys another opportunity to get some rest. I don't like this one.
It hurts the offense for sure. I mean, it definitely. You're having momentum. You're moving. You're kind of starting to press the gas pedal a little bit. It absolutely hurts the offense, and I've seen it a number of times. I understand they want to get everything right, and the officials want to be correct, but my goodness, trust your gut. To me, that was quite obvious that it was a catch all the way through.
I don't mean to cut you off, guys. Deshaun Watson is now 45 yards short of what he threw for last year.
There you go.
It's amazing.
He threw for 405 last year, Paul. He's at 360 now. Just FYI.
And it is now Tuesday morning.
Deshaun Watson, ladies and gentlemen. Did he get in?
So that was the same lead back play that they scored with going to their left.
Yep, absolutely. Very similar, the way they diagrammed that one.
But did he get in? I want to take a look at this because he dove. So now that
foot out right there. You know what? That's going to be interesting to see what.
Yeah, because it's a.
Yeah.
Where's the ball?
But where's the ball?
Yeah, the ball is. And they'll just. If I'm Clemson, I'm saying, hey, let's go. Yeah. See, this hurts. If I'm Clemson, I don't care if that's in. I have 6 inches. Let me keep the pedal down.
Right, but I mean, would you like to get the touchdown without having to run
I'd rather
play?
keep the pedal down, and I don't think this is going to be a touchdown. So I would rather just keep the pedal down. And yeah, each sky's over right here, but I don't know. Does the ball cross the plane?
Yeah, that's a long way to jump
before it goes out of the end zone. No, it's way out.
Yeah.
See, this kills your momentum. They're actually going to move the ball back maybe a quarter yard based on where they spotted it originally.
How far is a quarter yard in feet, by the way, you know?
Yards, 3 feet. So
yeah, what is that, 4th of 3?
Quarter yard, 3, 36, 9, 9 inches.
Okay, so great. I'm just asking. I like when you start doing all this.
Yeah, you got to add it up. You got to add it up real quick.
It's, what is this, Tuesday morning right now?
Yeah.
It's time for breakfast.
You ready for breakfast? Yeah. We'll get some breakfast.
Hey, Coach, you can stick around. We only asked you to be here Monday night.
No, I got you. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Most alarming stat, Coach. Clemson has 27 first downs. Bama has 13.
Yeah.
I think the most alarming stat to me is that Clemson's -2 in the turnover margin.
The most alarming is that Alabama's about to go behind for the first time this year in the fourth quarter.
And I mean, clock's becoming an issue too. I mean, 4:45 left to play.
What do you do here, Coach?
Oh, boy, we got a penalty. Probably defensive offside, I'm going to guess.
Oh, no, there's a penalty, and
you think?
The line judge.
Usually when the line judge, it's either illegal motion or offside.
Yeah.
It's unusual. The center kind of leaned forward as he was snapping the football, but, yeah, I was going to say that there's no way they're going to stop that. I mean, goodness gracious. And in the neutral zone, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So let's set the scene, guys. All right. 4 minutes left in the season. And Millsy, correct me if I'm wrong or not. This is the latest in a game that Bama's trailed this season.
Absolutely. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. This is the first time for this quarterback that he's been in that situation.
Right.
Now we get to see Jalen Hurts in a situation where they have to move the football.
And, Coach, when nothing has gone right in forever,
right?
What are you going to do with him now?
Well, you know, I mean, what you're simply going to do is you're going to say, look, guys, let's go ahead and allow him the opportunity to execute the offense. What are those plays that are his favorites? Let's go ahead and let
Have they not been doing that?
You know, who knows? You know, it's hard to tell.
Right.
You know, they had a lead for a lot of this game.
Yeah.
And I think they felt pretty good when OJ caught the the pump and go down the sideline and
well, so many things are on the line. The 26-game winning streak, the legacy. I think we can take the greatest defense off the table right now. But Jalen Hurts, who has looked shaky now for weeks.
It's been a bad performance tonight.
And this offensive game plan, is it the game plan or is it Jalen Hurts?
Well, it's Jalen Hurts.
Right.
You can say whatever you want.
Thank you.
You can change coordinators.
And everyone wanted to blame Lane. Everyone wanted to blame.
Lane did have the connection, though.
Well,
we're not saying much of anything.
Right, but Paul, you got to give Lane credit for what he did with 3 different quarterbacks. You talk about Sims, Coker, and what he did with Hurts. Now everyone blames Lane and says he wasn't in it. He's halfway in. He's halfway out. I mean, he played better. He almost played better last week.
He did play better last week.
Well, I think right now, I mean, Jalen.
Last week looks good.
There's guys open, guys. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. There's guys open down the field. There's a touchdown that he just missed to Ardarius Stewart. I mean, there's been several plays in which he could have made. He just hasn't yet. And he's a young player, and he still has 4 minutes to go to write the legacy of the 2016 season and obviously the 2017 championship game.
You know, when you watched right there, it was interesting how Clemson was thinking because they got hurt with the special team return a year ago. They went ahead and sky kicked and forced them to go ahead and just take the ball, you know, past the 30-yard line, good field position, But at the same time, here's the deal. Force them to beat us.
Right. And, I mean, so far, I think from the passing standpoint, you got to get him some slants. You got to get him some underneath throws, and then maybe try a double move down the field. Because unless he's been wide open, Jalen Hurts has had a hard time hitting him.
Holding the football again. Holding the football again.
Right.
I mean, you just can't do that, man. Now, everyone wanted to see Sark. Okay, what difference is Sark going to make? Okay, so now, Greg, let me ask you this. And, Coach, you know this also. Sark has an opportunity right now to go into his bag and call a play that not only can just move the chains, but get momentum.
Well, he's had that opportunity for an hour.
Well, but now's the situation. He has to right now. Okay? What are you telling your offensive coordinator right now, Coach?
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and call one of those things that have been good to us.
Now you got screen, tackle for a loss.
And,
this is really bad execution. Really bad execution by Alabama. And that's a great play by Ben Boulware. Sniffing it out and making the play and tackle for a loss. Now you're 3rd and 17.
They can smell it right now. I've been in this situation here. Clemson can smell it. They can smell the natty because they sense an offense that can't move the football. They sense a quarterback that has had a terrible night, and they sense a team right now that doesn't have the confidence right now. If I'm Bama, maybe a screenplay here, Greg.
I mean, just tried one.
Right. Well, maybe try another one.
So well. I think you just got to trust one of your receivers down the field.
Looking Ridley's way. No, late back over the middle, across your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now what do? It's 4th down and short.
3:35. Your defense has had a hard time. I think you're going to go for it.
He said go for it.
Yeah.
Here's the one thing, too, is you got to remember he only has 2 timeouts in his pocket, right?
Right. That's
a good point. He used that one.
That's right.
You got to roll the dice.
Absolutely. So that's a big play right there by Jalen, throwing it back across the body. A little dangerous, but this is the game. I mean, this is a huge, huge, huge moment.
No Scarborough. And no Scarborough. So what do? Quarterback run, Coach, top of the screen?
You know, it looks to me like that, they ended up getting into quads and went ahead and ran duo again. Yeah. Right at him to the bunch.
Well,
good run.
Test one.
Good, strong run by Damian Harris. I think that they have to figure out a way to get some misdirection going in the passing game because the pass rushers for Clemson are starting to move a little bit. Jalen's not liking the straight standard drop. They need to get a naked or something out on the perimeter because they've tried to do standard rollout and it hasn't been effective. I think maybe some misdirection, play action, then naked out the back door or something along the lines of that.
At this point, you wonder where the play action is going to...
This might be a double pass.
There it is.
Double pass.
It's a great throw by Archarius Stewart.
Great throw.
Yeah.
Great throw. And again, there's O.J. Howard.
And you could tell by Archarius Stewart motion right there. He actually motioned a little bit deeper and caught the ball clearly in a backward lateral. You could tell for a minute it was
took the snap from under center.
Yeah, double and under center as well, which is a tendency breaker.
The life support equipment is working.
Well, hey, so far. Now Clemson's defense is on their heels.
And he's got room. He's going to score.
Oh, my goodness.
What a play.
That's the one thing.
Wow.
There's the difference with this guy. And you know what? When you watched it, and look, they gave him a bunch of time. Right now, Coach Saban's saying, hey, you know what? We left too much on the
Look like, look like the LSU game?
Yeah, just look like the LSU game.
There it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And everything looks great.
The guy never panics.
No, and credit to him. I mean, we're killing him.
Yeah.
I mean, we're burying him.
You had to. I mean, you had to do it ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I mean, nothing that we've said is irrational. He has not played well for the first 57 minutes of the game, but the final one.
And as I was saying, what a great game plan by Sark.
I mean, that's a big-time play right there. And that's the difference. If it's me, if it's AJ, if it's Jake, we're sitting ducks. We maybe pick up 5 or 6 yards.
That's right.
And this guy, not a knock on us, and he goes the distance.
That's right.
Nothing there.
Coach, I realize it was a funny game, but how are you dormant almost the entire night, and suddenly, with everything on the line, it changes?
Well, there's a certain belief system as well that says you know what, we're going to go win this. Yeah. And that's when you watch this quarterback, whatever. I mean, we can talk till we're blue in the face. He's yet to lose a football game as a starter.
You think too much of the game they were ahead and they were playing?
I think there might have been some of that. I don't. And yet you look at this series, really, other than late throw over the middle, right? They got him to 4th and 1,
which was.
And then they had to go there.
Booger, you're a smart football guy. What would you have, if I had told you 4 minutes ago that Jalen Hurts was going to march them right down the field and score?
Well, based on everything I saw tonight, I told you were crazy. But that's the thing that makes every morning on Alabama's team talks about this young freshman quarterback and says he doesn't blink. He doesn't panic and he doesn't blink. And to me, he just showed us again, he doesn't panic, he doesn't blink, he just makes plays. And you know what? Now Alabama has the best part of their program on the field. Can they stop them from going the distance? If they do, they win a national championship.
Well, let me tell you something right here. They just gave up field position again.
But I think going back to that last drive, and certainly there's still a lot of football left, and they definitely want to focus on this upcoming drive, but every quarterback that wins a championship has to make a drive like that. For me, it was against Auburn. For AJ, it was against LSU in 2012. For Jake Coker, it was against Tennessee last year. Everyone kind of always has to make that drive and put the team on their back. It's exactly what Jalen Hurts just did. Had a tremendous drive, went right down the field.
Tony Brown
has a 3-point lead for Alabama. Tony Brown, like you said.
He might have saved a touchdown.
Great shoelace tackle. And here we go. Deshaun Watson has the rock. Down 3. This is the moment you dream of if you're a quarterback. And
you practice this every Thursday, down 3?
Every Thursday, absolutely.
2 timeouts, 2:01 on the clock.
First place, the
2 minutes. Ones on ones. Here we go, Coach.
And the one thing we always talk about, getting off to a fast start, and you can see right there, I think they threw Oppo.
Yeah.
I mean, that was it.
Quick out by the tight end.
And then the other thing that when you're in those 2-minute drills, you really need one of those that gets you that 10 to 15-yard chunk.
Yeah. And there's plenty of time. I mean, they're certainly not playing with the clock in mind right now, just playing offense and being mindful of the down and distance.
Bama showing pressure. Here they come.
And knowing where the kick line is. There's your player.
Unreal.
That's what you're talking about right there.
I mean,
you can do everything right, and he'll make you wrong.
There you go.
He's a Sunday receiver that plays on Saturday, Coach.
Well, he's playing against a Sunday defense, too.
No, he's a Tuesday morning receiver.
It's just there's just nothing you can do. I mean, it's not bad coverage.
What time is that flight in the morning, Paul?
I'm leaving pretty soon. Okay. I may not make it. Greg, you will not make yours.
Yeah, there's no chance you're making that flight.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
There's seats on mine.
Oh, razzle-dazzle.
Came a little hook and ladder.
Bad tackle.
You know, how many times have we seen now guys not wrapping up?
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Marlon Humphrey right there had it sniffed out in the backfield. That was looking like it was going to be long yardage. And sure enough, Gallman breaks the tackle. He's a good back. Doesn't get enough credit, I don't think. I think he's a really, really talented player.
Wow, this is everything we thought it would be, guys.
Where did we say the kick line was?
I think they're about 5 yards short.
They're pretty close to it.
Yeah,
right there.
There we go.
2.5.
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable if I'm Clemson if I had a lot more than that. There he goes.
Wrapped him up.
Great tackle by Ryan Anderson.
That's a great tackle.
Really good tackle.
Probably a good time for a timeout here.
Not yet.
You don't think so?
No, you wear it down a little bit. You know that it's 3rd down.
What are you dialing up defensively?
I believe in.
Is there anything left to dial up?
I believe in not calling any timeouts before there's 40 seconds or less on the clock. Now I think you know what you have. 3rd and 3. You've been doing the same thing all night. I think it's quarterback run game or something that's a run pass option with a sprint out possibly here.
Bama's bringing pressure. I like Renfro and Tony Brown. I do. I like that.
There's the inside slant again.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, you could see when they motioned out. What do we talk about, Coach? Motion. I know I got man-to-man. There you go. You know?
Yep. Greg, talk about the field goal kicking unit for Clemson.
It is not the most consistent kicker in the country. Greg Hugel is his name. He's a sophomore. He's certainly had moments this year that were great and moments that were remarkably forgettable. I don't think Dabo Sweeney wants to leave it in his hands. I think he wants the ball in Deshaun Watson's hands. And this is an opportunity, obviously, with 19 seconds left. You know you have a field goal likely in your pocket, or at least the attempt of one. But you want Deshaun Watson on the field here trying to get a touchdown to win it in regulation.
Do they take a shot to the big fella again?
I would.
You know, the guy is on top of it the way he's playing. They're looking that way.
And that's Leggett.
And that was an unbelievable. They ran a little scissors concept right there.
Timeout. Okay, time is not an issue anymore. I mean, Coach, would you take a timeout here? What would you do? 14 seconds left. First and goal, what are you doing?
It's timeout.
Timeout?
Oh, absolutely.
This is starting to remind me of the Auburn game against Florida State.
That's your timeout. Now, realize you used one prior, so now you've got one left.
Right.
So here's an interesting call right here.
Yeah.
You can still run the football.
Correct.
Yes.
As long as you have one left.
That's it.
Right.
I think 2 shots at the end zone, run it on 3rd down to center it up, potentially, and then kick a field goal and after you burn that timeout.
By the way, Deshaun Watson now has eclipsed what he threw for last year. He's over 400 yards passing again. He's at 418, Paul.
And let's be honest. I mean, Deshaun Watson, for as good as he's been over the course of his career, he's had moments of significant inconsistency this year. I mean, most notably the Pitt game or some of the other games over the course of the season. But he's also had games in which he looks absolutely untouchable, like the South Carolina game.
In the second half of this game, because he looks pretty good tonight.
Really well tonight. Yeah, he's played well. And he did not start really all that hot. A lot of underneath throws early, but has trusted his receivers in the second half to make plays for him. And the result is 418 passing yards against a very, very good Alabama defense. Feels like the same thing, just a different year.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson waited for this moment for 365 days.
I see Anthony Averett down here against number 7, Mike Williams, in what appears to be press coverage, but you have to think number 6 is going to get out over the top. There's the first shot in the end zone. 9 seconds remaining. Clock not a factor. One more shot at the end zone. And, Coach, when do you start to get a little antsy about potentially running out of time? Is it around the 6-second mark?
That's usually, you know, where you're going to say, hey, look, it's 6. And yet, you know, here's the one thing. The call is going to be set your feet, ball gone.
Right.
You know, you can't afford to scramble and do all that stuff.
Sure.
It's got to be set your feet, ball gone.
So basically, this is the last play.
Yeah. Set your feet, ball gone. Do they call PI?
They almost called PI.
There's a flag there.
Oh, there is one.
They called it.
Was he in the end zone?
Yes. Pretty sure. And with one timeout, they can still run anything they want.
This is the interesting thing from the 2.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's on the 1.
It's going to be half the distance, worst case scenario, right?
Oof, what a release. My goodness.
Yeah, that's pass interference. Inside release is, they're doubling him. I mean, Hootie Jones, number 6, is over the top of Anthony.
Right.
He's jumping outside. Right. It's a double team all day long. And not really beat on the play.
Right.
But I think makes a wise call not to chance it because Mike Jones is 3 for 3, or Mike Williams is 3 for 3 on jump balls tonight. And
there it is.
Little mesh route. Same exact thing. What a play.
Sprint right pick right there.
Sprint right. With a pick right there. Just a quick little 1-yard out route. And Hunter Renfrow finds the end zone once again.
Wow. And they put up 34 points on this defense, which I don't think a lot of people thought they could. And that was Renfrow. Was Tony Brown on Renfrow again?
You know, that'll be interesting. I'd love to see it again.
Yeah. Well, you got to see it. It's the same play that Notre Dame and Florida State had a couple years ago. They actually threw the offensive pass interference, and they didn't call it here, and he could probably, but at the end
somewhere,
of the day,
Dari Noka's feeling good right now because the guy smaller than him just scored the game-winning touchdown.
It ain't about size. It ain't about the size of the dog in the fight. That's a great try. I mean, at the end of the day, incredible drive by Deshaun Watson, and you have to give him a tremendous amount of credit.
420, Paul. Hey, Millsy, give me the stat line on Watson. When you get, I know he's got 420 passing. What does he have? Completions and rushing.
Coach, what do you think about Dabber just going? He wanted the touchdown, didn't he?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Absolutely.
You don't want to leave it in the hands of your kicker.
Yeah, snap, hold.
The whole deal.
Right.
Let's go ahead and put it in the hands of our playmaker, and a lot of people think the best college player this year in Deshaun Watson. And you know what? He's proven it.
Yeah, he played remarkable in the second half. I mean, nothing you can say other than just, wow, just truly amazing. What a performance.
Guys, let's take a look at this drive. And there's a jump ball. That's just my guy's better than you, Paul. That's not even a play. Just throw it up, let him go make a play. There's another back shoulder. Leggett makes just a tremendous, and now we have the sprint right pick.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can really do on the pick play, frankly. I mean, it's uncoverable if you hit it on time. And Deshaun Watson and Hunter Renfrow executed it perfectly.
We came into this game, Paul, and I realized we're on the SEC network, all right? But I'm going to say this. I picked Clemson.
Sure.
Here's the reason why. Because when you do everything right, number 4 can make you wrong. I said before the game, he's the best player in America. He didn't win the Heisman. He's the best player in America. Last year, people were amazed. Nick Saban defense allowed Deshaun Watson to throw for 405, rush for 73, 4 touchdowns. It'll never happen again. Nick Saban knows that. Jeremy Pruitt knows that. It'll never happen again. I'm going to read you a stat line tonight, Paul. 36 for 56, 420, rush for 43 yards. He did it again.
He did it.
And it was a rough start.
What's interesting,
After a bad first quarter, yeah.
What did you say there at the end, which everybody talks the dual threat and all that kind of stuff, right? 43 yards rushing.
Yeah.
400 and what passing?
420, Coach.
420, yeah. I mean, it's amazing. Truly amazing. And really, guys, at the end of the day, you look at the game, and of course, I know Alabama fans across the country are so disappointed. The offense at the end of the day was the reason why they were not victorious tonight. And I know they put together a remarkable drive at the end of the game. And Jalen Hurts did everything he possibly could at the very end, but 2 for 15 on third down. Losing the time of possession battle 35 minutes to 25 minutes. It's just too much to overcome. Even when you have tremendous depth at all the positions, mistakes are a huge, huge deal. And Alabama made too many of them, I think, especially in the passing game.
Here's another statistic. When you're going to go back and look at it, one thing an Alabama team very rarely does is hurt itself.
Yeah.
Look at the penalties.
I know. 9 for 82.
That's very uncharacteristic of how they've gone about their business.
You're right. It is. And 30 first downs. I mean, Clemson has churned out.
Of course, this game had to end on an official review.
Yeah, naturally. Naturally.
Is it Wednesday? It might be Thursday. Who knows?
It's actually doomsday for Alabama.
I'm actually looking at this. A little surprise onside. Fittingly enough, a surprise onside kick where Clemson recovers it to end the game. Poetic justice without question based on what happened last year naturally and the pop-up at the very end.
Yeah.
We will get a little bit of reaction from our callers here in a minute.
I got a flight to catch.
Well, when it's all said and done, Jalen Hurts made one drive at the end of the game.
Yeah, he did.
All right, he did. But there was so much of this game where the Alabama offense was in it up. And Coach Mack, you said it, and Paul, you alluded to it also. The game could be put away here.
They were so close.
They were so close to putting the game away, but the offense just kept 3 and out, no third down conversions. And Clemson started to get their footing. And even they had 2 drives that started in Clemson territory. Coach, they only got 3 points.
There you go. You hit it on the head.
3 points.
That's right.
They had so many opportunities to put this game away. And we're going to I'm not going to give him a pass. He made a great drive at the end, but I think when you sum this game up, you can chalk it up to this, that Alabama's offensive ineptness showed his head at the wrong time, and the defense couldn't bail him out. I mean, the defense was on the field twice in the fourth quarter, too long, gave up a couple touchdowns.
You know, we talked about field position there and the creation of short field, that Alabama defense was able to do again. let's give credit to that Clemson defense
Yeah, they played well.
for coming off the field and winning some of those.
Yeah.
Which, you know what, even when you give up a field goal, it's a huge moral victory in that situation. And Dabo hit it at halftime. Really, the whole first half, they were playing down on their own end.
Right.
And so, again, field position.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at what it looks like in Tuscaloosa right now at Innisfree. Sad faces.
Where was the girl that was on the front row? Did she leave?
This is not happening to us, they are saying.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama fans are not used to this feeling. I mean, it's quite honestly, I mean, this is not happening.
Oh, yeah, I see. There she
is. In a championship environment in my lifetime,
I was wondering where she was at. So, 26-game winning streak comes to close.
Yeah.
Paul, you're the perfect person to let me ask this. If Nick Saban was the greatest coach before the game, what does this do to how we view him right now? His first championship game he lost. Talk to me.
I think it hurts because of the noise and the clutter and the chaos of what transpired leading into this.
With Lane Kiffin?
Yes.
How much does that, because I told you before the game, if they lose this game, it'll be the most scrutinized decision made.
And, I mean, it was such an inept performance. I mean, had it not been for that last drive, it would be a more convincing and compelling argument. But, Coach, I realize you're in a tough spot here, but this was a mess to watch.
You know, it was a tough one. There's no doubt about it. And, but you know what? This is why you play it. This is one of those situations, you know, hats off to Clemson.
Yeah.
What they were able to do to battle back through this season to get back to this game. I don't think anybody really ever realized how hard it is to stay on top. And that's something that Alabama's done for a while. And yet, you know what? They're going to learn from this. And Jalen Hurts will come back. He's going to have a good year next year.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot of really good players coming back.
I think people need to put this into perspective. I mean, you guys are critical of Nick Saban and Steve Sarkisian, and I think that's very fair. I think the game plan offensively left a little to be desired, to be frank. But at the end of the day, guys, Boog, you say this all the time. It's not about the X's and the O's. It's about the Jimmies and the Joes. We just saw a team that went 14-0 with a true freshman starting quarterback. There's only been one team in the history of college football that's won a national championship.
But Greg, that's all great, and it is all true. But as Booger said, this is Nick Saban, arguably the greatest coach of all time, making a strange, controversial move 7 days before a championship game.
And let's face it,
I think that's
and I don't. You can argue about it, but
it backfired.
It did not work.
You
it
can
failed.
say what you want. That's doing a disservice to Clemson.
Well, I'm sorry. My job is to give commentary, not to worry about.
I'm going to give Clemson all the credit they want to, and from a defensive perspective. But my point is this, and I think you don't have to. You can give one credit without diminishing the other. I'm not diminishing the Clemson defensive performance, but what we're saying is, when you make the move to fire your offensive coordinator 8 days before the game, and the offense looks like this tonight. I don't care if you're Newt Rockne or Lombardi.
I understand.
That's a move that's gutsy. I mean, that's just tough.
Let's get a quick reaction from Tuscaloosa. Jim, you're first up in the aftermath of Alabama losing the national championship game.
It's a simple thought, Paul. I knew this and you knew this. Nick Saban is not better than Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant would never do what Nick Saban did, firing the coach a week before the game and just totally screwing up. You know, it's like you take the dadgum, like you ride the horse all the way to the water, and then you stop letting him run before right when you're ready to go. But here's the main thing that I heard by McElroy. You're wrong, McElroy. The offense didn't lose the game. The stinking pass defense has stuck it up for 3 years in a row. The great Nick Saban defensive backfield coach has not done his job. That's why they lost the game. That's exactly why. The pass defense and the tackling was terrible the last half of the game. It's been that way. Paul, you've seen this. This is ridiculous.
Jim, you're not taking this very well.
It's as simple as that. What?
You don't seem to be taking this loss very well.
I just get kicked off when I see absolute stupidity. It was pure stupidity the way the pass defense has stuck it up. You can throw on Alabama. We've been saying that. Everybody said that for 3 years in a row. And they threw at Alabama. They did it last year.
Okay.
They beat them all over the field last year, Paul. It's time they lost.
Jim, they won 26 straight
games. They're not the number one team, Alabama. Never had all four games of the last four games of the year. They haven't been number one. They just, you know how they won? They had talent. That's what they won with. They had tremendous talent.
Okay.
And talent got it done for them against LSU and the other team. But they didn't win because they're a great team. They're not a great team.
Thank you, Jim.
All right.
I mean, I don't know how to follow that. I would strongly disagree. They went toe-to-toe with a team that was better tonight. And if this game was played again tomorrow, would it be a different outcome? Possibly. If it was played 2 days from now, would it be a different outcome? We don't know. The better team won tonight, and Clemson deserved to be crowned the national champions. They were better. They executed better. They made fewer mistakes. Other than the 2 turnovers that they had, they were absolutely dominant offensively. And Alabama's pass defense certainly lost a few jump balls, but for the most part covered okay. Deshaun Watson just made the plays that were there to be made when he had to make them, especially with his team backed up, game on the line, season on the line, championship on the line, taking them right down the field and leading them to a championship.
Well, and here's the thing, guys, and Greg, I say it all the time. Football is not necessarily about X's and O's. It's about the Jims and the Joes. And I felt coming into this game.
But why is it Sarkisian's fault?
Well,
so please help me with that.
Well, it's not his fault. When he was put in the position.
Exactly. It's not Sark's fault. When Nick put Sark in that position, okay, if Lane was there, okay, who would we be scrutinizing? We'd be scrutinizing Lane. Okay, but when you make that move and you shake things up, telling us that Lane was a distraction, so now you're telling us basically by a subjective theory that Sark isn't going to be a distraction and he's going to be better, and he wasn't. So that's what I'm talking about with Paul. But to the bigger point, Deshaun Watson was the best player on the field before the game ever started. And I felt like if he played to his ceiling, this would be the outcome. And to me, if this game comes down to Deshaun Watson against the Bama defense.
Let me get some more reaction here. Robert, you're next up. Go right ahead. Welcome to Tuesday morning here on the Film Room.
What time is it, by the way?
Mr. Finebaum, I told you in September that young quarterback had no business being in there. Coach Saban should have never put him in there. You can go back to the tape. 2 of 15 on third downs. He had guys wide open all year. And I told you, it's a matter of time. He had no business playing in that game. He's the guy, the quarterback, number 2, lost this football game. I don't care what Berger says. I don't care what anybody says. Number 2 did not have the ability to move that offense, and that's what lost that game. And you can go back to the tape. Mr. Finebaum, me and you discussed this in September. Now, if me, the old country boy, can see that in September, you tell me damn well that Nick Saban should have been able to see that.
Quarterbacks get all the credit and all the blame. And
how do you think the Bama fans are taking this?
Well, okay, Greg, since you say quarterbacks get all the credit and all the blame.
It's true.
Give me your assessment of Jalen Hurts tonight.
He did not play well. There were a number of open receivers. That's why I'm not blaming Steve Sarkisian, frankly. The execution was not there. I think to the third down play, it's really one of the throws that probably stands out more than any other to me, was to Ardarius Stewart down the right-hand side. It was in the fourth quarter.
He was about 5 yards open?
Right, at least 5 yards open. He didn't allow him to go up and make a play on it. Look at how Deshaun Watson was throwing his deep balls.
Good point.
Not always on the money.
Right.
But you know what? Mike Williams is going to go up and give him a chance.
Yeah.
He's got to learn when to take it off and give his guys a chance, because he missed a couple layups tonight, and that was the difference in the game. Who can make the big play at the critical moment? He did a great job going down the field. I don't want us to lose sight of what the freshman just did. He was 59 minutes and 59 seconds away from winning a national champion as a true freshman. We cannot discredit the performance that he's had this year.
Right,
Did he play well tonight?
Okay,
no.
right,
but we have to give him credit.
Right, but now it's not a time to reflect on the season and have a kumbaya.
It is. It's the end of the year.
No.
It's a call-in show.
Yeah, now's the time to get everything riled up.
Fair enough.
I can have a reflection moment next week sometime, Coach.
I got you.
I will say this, and to all the callers who want to vent tonight, we have 9 months to hash this out.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll miss a day.
No.
Oh, okay. Your show going, hey, are you doing a show tomorrow?
Of course I'm doing a show tomorrow.
It's going to be lit tomorrow. It's going to be...
It'll be fired up.
Here's the good thing. We did play this game in 2 days.
Yeah,
that's a good...
Tuesday morning was not kind to Alabama.
That's right.
Coach, you understand all this because you're a head coach and you have to make tough decisions. But I do want to ask you about what Nick went through in making this decision.
Right.
At the time, I think all of us agreed he had to make the call. it's always easy to be a Tuesday morning quarterback.
Sure.
But what did Alabama lose by Lane not being there, dealing personally with Jalen Hurts?
You know, there's the million-dollar question, and I think anybody can have a say one way or the other and think they're right, and yet no one will know. I know this. Two guys made a decision, to part ways. Was the timing great? No. Was it something different than we've ever seen in college football? Well, absolutely. But at the end of the day, it was a decision that was made, and you move forward, and that's what it's all about. So, in not to stand up for Coach, not to stand up for Lane. It was one of those deals that obviously something wasn't working, and at the end of the day, it was time to part ways, and that's what happened.
Well, that's the podium right there where we will hear soon from Coach Saban, and you've lost tough games, Coach McElwain.
Yeah.
How tough is it to walk out there?
That one right there might be as tough as it is, especially what they've gone through, even in the, this last part of this season, and yet, you know what? Everybody loves to see the Yankees lose, Everybody loves to see the Celtics lose when they were rolling. Mm-hmm. Everybody, that's all part of it. And, I know this. That's a team that's proud, a team that has a lot of great players, and a team that's going to come back more determined next year as they roll through the season again.
Yeah. Alabama's got talent, and Coach, to your point, when there's somebody at the top of the mountain, we all want to knock them down.
Sure.
And everybody around the country has been shooting for Alabama for a long time. A remarkable, I'm going to do Greg McElroy for just a minute, a remarkable run over the last 26 games.
True.
However, Dabo Swinney made a statement before the game.
He really did.
I disagreed with him. He said Clemson is an elite program. I said, Dabo, I can't call you elite until you win some hardware.
There you go.
Because to me, they hadn't won one since '81. And to me, to be an elite program, to be in the conversations like a Florida, like Ohio State, teams that have been to the pinnacle, you got to get some hardware. Nobody talks about the Buffalo Bills. We talk about the 49ers and the Steelers. You know what? I got to give Dabo credit. Tonight, Clemson became an elite program.
No, I don't think there's any doubt. And you take a look at those two programs and how they've been built.
Yeah.
You're talking about two programs that have invested in all the things to help them be successful, and here it is.
Yeah, tremendous support. Both programs have incredible support. They understand the importance of football, the way that football provides such a wonderful infomercial for your school for 3.5 hours every Saturday afternoon. And I think it was really a treat for us to watch them compete tonight.
Coach Saban, as all coaches, he's learned from various losses, whether it's Ohio State or whether it's Auburn in 2010. What do you think he'll take away from this?
That'll be interesting. And I actually look forward to visiting with him because the one thing that he will do is go back and evaluate. There'll be a situation about finish in there because right or wrong, they had an opportunity to finish that game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that the program takes pride in, is being able to finish. And you know what? They didn't.
Yeah. I think that's definitely the focus is, okay, last year, when he goes into this offseason, he's going to tell the guys, he's going to say, last year, everyone said we couldn't cover the pass. You want to know what we're going to do this year? We're going to cover the pass. Everyone said we couldn't throw it. Want to know what we're going to do? We're going to throw the heck out of it.
Yep.
And want to know what else they're going to say? They're going to say that we're never going to be back. Bama's dynasty is done. Same thing that everyone said after the Ole Miss loss last year.
Yeah.
Bama responded by reeling off 26 consecutive wins. I think that's going to be his motivational buttons that he'll press the next couple months in order to make sure that this team in 2017 is ready to roll like this team was this year.
If we can pat him on the back for being the greatest of all time, we have to be able to critique him and give him scrutiny for the move he made, Lane and Sark. That's number one. Number two, Jalen Hurts as a freshman quarterback never progressed throughout the season. We got to a point after the Mississippi State game, he never got better as a passer. That's number two. Number three, Alabama's pass defense has been the one area you attack them for the last 3 or 4 years. I don't either. We've made so much about the defensive front. They play a lot of NFL combo coverages, all right? And if you have a quarterback like Deshaun Watson that can attack him down the field, that's always been the way you attack him, and it hasn't changed. So I think Coach Saban has to address those 3 things this offseason somehow, some way, namely tonight, number 1, the scrutiny he's going to take with Sark.
Yeah, we will obviously deal with this tomorrow on our show at 3, and certainly there'll be more reaction coming up on SEC Now. We'll hear from Coach Saban. We'll get Tim Marcus's reaction as well. As we say thanks to all of you, Coach McElwain, Greg, and Booger, for being with us as Alabama falls in the national championship game to Clemson. Good night.